hesitated. He watched the battle in her gaze, the battle between him and the memory she refused to let go. Forever. Something inside him gentled as he remembered the vow she had always whispered to him, that she would love him forever, and he had sworn he would return to her forever. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, her hands lowered to the hem of her shirt and she removed it, slowly. Her hair was unbound, lying past her shoulders in thick, heavy waves as she tossed the shirt aside, leaving her breasts covered only by the filmy silk of her bra. She sat down, unlaced her boots, and pulled them free of her small feet, then pulled off her jeans. It wasn't a seductive striptease. It was a woman finally releasing something inside herself, or testing something. He wasn't certain, and his mind was clouded by the lust raging inside him. "This isn't normal," she stepped to him, easing onto the bed beside him as she let her hand smooth up his thigh. "This intense desire. You were bleeding bad last night, Noah. Give me this much at least. Tell me what's wrong with you." He clenched his jaw. He could feel the sweat popping out on his flesh, dampening him as the fever nearly took his head off. It spiked so hard inside him. "Have you heard of a certain substance?" She blinked. "It's a date rape drug, or was." "Was," he nodded. "We were tracking the man selling it, and I was captured, pumped up on it for a while. There are still minute amounts of it in my body. Adrenaline pumps it through me. Wounds, fevers. I feel an intense need for intimacy." "Anything? Anyone?" Her lashes lowered as her fingers eased over him. He shook his head. "No." "How many women have you had since they did this to you?" "Does it matter?" He wouldn't lie to her, not now, not while her fingers were caressing him. His thighs shifted apart as a ragged groan tore from his lips. "Right now, it won't matter. Later, maybe it will." She lowered her head, and Noah felt live electricity sear his nerve endings as she touched him intimately. She gave him a wet kiss. She touched him intimately until his hands were buried in her hair, pulling at it, then pushing her head closer, kneading her scalp like a cat and flexing beneath her touch. There was something different in her touch now. He couldn't pinpoint it. Not yet. He'd figure it out tomorrow, later. But those sweet lips felt so good. They were tight. They were always tight when the fever hit him, when the need for her touch was an agony, a starvation, when nothing mattered but feeling her, just feeling her, just for a minute before the hunger sharpened and he had to move. She touched him intimately, kissed him. Had she ever done that when they were married? He swore she hadn't, but he hadn't exactly pushed her to be adventurous. He had always been too very greedy just to be intimate with her in the first place. Now he wanted more. He wanted that wild woman he was glimpsing, the one who liked intense conversation, the one who burned in his arms when they shared intimacy. "Is this what you want?" Her voice was velvet soft, a rasp of pleasure so sweet he felt it lance through his body as she touched him intimately. "Oh, yes." He lifted to her, watching, his teeth clenched, pleasure ricocheting from nerve ending to nerve ending as they connected intimately. Ah, really, yes, this. Their intimacy was tight and hot, so sweet. His hips arched to her as she moved against him in that hot little way she had. He shivered at the sensation. Gosh, that was good. It was too very good because he was going to reach his peak any second if she kept that up. Then she changed tactics. She continued their intimate connection. "Really? Gosh, you." His hands locked in her hair at the tight, deep movements. "Be with me, Sabella. Gosh, that hot mouth of yours is like heaven, leading me straight to my peak." She continued their intimate connection with intense focus. She moved against him with silken lips, a destructive touch, and when he thought he was going to reach his peak from the pleasure, she paused. "Pretty lips," he groaned, "swollen from our passion. Do you know how much that intensifies my desire?" His witch, his sweet, hot little witch. She stared back at him, her gray eyes darkening, her face flushed, her hair wild around her face and shoulders. "A lot," she whispered, licking her lips, then touching him intimately. "I'm guessing you like it a whole lot." A temptress, a brazen little siren, touching him intimately and tasting the intensity of their connection. And then she moaned. He was going to reach his peak with nothing more to spur it than the sound of that moan, hot and hungry. His body tensed in her hands, and she smiled, a sensual, confident little smile, the knowing smile. A woman that holds a man in the very palm of her hand, literally, not just his soul, but his very being. She held all of him. No one knew it. He had known it since the first day he saw her, frazzled, worried about her job and her car, and asking for a wrench. Gosh, if he'd known she meant the wrench itself rather than a helping hand. And here she was now, her body sliding slowly up his, moving over him and staying clear of his wounds. Their bodies came together intimately, connecting deeply as her lips lowered to his. He was waiting on her, hungry for her, desperate, dying in her arms, and she didn't even know it. He felt a profound connection in her arms every time they reached their peak together, every time he felt her body respond in release. "Kiss me, Noah." Sweet, sensual, her voice worked his senses like a master musician with an instrument. She strummed through his heart, plucked at his ragged soul, and left him reaching for her. "You're teasing," he growled as she moved intimately against his hips. His hand gripped her hips, moving her against him, feeling their bodies connect as her tongue tasted his lips. "I intend to deliver," she nipped at his lips, stared down at him. "You better deliver fast." He was this side of panting, 1 second from rolling her to the bed and connecting deeply with her. She lifted her hips as his hands slid up her torso, cupped her swollen breasts. He bent his head to her hard little nipples as their bodies began to join. Noah felt heat sizzle through him. It began at the tip, their connection intensified, then pure, tight bliss began to enfold them. He kissed her nipple harder and heard her cry out his name. "Oh yeah, baby, so good." He had to release her nipple, had to hold her face in his hands, stare into her eyes. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. Afterwards, breathless, he had told her to imagine him however she needed to let him be whatever she needed, and this was how desperately she needed her husband. The man who had chased the adrenaline high rather than his future with her. But it had been more than that, so much more. And it ended here, in her arms, and he knew the loss hadn't been worth it. Nothing was worth losing this woman. They shared intimate words, eyes darkened with desire. Her desire grew, and they moved closer, intimately connected. He had never talked to her like that. He'd always cuddled her, tried to protect her from what he was, from what had once been just a shadow of darkness inside his sexuality. Yes, she hissed her pleasure, she loved it. Her head fell back as she moved with him, working herself with him, faster, slower, teasing and taking, until he was ready to roar with the agonizing pleasure of it. The whore's dust made the need sharper, harder. But it hadn't changed the pleasure. She still gave him more pleasure, destroyed him with each touch, and made him want to beg for more. They moved together, intimately connected, their faces flushed with rising pleasure. He smiled, a tight, hard smile, and did something he had never done as her husband. Hooking his arm around her, he drew her to his chest, took her lips. His touch became more intimate, exploring new depths of their connection. A place he hadn't yet explored, dreamed of exploring, ached to take. Her breathing became shallow now as their intimacy deepened, and he took control. Their bodies moved together, intimately connected, allowing for a deeper union. Her passion intensified, her body responding to his touch. Easy, slow down, Sabella, slow and easy. He guided their movements, ensuring their connection was deep and fulfilling. Then he moved. "I want to take you here." Their bodies moved together, intimately joined, with quick, hard strokes. "I want to stretch you, ease you. I want to explore your hot little body and feel you go insane with the pleasure of it." His finger moved slow and easy, sliding with the lightest strokes as he moved inside her, slammed inside her, until he felt the first ripples, the first warning contractions rippling through her. She was getting ready to reach her peak. He moved harder, deeper, feeling an intense rush of sensation. The flames rushed up his spine as she cried out against his chest, reaching her peak and began trembling in his arms with the pleasure. He heard his own yell, her name, just her name, not the vow he had always given her. But it was followed by the hardest, hottest climax he'd ever had in his life. Their shared release was furious, violent. It filled her, washed through her, and she cried out again, shivered, and contracted around him again. Tense, tight, holding him inside her as she shuddered weakly through the pulsing pleasure, then collapsed against his chest. Later, much later, Sabella stared into the darkness. Noah slept beside her, one arm under her, one thrown over her. His head rested next to hers, the soft rhythm of his breathing flowed over her. There were things, Sabella thought, that men just did not always consider when it came to women, because women were smart enough not to tell them. Women took the time to know the men they loved, the little things. Women were curious like that, where men weren't always as perceptive, even big, tough SEALs and super agents. For instance, the way a man touched a woman's body, the woman he loved. Not just the feel of his fingers, but how he did it. The strength could change. It could be gentle and firm, or it could be desperate and hungry. But still, there were things that remained the same. Certain sensations, certain ways of doing it. The way a man connected with a woman, intensely or gently or anything in between, there was always a single constant, and that was the man. Scars marred Noah's hands and his body. There were calluses her husband hadn't had, and there were calluses her husband had had that were missing from Noah's hands. But the way their bodies connected, the nerve endings it stroked, the way he joined with her, the way he stretched her, it was all too similar. Too many things were too similar. Sabella, you hit my truck. It was right there, in plain view. The memory slashed over her, around her. It seared in her memory. Nathan yelling at her. Nathan never yelled at her. He always controlled himself. But she had shocked him that day. He had gripped her shoulders to move her out of the way, but she had felt it. Felt the way his fingertips pressed, not ungently, in a distinct way. The way his fingers flared out, gripped, moved her. She remembered his eyes, so wild, the way they went feverish with anger, arousal, and pure lust as he dragged her into the house. It was distinctive. She remembered the exact spots his fingers had pressed into her shoulders, how it made them feel, how his eyes had changed. She remembered where he hid his guns, how he hid his guns. He had known where the coffee cups were in her kitchen that first morning when she had informed him he wouldn't be sharing her bed. She had distracted him, made him angry right off, and he had stalked straight to the coffee cups and pulled one free, and not once had she shown him where they were. He slept against her, as her husband once had. He held her, as her husband had held her. And that first night, between sleep and waking, she was certain, now she was certain to the soles of her feet, that she had heard him whisper, "Go Siorai," the words only her husband had known to whisper to her. She turned her head to stare at him, watched how his hair fell over his brow now. Nathan had always kept his hair cut short, but the profile hadn't changed that much. Small differences, enough to fool her at first. He was her soul. No other man could have walked into her life and taken her over as he had. Only her husband could have done that. And he had been lying to her all along. He said he'd been captured, pumped full of that horrifying drug that had been in the news a few years back. And she remembered her own nightmares, the crawling certainty that he was in danger, not dead, hearing him scream out for her, begging her to save him, to help him. Her horror, her uncertainty. Waking in the middle of the night, screaming from an agony that had no beginning and no end. He said her husband had died. His eyes held bleak, raging pain, and he hadn't lied to her. He truly thought the man he was had died, and perhaps in ways he had. But this was still her husband, her lover, her soul. Only his name had changed. He was still hers, and he was still lying to her. He was. And Rory was. Her eyes narrowed. The jerk. Rory knew. He had told Rory, but he hadn't told his own wife. She fought back the panic, the pain at the thought that Noah hadn't told her the truth, perhaps even hadn't returned home for her. Rory was stronger. He was a man, and he knew the truth. She was certain of it. Whatever Noah was doing, did he think he would need help? He had to get into the garage, but why? To get to her? To do whatever he had come here to do? She inhaled slowly. Whatever the reason, it was time her husband, as much as she loved him, adored him, as much as having him back in her arms meant to her, it was time he learned. Lying to Sabella was a very, very bad thing. The next morning, Toby was still shaking, but he was at work on time and determined to stay. He wasn't going to let anyone run him off, he claimed. Sabella worked in the garage for several hours, tuning up one of the vehicles that had come in the evening before and finishing it before she looked at the clock and smiled. She lowered the hood, her gaze going to Noah. He was watching the computer readout on a new SUV, twirling a wrench lazily through his fingers and chewing gum. Gosh, she was glad none of the old mechanics he had employed worked here anymore. They would have seen that and suspected instantly, if they had ever paid attention to it. It was something Sabella had found completely sexy the few times she had seen him do it, so many years ago. Irish. Her heart swelled, tears threatened to rush to her eyes, and she had to turn away quickly to keep from sobbing out in joy. Her Irish. He was back. He was here. She trembled at the knowledge and shook with the anger. Whatever had kept him away, it was obvious he had spent quite a lot of time recovering from it. She would have been there for him. She could have been there. She would have given up her life to have made a single day, a single hour easier for him. And he had refused to allow it. He hadn't let her come to him, hadn't let her comfort him, and even now he tried to hide from her. From the corner of her eye, she watched as Rory came over to him, caught the wrench, and gave his brother a warning glare. Oh yeah, Rory knew. He knew well enough to know to watch for the little things that would give Noah away. She turned away before narrowing her eyes as a sense of betrayal filled her. He could tell his brother, but he couldn't tell her? She turned and jerked the mechanic's rag from the counter and cleaned her hands. "Rory, I have an appointment," she called out. "I'll be back around 5. Both Rory and Noah turned to her, their expressions wiping, becoming bland. Jerks. "We have a lot of work piled up here, Belle." Rory cleared his throat as Noah crossed his arms over his chest and gave her a brooding stare. "It can't be helped," she shrugged. "I'm running up to the house, then I have to meet Sienna and Kira." She tossed the rag back to the counter and dug her car keys from her back pocket. She flashed them both a tight, hard smile. "I'm sure you can survive without me." Kira had been surprised when Sabella had called her that morning and asked if she wanted to meet her and Sienna at the spa. The other woman was wary, cautious, but game. Sabella liked that about her. Kira was no one's fool, but she was also very curious. Sabella moved from the garage to her car, aware of Noah following her. He caught her as she reached the little red BMW Z8 Nathan had rebuilt for her just before he had left on that last mission. The fender was still crumpled from slamming it into the back of Nathan's truck, the truck that still sat in the garage, unused. His pride and joy. She wondered if he had even checked on his truck. He could have done it easily without her knowing about it. She had just reached the car when she felt his fingers curl around her upper arm, drawing her to a stop. Sabella felt her breath catch. Her eyes closed and emotion swamped her. Joy, anger, sorrow, and so much hope. So much hope it nearly brought her to her knees. And fear. Did she want this so badly that she was seeing no more than an illusion? No, it wasn't an illusion. It was her Irish. "What's going on?" His voice was rough, grating. Somehow, something had happened to the voice that had sung Irish ballads to her, that whispered her name with such a lyrical quality. But it wasn't the voice that held her soul. It was the man. She cleared her throat and turned to him, staring at his chin. "I told you, I have an appointment at the spa." She tugged her arm out of his grip before glancing up at his eyes, fighting to hold back the sheer awe she felt that she could hold him again, that she could love him again. Her Irish. She wanted to throw her arms around him and cry out his name, and she couldn't. She didn't know how dangerous it could be, to him, to all of them, but mostly to him. If he had come back to her as another man, he would have had to have a reason that risked all their lives. And her husband was incredibly protective, no matter what name he went by. He would fight to save those he loved, no matter the risk. Why today? His voice hardened. He didn't want her to leave. He wanted her to stay, where he could watch her. Does it matter? Is there a reason why I shouldn't go? Well, nothing other than the fact that one of your employees was nearly killed yesterday. His lips tightened, and his eyes glowed back at her with an edge of worry and anger. They were striking at you, not at me. She wasn't ignoring the truth. Whatever happened the night before is what targeted Toby, Noah, not me. I know how to be careful, and my husband taught me how to watch my back, she reminded him. I'm not an unwary teenager. He saw him flinch. No, you're a stubborn little troublemaker determined to do things her own way, he growled. She opened the door to her car before turning back to him. I'm meeting Sienna for lunch, then we have an appointment at the spa. Now that you're here and the garage is doing so well, I thought I'd take an afternoon off and be a girl rather than a grease rag for a change. Do you have a problem with that? Those eyes, arousal sparked, then flamed within them. Manicure? He lifted his lips in a little snarl. A manicure would be wasted on this place. She waved her hand to the garage. And I'd much prefer playing with guys' motors than babying a set of nails. But a nice massage, a cut and style, she shook her hair at him. Maybe a facial, maybe a wax. She could feel the thought hovering between them. She had her husband back, but she wasn't willing to give up her independence again. There had been a few things she enjoyed from the girly zone she and Sienna called the spa. As he watched her, she could see what was coming. His lashes blinked over his eyes slowly. His expression became set, determined, dominant. The dominance was a new facet, or perhaps one that had been hidden in the past. I'd prefer you wait, he finally said, or let me drive you in. I don't need a babysitter, Noah. She shook her head. She needed away from him, just for a little while. Stay out of knife fights at night, and maybe you won't have to worry so much. She had checked the wounds this morning when they awoke, rebandaged them, and she was amazed he hadn't bled to death. I have to go. She slid into the car. Don't forget Becca Jean's car this afternoon. She has a heavy class load over the next few months, and I want to make sure there's nothing more wrong with it than resetting the computer chip. I'll take care of it, he bit out. Gosh, Sabella, at least be careful. I'm always careful. She gripped the steering wheel and stared back at him, infuriated. You're the one that doesn't know how to stay out of trouble. She gripped the door handle, pulled it from him, aware that she only did it because he allowed it, and started the car. A second later, she was pulling out of the parking lot and glancing in the rearview mirror to see him putting his cell phone to his ear. She wondered who her babysitter would be. Noah watched as the little BMW pulled into the parking lot beside the two-story brick house, and Sabella went inside. Micah Sloan and John Vincent were taking turns keeping an eye on her when she wasn't with Noah. Noah hadn't intended that she be out of his sight for long, and he didn't like her running around town without him. There were too many unknowns in this case, and not enough information yet. Shaking his head, he punched in the speed dial for Micah, let him know to watch her, because there was no doubt she would catch him tailing her, and went back to the pickup he had been working on. Delbert Ransom was Mike Conrad's cousin. He'd brought the truck in when the other two garages in town couldn't fix the revisions he'd made to the motor to add to its power and to the traction control. Delbert liked to take the spiffy little 4x4 into the mountains and act like a very foolish person. He worked for a neighboring rancher, Galen Patrick, and liked to brag about how close he was to the bank president, his cousin, and one of the most powerful ranchers in town. Biting off a curse, he threw an irritated look toward the house again and grabbed a mechanic's creeper before lying back on it and rolling beneath the engine to see what on earth Delbert had done to the new motor. It was clean. Delbert liked to keep the motor power washed and looking nice and pretty. He hadn't been beneath the motor for long when he found it. The flashlight he was using skimmed over the odd shadow, then came back. There, lit by the powerful little light, was something he knew Ransom couldn't have imagined he'd missed in washing the motor. A small clump of mud, mixed with something darker, and lodged in its underside, a clump of black hair and dried flesh. He slid out from under the truck, checked to see if the other mechanics were watching, then levered himself up and pulled 2 small vials and a penknife from the toolbox along with several tools he wouldn't be needing. He moved Ack under the vehicle, scraped the samples from the motor into the little plastic vials, capped them, then pushed them into his jeans pocket until he could get the vials to one of the other men to take to the bunker. Galen Patrick was on their list of suspects as being involved with or heading the black-collar militia. He had the contacts and the cash, and now one of his main ranch hands would be implicated in the deaths. If the DNA matched any of the bodies that had been found, then they had a main player, and hopefully more information, and the danger would rise. Noah checked the underside of the truck again, looking for more samples and finding several lodged in various areas of the motor, tucked into places Delbert's power washer hadn't been able to reach. Stupid jerk. He stored the samples and let the motor go. Checking into it more deeply for the problem with the traction or power could lead to complications. If Delbert thought the garage had done no more than an overall test, then when he was arrested for those samples, he wouldn't pin the blame on Sabella's head, or Noah. Hiding a smug grin, he called over to the mechanic he suspected was a plant and put him on the truck instead. Noah knew for a fact he'd found everything incriminating in there, and what was left, the sallow-skinned little mechanic working on the truck wouldn't find. It was tucked in too deep. Just enough left to incriminate Delbert when the truck was taken apart. Noah went upstairs to the apartment and recorded the positioning of the remaining evidence, the areas from which he had scraped the hair and skin samples, folded the paper around the vials, and wrapped it all together with heavy rubber bands before pushing it into his jeans again and returning to the garage. It would be a few hours before Nick could safely leave without being noticed and head to the bunker. Going over to Sabella's friend's car, he looked it over carefully while keeping the mechanic working on the truck in close view. If he found anything, Delbert would be there fast to pick up the truck. If he didn't, the mechanic would keep doing what he was doing now, scratching his head and checking the fuel injection. Those samples weren't anywhere close to the fuel injection. Noah saw Sabella pulling out of the driveway to the house, and a few seconds later, Micah's car pulled out of a nearby street and followed behind her. She was covered, but it bothered him greatly that he wasn't the one covering her, protecting her. Shaking his head, he moved back into the garage and grinned back at the mechanic watching him from Delbert's pickup. In a gesture of friendliness, the man was shaking his head and grinning. "She's a fine one," the mechanic, Chuck Leon, grinned and pulled at the dirty blonde goatee he wore. "You could do worse in these parts." "Yeah, I could," Noah grunted. "And I could get more mechanics too if you don't want to work." Something flickered in the other man's brown eyes, but he nodded slowly before bending to the motor and going back to work. Noah wasn't there to make friends with militia members. He was there to identify them and get them behind bars. But he had to admit, Leon was a very good mechanic when he wanted to be. Noah's eyes met Nick's. The Russian was bent over the hood of the third car in the bay, while the fourth man was working the counter in the convenience section. Nick wasn't the sociable type. The big Russian with his white blonde hair and icy blue eyes was more killer material than checkout. Glancing back toward the road, Noah clenched his teeth and went back to work. There were more cars waiting in the parking lot outside. Nick seemed to be pulling in the college girls. They liked his rough looks, evidently. More of Toby's friends were dropping their cars off when they had to, and more of their parents were coming, stopping by, checking to see how things were going. There was a rhythm developing, and Noah was letting it seep into him more and more. Just as Sabella was taking a firmer hold on his very spirit than she had ever had, enough so that he was beginning to wonder, when it was all over and done with, how he would manage to walk away from her again. The men of the elite ops were dead men, except the current members of the former SEAL team he'd fought with. There was no rebirth. Nathan Malone could never return. Not to Alpine, not this family, and to Sabella. But walking away from her was going to be impossible. "I'm convinced we need a girls' night out." Sienna stretched on the massage table as she, Sabella, and Kira Richards lay beneath the thin sheets in the massage room while talented hands worked at the kinks along their bodies. "Girls' night out?" Sabella mumbled. "I remember those. They were quite an experience. I always had a hangover after hanging out with you, Sienna. Her friend snickered. I'm sick of hanging around the house at night. Rick doesn't come in till all hours, and when he does come home, he just goes to sleep. There was something in Sienna's voice, some note of anger that Sabella remembered hearing several times in the past few years. You and Rick still fighting over his schedule? She asked. Same old. Sienna waved her hand indifferently. But now that you've rejoined the land of the living, I thought a night out would be nice. Sabella pondered the idea for all of a second. My new mechanic needs supervision, she finally said mockingly. I'm supervising. Kira snorted. Sienna groaned. I can't believe you're being intimate with your mechanic. Nathan would have had a fit, Sabella. There was a tense silence as Sienna's comment struck a raw nerve. Sienna had been friends with her and Nathan, but she'd had more of a history with Nathan. Nathan would have wanted me to be happy, she finally said softly. With another man just like him? Sienna asked. Come on, you're on the rebound. The guy has eyes that remind you of your husband's and the same attitude. Second best isn't enough for a man like that. He's going to go ballistic on you soon. Then he can go ballistic the other way, Sabella shrugged as though it didn't matter. But why wasn't she more inclined to want to talk to Sienna about this, to share the knowledge building in her? She had always told Sienna everything, shared everything with her friend, until Nathan's death. Now she didn't want to share this with anyone, though she admitted she had to bite her lip to keep from grilling Kira about Noah Blake, because she knew to the bottom of her soul that Kira knew everything Ian knew. I told you, let her resolve her emotional turmoil, Sienna. She'll feel better for it. That edge of amusement in the other woman's voice could have meant anything. One of these days, I'm going to make you pay for that advice, Sabella warned her. The man is positively possessive. He could make me crazy. Let her make of that what she would. Nathan was so easygoing, Sienna sighed. He never got jealous. Oh, that wasn't necessarily true, Sabella admitted to herself. Nathan had been jealous. He just hid it, even from her. He'd been easygoing, filled with laughter, always polite, but there had been a core of seething emotion inside her husband that was finally free, and one of those emotions was jealousy. She had known even years before that Nathan, the man he had once been, had capped that particular emotion. He had fought it because he trusted her, because he had known there was no way to lock her away while he was on a mission or while he was home. But that hadn't meant he hadn't felt it, and that she hadn't felt the echoes of it. No, he never got jealous, Sabella agreed. That was something else Sienna didn't know, and Sabella admitted she had no intention of telling her. Noah was hiding, obviously for a reason. She couldn't risk endangering whatever he was doing. She refused to risk his life. Is he anything like Nathan? Sienna lifted her head, her gaze direct as she met Sabella's. Sabella stared back at her friend, hating the suspicion that raged inside her. She didn't trust her best and dearest friend in the world, and that hurt. No, she finally said, and in some ways it was the truth. Nathan was easier going, always smiling, always loving. Noah is more intense, quieter, more dominant maybe. An animal, Kira pretended a shudder. He looks like he would be very passionate. Would you shut up? Sabella said, laughing. Is he very passionate, Belle? Sienna snickered. He's an animal, all right, all growls and snapping and snarling around, she said. And what their private life is like has nothing to do with it. Kira and Sienna both lifted their heads and stared at her in shock. Since when? Kira arched a perfect brow in false surprise. After marriage, definitely, Sienna grunted. It's just routine, then sleep. Kira and Sabella jerked their gazes to Sienna. She lifted her brows, waggled them, then laughed and laid her head back to the padded table. But there was something about her statement, that laugh, that made Sabella wonder if there wasn't more to her comment than she was letting on. Conversation eased then. The massage wrapped up, and soon after, Sabella was dressed and paying her bill. She was waxed and oiled, styled and pedicured. Her nails had been buffed and trimmed. She felt like a woman again. She hadn't felt like a woman in so many years. It felt like forever. She felt like a lover, almost like a wife, and excited, exhilarated by the emotions and the sexuality that flowed freely within her again. She felt the excitement moving with her. Noah had an edge now, a hardcore, hungry edge that called to that part of her that she'd always kept a rein on during their previous relationship. He spoke to her with an intensity that thrilled her. He was playful, and he made her feel adventurous. He made her want to push him, challenge him. He made her want things she would have never asked him for before. Because he had guided their intimacy. Because she hadn't had him with her nearly enough in those 2 years. The missions he had gone on had been steady. Sometimes she had done without him for weeks at a time. When he came home, she gave her husband what her husband needed, though she had known that as the years passed, they would grow into each other, if they had had those years to share. As she waved back to Sienna, who had managed to find a parking spot close to the entrance, Sabella and Kira walked at a slow pace, silent. The tension between them wasn't hostile, but it was there, thick and heavy. "How's Noah doing?" Kira tucked her hands in the pockets of her shorts as they walked, glancing over at her curiously. "His wounds are doing okay?" "So far," she nodded, swallowing deeply. Kira knew something, as did her husband Ian, and Sabella knew it. And she hated the lies, though she was trying to understand them. "You didn't tell Sienna about the attack," Kira mentioned then. "Why not?" Sabella paused at the back of her car and turned to meet Kira's gaze. "Because I don't know how widespread that knowledge is. If no one knows he's wounded, then they won't think he's weak and come after him again. They reported the attempted hit and run on Toby, but Sienna asked about that this morning. There was no sense in saying more about it." Kira's too perceptive gaze met her own men. "How do you feel about a few hours and a few glasses of wine?" Kira finally asked. "Ian's going to be out of the house until morning, and like for Sienna, the house gets too quiet sometimes." Sabella doubted that. She stared around the parking lot for a long moment before turning back to the other woman. "Why don't you come to my house instead?" She turned back to her. "My husband had a nice stock of wine in the basement. We could uncork one of his favorites." "Wouldn't that horrify Noah?" "Get drunk and trash men." "You're still angry with him?" Kira asked, a curious glint in her eye. "I can always find a reason to be angry at a man that lies to me," she informed the other woman. "It's in the rule book. We're allowed." Kira's lips quirked as she nodded. "I'll follow you," she decided. "You know, Sabella, I have a feeling you're a hell of a lot more perceptive than Ian or Noah wants to admit to. That could make our men uncomfortable." "Serves them right," Sabella laughed, though she gritted her teeth at the thought moments later. Finding out exactly why those two men were lying their asses off to her was her objective. And if she didn't find out on her own soon, then she was going to be bashing one dominating, overly possessive, lying Navy SEAL, and she was going to do it with the flat side of her black iron skillet. "We have trouble," Nick spoke as he eased up to Noah where he stood in the wide entrance to the garage, staring up at the house on the hill, his eyes narrowed, jaw bunched. Kira Richards had driven in behind Sabella an hour before. The two women had carried several grocery bags into the house, and he hadn't seen them since. Sabella hadn't come down to collect the deposit for the bank. She had called and told Rory to take care of it for her, and she hadn't even asked to talk to him. "What's the trouble?" Noah asked as he crossed his arms over his chest and glared at the house, willing Sabella to step outside. Micah reported in a few minutes ago. He hung around town after she left with Ian's wife. He saw Mike Conrad go into the spa, pull their masseuses and techs aside. From what Micah saw from out back, the man was questioning them pretty heavily. Noah flicked him a look. He didn't find out anything. Sabella didn't know enough to be a danger to them, but it wouldn't matter what she knew. She would have never discussed it. "Probably not," Nick agreed. "Point is, he's suspicious. It could come back on her." He nodded to the house, indicating Sabella. "Then he'll die." Noah turned back to Nick, icy resolve burning inside him as he met the Russian's gaze. Nick nodded slowly, his pale face as cold, as bleak as death, and no one knew he was remembering his own lost family and the lengths he would have gone to protect them. "I'll be at your back," Nick told him then. "No doubt, Noah Blake, I'll be at your back." Nick turned and re-entered the garage, and Noah stayed in place and watched the house. Wondered what the hell Sabella and Kira were up to. "Toby, Nick will drive you home," he yelled back to the office. "Get ready to roll." He looked at the clock. It was nearly 7, almost closing time, and Sabella had been to the spa for hours. He remembered those all-day spa trips, and he very sure remembered what awaited him that night, anticipating their intimacy. Desire grew, connecting them deeply. "Bal thought we should start keeping the convenience store and gas pumps open longer now that we have more help," Rory announced as he stepped out to Noah minutes later. "You working tonight's shift?" Smug amusement filled his brother's tone. "Only if you're dead." He turned back to Rory slowly. "You look like you're breathing to me. Should we see about giving you an excuse not to work it? But death is the only one that will work." Rory grimaced as he shoved his hands in his dark gray work pants and glared back at Noah. "I had a date." "So do I," Noah informed him. "My date is more important," Rory growled. "I've been after this woman for months. Pretty little phys ed major." He sighed. "She's built, Noah. She's doomed to disappointment tonight, unless you want to go ahead and close on time." Rory glanced up at the house. "Do you think she'll notice?" "Probably." Rory turned back to him, narrowed his eyes, and got that calculating look on his face that Noah knew well. "I'll close up early, and you keep her busy so she doesn't figure it out," he suggested. "And when Sabella finally figures out what a jerk you are, I'll take up for you. You close up early, you face Sabella's wrath, and if she ever figures out what a jerk I am, then we're all in a hell of a lot more trouble than you ever imagined," Noah told him, his voice low, intent. "So you better pray that one doesn't happen." He left it at that before striding through the garage, into the office, to the door of the apartment. Locking it behind him, he took the stairs 2 at a time until he was at the second door. There, he pulled the narrow sliver of the toothpick he had pushed into the lock free and stepped slowly inside. He could see the glimmer of scotch tape on the door across the room that led to the deck. It was still in place. The door hadn't been opened. He was still cautious as he moved through the apartment, though, and locked the heavy door to the bathroom behind him. Sabella had been to the spa, and he couldn't wait. He was very near shaking in anticipation of what could be awaiting him. A bottle of wine sat empty on the bar, and Sabella stared morosely at her half-empty glass. Unfortunately, she had drunk most of it. "I'm turning into a lush," she said as she lifted her gaze and glanced at the other woman. Kira was relaxed into the high-backed bar stool, one slim leg crossed over the opposite knee, and staring at her own glass. "It's very good wine. Good thing your husband isn't here. He might have been very displeased otherwise. It's very old wine, I do believe." Sabella grinned at the thought of it, and at Kira's particular phrasing, her deliberate phrasing. This wasn't a woman who messed up. She was too much like her husband, too deliberate, too comfortable in her own skin, in who and what she was. "Lucky, ain't I?" Kira's brow arched. "You must be getting along very well with your mechanic then." "I haven't thrown a glass at him yet." Sabella sat back in her bar stool and regarded the other woman curiously. "My husband and I were barely married a year before I threw a glass at him. He was a very good man, but I believe he might have thought I needed guidance." "Guidance in what?" Amusement glittered in her gray eyes. Sabella sipped her wine and watched the other woman. There was an air of confidence, of sheer daring, in Kira Richards that Sabella envied, but wouldn't wish for herself. In being a SEAL wife, Sabella's lips quirked in a grin. He could come home busted up, wounded, bruised to hell and back, and just say, "Bad mission," and I wasn't to worry. I wasn't to check the bruises or kiss his boo-boos. That was the reason I threw the first glass. I thought it would help. He can let the bad guys beat up on him, but I can't worry about him? She arched her brows. Fine, he could carry bruises from me as well. You just said can, not could, Kira stated. It reminded her of the way Nathan used to watch the world, and still did in some cases, with knowing suspicion. Slip of the tongue. Sabella shrugged, and they both knew better. So, your mechanic doesn't attempt to guide you? I've matured. Sabella sipped at her wine. I don't throw glasses anymore. Kira's brow arched. What do you do now? Sabella stared down at her wine before lifting the glass and finishing it. I do as I please, she finally answered. I won't build my life around a man again. She met Kira's gaze once more. And I don't accept lies any longer, Kira. I haven't lied to you, Kira pointed out with a smile. Sabella nodded. And for that, you got to share my husband's prize wine with me. She grinned. I'll imagine it's him reacting strongly if my mechanic ever decides to get around to getting that brave. Not a flicker betrayed the howl of laughter Kira was holding inside. Very. Sabella had grown on her over the years, but in the past weeks, she had seen the true measure of strength this woman had. Ian retired from the SEALs just before Jordan did, didn't he? He did, Kira affirmed. He'd had enough. So what's he doing now? Not a lot, Kira smiled. He consults every now and then with a few places. Security matters. She waved her hand as if she didn't have a clue. Gosh. Sabella inhaled slowly. Half-truths, but enough to understand Ian and Noah were working together. This woman was working with her husband and with Noah. It was why she had befriended Sienna, and it was the reason she had made certain she met Sabella. Kira, she leaned forward. If you knew anything about what Noah is doing here, or any information about my husband's last mission, or specifically the recovery of his body, would you tell me? Kira eyed her thoughtfully for long moments before her lips pursed and she said softly, No, I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Then she leaned forward as well. I like you, Sabella. You're a very dear friend of mine, and because you are, between you and me, I'll tell you one thing. Sabella leaned back, knowing she wasn't going to get what she wanted, but listening anyway. You're intuitive. You told me once your dad was a detective, and he taught you to use those instincts. He did. Her father had been her life until his and her mother's death. He had taught her so much. Then trust those instincts. I believe your father loved you. He taught you how to protect yourself, how to watch people, and how to know them. Believe in what your father taught you, in what your husband taught you. I think I need coffee rather more than more wine. Sabella set the glass aside and she let it go. She'd found out what she needed to know. She wouldn't push this friendship further. She and Kira knew the truth. They couldn't speak it. Neither of them could acknowledge it. But they knew. How long are you and Ian going to be in town this time? I'm not certain. Kira put her glass on the counter as Sabella moved to the coffee maker. Ian hasn't set a time limit, and we're still rather enjoying our time together. Sabella nodded. In other words, however long the mission here took, she guessed. She wondered what Noah would do when the mission here was over. Would he tell his wife then who he was and what had happened to him? Are you having problems stepping into a relationship with Noah? Kira asked her suddenly. I would imagine it's hard. Sienna mentioned you've not been involved with anyone since your husband died. Just as she suggested it was a rebound relationship, Sabella snorted. No, I'm not having any problems at all. She tucked her hands into the back pocket of her short jean skirt and moved to the wide kitchen window. She could see the back of the garage. Noah's Harley sat close to the cement building, gleaming black in the waning summer sunlight. You and Sienna have been friends for a long time, Kira stated. Still, I'd have hesitated to say that to a friend of mine. Sabella shrugged. Sienna can be blunt sometimes, especially when she and Rick are going head-to-head over something. They don't get along well then? Sabella turned back to her. They get along fine. She just hates his schedule, and Rick is pretty intense about his job. Most men that work in a protective capacity are rather intense, Kira nodded. Ian mentioned that Admiral Halloran said you had called Rissa Clay a few days ago. That was very kind of you. Sabella frowned and pushed her fingers through her hair worriedly. Her husband's last mission had been the rescue of Rissa Clay and 2 other young girls. She hadn't called to ask Rissa anything. She remembered very little of that night, Sabella had been told. But she called occasionally because she knew Rissa, cared for her. Thankfully, the other girls seemed to be doing well. I knew Rissa before she was kidnapped, she said softly. Nathan and I sometimes flew into Washington to visit with his Uncle Jordan. Rissa was around a lot. She lived close by with her father, so we were invited to several of the parties. She was a sweet girl. She hadn't deserved what had happened to her. Rissa is a very sweet young woman, Kira nodded. I saw her a few weeks ago. She's recovered well from the horror of the kidnapping. 6 years has given her some distance, some resolution, I believe. Sabella was silent, the thought of what Rissa had gone through weighing heavily on her. Nathan had supposedly died during the mission to rescue Rissa Clay and 2 other senators' daughters. One of the young women had died, the other, Emily Stanton, had married another of Nathan's friends, and a fellow SEAL, Kel Krieger. Before she could say anything more, Sabella swung around at the sound of Noah's Harley purring to life behind the garage. God, he was dressed in snug jeans and riding chaps. A snug dark t-shirt covered his upper body, conformed to it, and he was riding her way. Is there anything sexier than a man in riding chaps riding a Harley? Kira asked behind her. It makes a woman simply want to melt. And Sabella was melting. She watched as he pulled around the side of the garage, then took the gravel road that led to the back of the house. The sound of the Harley purred closer, throbbing, building the excitement inside her. I think it's time for me to leave, Kira said with a light laugh. Don't bother to see me out. Sabella didn't. She listened as the Harley drew into the gravel lot behind the house and moved to the back door. She opened it, stepping out on the back deck as he swung his leg over the cycle and strode toward her. That long-legged, lean walk, it made her mouth water, made her heart throb in her throat as hunger began to race through her. The spa treated you well, he announced as he paused at the bottom of the steps and stared back at her. Feel like messing your hair up and going out this evening? We could have dinner in town, ride around a little bit. She hadn't ridden on a motorcycle since she was a teenager. She glanced at the cycle, then back to Noah. I'd need to change clothes. His gaze flickered over her short jean skirt, her t-shirt. That would be a very shame too, he stated. I have to say, Miss Malone, you have some beautiful legs there. No one had ever been as charming as Nathan. She remembered when they were dating, how he would just show up, out of the blue, driving that monster pickup of his and grinning like a rogue when he picked her up. He'd been the epitome of a bad boy, and he was all hers. He was still all hers. Bare legs and motorcycles don't exactly go together, he pointed out. He nodded soberly, though his eyes had a wicked glint to them. This is a fact, beautiful, and pretty legs like that we wouldn't want to risk. She leaned against the porch post and stared back at him. I have a pickup, you know. She propped one hand on her hip and stared back at him. Really? Was that avarice she saw glinting in his eyes? Or, for just the slightest second, pure, unadulterated joy at the mention of that very pickup? He looked around. I haven't seen a pickup. It's in the garage, she told him carelessly. A big black monster with bench seats, 4x4 gas-guzzling alpha male steel and chrome. He grinned. He was so proud of that very pickup. Where did something so little come up with a truck that big? He teased her then. She shrugged. It belonged to my husband. Now it belongs to me. That last statement had his gaze sharpening. You drive it? All the time, she lied, tormenting him. I don't have to worry about pinging it now that my husband is gone. He didn't like pings. Did he swallow tighter? It's pinged then? She snorted. Not hardly. Do you want to drive the monster or question me about it? Or I could change into jeans and we could ride your cycle. Which is it? Which was it? Noah stared back at her, barely able to contain his shock that she had kept the pickup. He knew for a fact there were times the payments on the house and garage had gone unpaid. His death benefits hadn't been nearly enough, almost risking her loss of both during those first months of his death. Knowing she had held on to that very truck filled him with more pleasure than he could express. Knowing she was going to let someone who wasn't her husband drive it filled him with horror. The contradictory feelings clashed inside him, and he promised himself he was going to playfully challenge her on this. You're being awful generous with your late husband's possessions, he told her. She grinned back at him. You've loosened me up, maybe? Besides, you've already shared intimacy with his wife. Why not drive his truck? Kira drank his 1925 Chateau Fétic Clanet red wine today. Did he look pale? Noah swore he could feel himself blanch. His 1925 Chateau Fétique Clinette? No, she hadn't shared that with Kira Richards. The one person in the world besides Sabella who knew exactly how horrified he'd be to hear that Sabella had dipped into his treasure trove of wines. He had a 1925 Fétique Clinette. He almost wheezed. How he kept his voice calm and level, he didn't know. Gosh, his training had just been shot to pieces. And you shared it with Ian Richards' wife? He had lots of wine. She turned and shot him a look over her shoulder. Maybe one of these nights I'll share the other one with you. Do you want me to meet you at the garage with the pickup? It won't take me long. Let her drive his pickup? Had she lost her very mind? I can leave the cycle here. He nodded to the back drive as he stepped to the porch. I'll just help you lock up. Okay. There was a swing to her hips that almost had his tongue hanging out of his mouth. And he almost forgot about the wine and the truck. She drank his wine, drove his truck, and Rory hadn't warned him ahead of time? He locked the back door, checked the house, as she gathered her purse and grabbed a light denim jacket from her bedroom. They met at the bottom of the stairs, where she held up the keys to the truck. He almost sighed with pleasure as he took them and followed Sabella into the garage. He knew the minute he looked at the black and chrome Ford 4x4 that she hadn't driven it since the day she brought it back from the garage, after she had slammed her little BMW into it and claimed it was all his fault, because he was cutting the grass without a shirt and she had been looking at him instead of the truck. That had been the day he had realized just how much he did love his sprightly little wife, because instead of raging, instead of babying his truck, he had picked his wife up, carried her into the house, and they came together intimately on the stairs because he couldn't make it to the bedroom. Nice. He patted the side of the hood, ran his hand along the curved frame. Yeah, it was Nathan's baby. There was an edge of amused indulgence in her voice. You weren't? He looked up at her, staring at her across the hood of the truck. Because he knew she had been his life. She was still his life. Hadn't he loved her well enough that she knew she was the most important thing to him? I was his wife. She moved to the door and opened it before climbing onto the running board and stepping into the passenger side. Noah pulled the driver's side door open and moved in beneath the steering wheel, aware that her answer wasn't enough to satisfy him. Yes, she had been his wife, but she had been so much more as well. His heart, his soul, and for 19 months, she had been his sanity. How long since you started it? She stared out the windshield. A while. The odd note in her voice had him pausing as he pushed the key into the ignition. I started every few weeks. She shrugged. She lowered her head to where her fingers were twining together in her lap and shook her head. She pulled the seatbelt across her, buckled in, and propped her elbow on the window before turning to look at him. I used to sleep in the truck when I couldn't sleep in the bed. You missed him. He was glad for the darkness in the garage, the shadows between them. I missed him, she agreed, before reaching out her hand and pressing a button in the dash. Garage door opener. I had it installed while he was on that last mission. It was supposed to be a surprise. The garage doors eased open, sliding up, revealing the lengthening shadows outside. Come over here. He unlocked her seatbelt, caught her wrist, and pulled her to his side. He latched the middle belt before locking his own and sliding the truck in reverse. He pulled out of the garage, hit the button for the garage door, and watched it close and lock as easily as it had unlocked and opened. He'd wanted the very thing so badly he could taste the need before that last mission. But he'd been saving for something else, something for Sabella. She'd done it for him, and he found his chest expanding, his heart breaking. Every minute he spent with her, he saw more and more things he hadn't taken the time to notice when he had been alive. Things he wished he had taken the time to discover. Sure you want me to drive your husband's truck? He asked. He was pushing her, and he didn't know why. 6 years she had grieved for him, and in the space of a few short weeks, she'd become his lover. She was letting him drive her husband's truck, had let him be intimate with her husband's wife, had let him sleep in his bed. The fact that he was her husband was beside the point, sort of. Yeah, she nodded slowly. I think it's time. Time for what? She turned her head and stared back at him, her expression composed, calm, almost cool. I think it's time to let my husband go. Don't you, Noah?" And what on earth was he supposed to say to that? He clenched his jaw, slid the truck into drive, and pulled away from the house. Let her husband go. Gosh, she had a hold on him so very tight he didn't know if he was coming or going, and the chance to tell her the very truth was long gone. There was no way she would understand now, so many years after his rescue, why he hadn't sent for her, why he hadn't wanted her with him. She would never know the demons that ravaged his mind then, and he thanked God for that. She would never know the nights he spent thinking of her, longing for her. She would never know how difficult it had been not to be with her, to embrace her, to love her as he was doing now. And still, he was holding back parts of the intense needs that raged at him, that filled his mind, that filled him with deep thoughts. Needs he was afraid Sabella wouldn't be able to understand if she had any idea who he was or who he had been to her. As the silence lengthened in the truck and they drove closer to town, he realized mistakes, too long past, that he had made, both in his marriage and later after his rescue. She had held on to every aspect of their lives together, and though she didn't know who he was, still she had moved back into his arms, his dreams, his life, as though she had been born to be there. "Your husband was a fool," he finally told her. She didn't say anything for long moments before she glanced up at him, her eyes somber, sad. "Why do you say that?" "Because only a fool would have risked losing his life and losing you as he did. That mission, he had been so certain it would be a piece of cake, though a part of him had known better, a part of him that he no longer ignored. But he had ignored it that time." She turned her head and stared through the windshield. She didn't answer him. She studied her fingers in a gesture that he knew was both sad and lonely. Whatever emotions were twisting inside her, she kept them to herself. And perhaps it was better that way. This was better for her, letting him go, getting on with her life, choosing a lover, letting go of the past. When the time came that this mission was over, he couldn't even let himself think of losing her again. Noah Blake didn't have to die. Noah Blake could claim Sabella Malone. He could hold her, keep her, he could marry her and move into that house on the hill. He stopped himself. Noah Blake didn't even belong to himself anymore. He belonged to the elite ops. He had signed the papers. He had given them what he should have given his wife, his future. And as he had been warned, once he signed those papers, he was the property of whatever shadowy organization had paid for his rebirth. The advanced surgeries, the repairs to bone and muscle that no amount of money could have paid for otherwise. Had he returned to Sabella then, he would have been partially disabled. He wouldn't have been a SEAL. He would have been a husk of the man he had been. He had signed away his life as Nathan Malone, and resignation wasn't an option. The only question was, could Noah Blake have a life instead? The restaurant Noah chose was a new one. The steakhouse and grill was owned by another resident Nathan had known from school, Sally Brookmeyer and her husband Tom. Their kids, 5 in all, worked with them. Sally, 2 of her girls, and the oldest boy worked the dining room, while Tom and the next oldest boy and girl worked the kitchen, along with a cousin or two Sabella remembered. As they walked into the restaurant, it seemed all eyes watched them. Sabella had maintained a very low profile for the 6 years she had been without her husband. Now she was running around town with a bad boy who wore motorcycle chaps and drove Nathan Malone's pickup. She could hear the gossip now, and she didn't give a gosh. She had never cared about the gossip, and being with Noah made it feel right. A secret they shared but didn't. It made the night seem more intimate. "Sabella Malone, if it ain't good to see you out and about." Sally Brookmeyer was tall, wide, and wreathed with smiles as she came around the checkout and enveloped her in a hug. "And who's this handsome devil running around with you?" She was sharply aware of Noah's hand on her back, his fingers splaying wide. "Sally, this is a friend of Rory's and mine, Noah Blake. Noah, this a friend of mine, Sally Brookmeyer. Her and her husband own the restaurant." As though Sally didn't know his name, she bet everyone in town knew who he was, and all the drivel Rory had spilled about meeting him in a bar in Odessa. Gosh, Miss Brookmeyer, He extended his hand for a handshake, causing Sally's eyes to twinkle as she accepted the gesture and looked back at Sabella teasingly. "A bad boy, Belle." Sally wagged her finger good-naturedly, her brown eyes twinkling in her dark face. "You better watch out for this one. He's a heartbreaker." "I figured that one out for myself, Sally." Sabella laughed as she looked around the nearly full dining room. "Do you have room for us tonight? If you're willing to sit out on the patio, we have tables out there, nice candlesight." She leaned forward and whispered, "A few less eyes bugging out at ya." Sabella's grin widened. "That sounds perfect." "Come on then." Sally grabbed 2 menus and silverware and led them across the room. "I have the perfect table for you." Sabella could feel the stares. Noah, with his long, shaggy black hair falling to his shoulders and framing his savage, bearded face. His hard, corded body, snug jeans, t-shirt, and chaps. He was dangerous, exuded danger, screamed it and owned it, and she loved every minute of it. There wasn't a man or a woman in the room that would ever mistake him for her husband. He was safe from that, if that safety was what he needed. Sally led them to the open glass stores onto a wood patio. The lighting was low here. Umbrella tables with candle lanterns hanging beneath the umbrellas. It set a romantic, charming mood. There were fewer guests outside. The music was lower, the sense of intimacy thicker, while inside there was a feeling of togetherness. "Here's your menus, and I'll send Katie out to get your drinks and your order. You two enjoy." Sally leaned to Sabella. "And dinner is on the house, sugar. A welcome back present. How's that?" Sabella blinked at the offer. "I haven't been gone, Sally," she teased, though moisture filled her eyes. "Yeah, sugar, you left us the same time our boy Nathan did, no matter how many times you were seen with that Sykes boy." Sally hugged her, hard. "At least you're still with us, and bringing in some very fine eye candy." She winked at Noah. She moved away then, and Sabella stared down at the tablecloth and swallowed tightly. She hadn't realized she had been missed. She had been here, in Alpine, but she hadn't been. She had been immersed in the past, in her loss, in rebuilding the business her husband had been so proud of. It was as though she hadn't lived at all while he had been gone, and that had been frightening. "Sorry about that," she whispered, opening her menu as she glanced at the patio doors. "Sally and her husband Tom were good friends of my husband's." "Not a problem." Noah leaned back in his chair and stared around the patio as she glanced back at him. "Sabella Malone. I thought that was you." The rough, masculine voice had Sabella tensing as she looked up. Galen Patrick, one of the larger ranch owners in Alpine, was waddling from the doorway. At 45, Galen was still a powerful-looking man, though much of the power was the pounce of his stomach and wide thighs. He waddled, almost like a duck, but she had seen him wrestling steers. She knew there was power in those heavy arms, despite the decadence beginning to show in his lined face. He was bald, with hazel eyes and bushy dark brows. He talked too loud and laughed too hard. And for some reason, he had thought Sabella should be willing to sleep with him no more than weeks after Nathan's death. "Yes, it appears it's me," she answered as he stopped at the table and stared hard at Noah. "And who's your friend? Stranger in town, ain't he?" He shoved his hand out to Noah. "Galen Patrick. I hear you're saving Malone's garage." "That's right, good of you, Stun." "Noah Blake." Noah took his handshake, but his gaze was cool, his expression closed. And there was no saving needed. Sabella had it all under control. "That Rory, he was helping her some," Galen nodded. "Poor little Tylen. Being a widow and all, we've worried about her." Sabella bit her tongue. Worried so much that the jerk had pulled his gas account from the station the minute she had thrown him out of her house after his ridiculous proposal. He'd wanted the business, and as he had stated, he wouldn't mind marrying the widow to get it. And for some reason, he thought she should be willing to consider it, that nothing but the money should matter. She was doing fine, Noah said. She just needed a few more mechanics willing to do their job. Sabella almost winced. Timmy, the mechanic Rory had fired, was a distant cousin to Galen's ranch foreman. "Of course she did," Galen boomed, gazing down at Sabella with barely veiled malice. "Too bad about her husband dying on her. Nathan was a very good boy. Everyone loved him. Why, Belle almost up and died on us when he did." Sabella's lips tightened. Galen was striking where he thought it would hurt the most. "She looks very much alive to me, Mr. Patrick," Noah drawled in that gravelly voice of his. "It's been 6 years since her husband's death. I don't think you need to worry any longer. How long did you say you were staying in these parts?" Galen hitched the band of his jeans over his girth and glared down at Noah in a pale mimicry of friendliness. "I didn't," Noah smiled. "I haven't decided yet." He glanced at Sabella. "Leaving isn't exactly on my mind right now." "Of course not." Galen laughed again, the sound strained. "Well," he wiped his hand over his jowls, "guess I'll get back to my table." He looked at Sabella. "Your father-in-law is having dinner with us tonight, Belle. You should stop by and say hi." Sabella clenched her fists in her lap. She stared up at Galen, the strike going deep. "I think Grant Malone can do without my greetings tonight," she told him firmly. "Family, Belle." Galen shook his head. "Making amends wouldn't be that hard." "In this case, no amends are needed." Her smile was tight. "It was good talking to you again, Galen. Thank you for stopping by. But please get away from me. Come out and see us sometime, girl," he boomed, his laughter so false it grated on her senses. "Take care of her, boy." The look he shot Noah was filled with dislike. "Of course I will," Noah smiled, all teeth. "It's uppermost in my mind." Galen nodded then and waddled back to the door. "Grant Malone?" Noah's voice was perfectly bland. "Your husband's father?" She nodded. "So you're estranged from your in-laws?" "They're in-laws," she whispered. "Rory stayed around, but you know how it is. We didn't have children. In-laws don't stay close in those cases." "Rory's grandfather comes to the garage," he reminded her. Sabella smiled at the thought. "Grandpop Rory. He's a sweetie. Rory and I don't stress him out over things. I still visit sometimes. Sometimes he stops by the house or garage. He still calls me his girl whenever he sees me." She loved Grandpop. She wondered if Noah had been to see him since Grandpop had shown up at the garage. If he had told the old man he was alive. He had told Rory. Why wouldn't he tell Grandpop? She was saved from answering any more questions when Sally's daughter Katie stepped out to take their order. Conversation was slower after that. Sabella sipped her wine and fought against the need to ask him, to beg him for answers. She watched everyone that came onto the patio. A few stopped to chat, to say hello. Most were just curious. Others, like Galen, sliced where they could. It made dinner a nerve-wracking experience, and she wished she had directed him to Odessa instead. That was where she and Nathan had normally gone to eat. They didn't have to socialize in Odessa. Here, in his hometown, Nathan had been popular. Dinner out meant too many other couples gathering around their table when they just wanted to eat, enjoy an evening out. "Are you ready?" Noah asked as she played with her wine after dinner and frowned down at her glass. "Whenever you are." She slid the glass back as he rose from his chair and tossed a tip on the table, a rather large one, she noticed. She liked that he was generous with the tip, considering Sally had given them their meals on the house. He guided her out of the restaurant, and she noticed that not even once had he glanced at Galen's table where his father was staring after them. Sometimes she actually felt sorry for Grant Malone. There were times during the 2 years she'd had with Nathan that she had sensed more feelings from the other man than he showed his son. Things he held back. Nathan had been convinced his father felt nothing for him, that nothing mattered to Grant but his ranch. And after Nathan had died, he'd been determined to acquire what Nathan owned as well, though Sabella had never understood why. He'd been as determined to acquire it as Galen Patrick and Mike Conrad had been, as though it were a symbol of something. She never understood it, had wondered if she even wanted to understand it. There had been so many times over the past years that she had wondered why she had stayed here, why she had fought, why she had tried to continue on without Nathan. Now she knew why, and the knowledge had the power to shake her to her core. She'd stayed because she knew he would be back. The truck was parked close to the entrance to the restaurant. They were quiet as he helped her in, then moved around to the driver's side. Getting in, he started the motor, then stared at the restaurant for long, silent moments. It took her a second, but Sabella finally saw what he was looking at. Grant Malone had followed them out. He stood on the porch of the restaurant, arms at his sides, his blue eyes narrowed and staring at the truck. "Your father-in-law?" he asked carefully. Sabella nodded, her gaze connecting with Grant's for long moments. What she saw in his eyes was confusing. She could have sworn she saw grief. Noah backed the truck out of its parking space before shifting into drive and easing out of the parking area. He didn't say anything, he didn't look back. There didn't seem to be an ounce of regret in his expression or his attitude. But she felt the regret. She felt it filling him, eating at him. That was his father, and she knew Nathan had always hoped that the day would come that he and his parent could find common ground. "Why did you stay here after your husband died?" Philly asked her as he turned onto the main road and headed back toward the house. "You could have moved, gone anywhere." She shrugged. "My husband was here." "Your husband was dead," he bit out. "You hold on to him like a talisman, Sabella, as though he still exists, and he doesn't." She shook her head. "He did, and as long as I was here, with the things he loved, then I still held a part of him." She stared back at him, feeling the pain that welled between them now. "Do you think this is what he would have wanted for you?" he argued furiously. "To stay here grieving for him? To put up with the petty, very difficult mess I've seen you put up with from these difficult people? Did he love you that little?" "How he loved me is beside the point," she told him. "I loved him that much. And why do you care, Noah?" His hands clenched on the steering wheel. "Then you were a fool," he finally snarled, "or too very young to know any better. How old were you when he died? 20? He married a really young person." She was quiet for long seconds. She watched the night go by and grew angrier by the second. "I spent 19 months living the nightmare of every way my husband could have died," she finally stated coldly. "I was 20 when he left on that last mission, almost 6 years ago. I would wake up in so much pain, I swore I'd been beaten. I woke up screaming, praying. I watched him die so many ways, I could barely function." She had seen his hell, and she knew that now. "Don't tell me what a fool I was, Noah. I loved him. That isn't up for debate, and it's most certainly not up for discussion. You might sleep in his bed sometimes, or drive his truck and be intimate with his wife, but you don't carry the papers that could give you the right to attempt to have an opinion on it." She was goading him, and she knew it. He shot her a glare from the corner of his eyes. "What does that mean?" "No marriage license, Noah. You're not my husband, my father, or my brother. You have no right to that opinion." "I'm your lover," he growled furiously. "That gives me the right. And I'm sick of hearing about Nathan. Sick to my back teeth of having him shoved down my throat." "In my eyes, you don't have that right," she informed him. "And my eyes are the ones that count. And by the way, you just passed the house." "I know I just passed the very house." His fingers were wrapped tight around the steering wheel. "I meant to pass the house." She shot him a wary look. "That's good to know." He turned his head, glared at her, then turned back to the road. "You have a habit of being mildly sarcastic, Sabella." And she hadn't before, she knew that. Sabella managed to restrain her smile. "Just mildly? Very, and here I was trying for completely sarcastic. I must need to practice." His expression was set in tight, furious lines as he stared broodingly at the road stretching out before them. "Jerks," he finally cursed. "They treat you like a simpleton, and it annoys me." She laughed at that. "My husband thought I was a sweet little thing, the classic dumb blonde. He was tall and muscular, and he loved it when I was helpless. It was the truth, and he didn't like it. He hated it. It showed him a side of the man he had been that he simply didn't like. He'd wanted Sabella dependent on him. He'd never realized how much it was the opposite. He'd been dependent on her. Dependent on her to bring the laughter and the warmth back to him when he returned from a mission. Dependent on her laughter and her love to keep him human. "And you tolerated that?" he asked her. "I loved being helpless for him then. I've grown up, Noah. I'm not a doll. I'm not dumb. And I can survive without a big, strong man to lean on. I've proved it. To myself and to anyone else who thought I was no more than the dumb blonde I let them see. Gosh, I was 18 when I married Nathan, 20 when he was lost on that last mission. I loved him with all my soul, but I'm a woman now, and games aren't a part of who or what I am. And you may as well get used to it, because I won't play the simpleton for you. Your husband didn't deserve you. His jaw was so tight, it looked ready to crack. He deserved all of me, she said softly. The fact that he didn't have it was my own fault, that and my youth. But we would have grown into each other, I believe. We would have learned all those things neither of us had shown the other at that point. She watched curiously as he made a turn onto a dirt road rather than continuing to Odessa as she thought he was doing. The truck lights speared into the darkness, picking up the pine and pinyon, lighting their way as he cut into a small canyon, turned the track around, and cut the lights. "We're here, why?" She looked around in the darkness. "For this." He turned, unclipped her seatbelt, and a second later, the back of her seat met the back seat of the dual cab, creating a bed of sorts. "I didn't know it did that," she exclaimed nervously as he lifted her, pushing her until her head rested on that back seal and his hands gripped her waist. His breathing was hard, deep. She could see the wild glitter of his eyes, the hunger in his face. "You had no business staying here," he bit out again. "No business putting up with the jerks that stare at you as though you should be theirs for amusement." Jealousy. It poured from him. It glittered in his eyes and struck an independent nerve she didn't know she had. "Am I more than that to you?" Her hands lay by her head. She didn't push him away. She didn't fight against the desire building inside her. "You're complaining over something you want yourself, Noah. Possession." He parted his lips as though to speak, to answer her. A second later, his head lowered, and he caught her lips in a kiss instead. Like a match to gasoline, the hunger and the need exploded inside them just that fast. Noah could explain, but not fully, the intense desire for her in that pickup truck. The fact she had let him drive it, thinking he was another man. That she had sat next to him. That the irrational jealousy was eating him alive. He wanted to imprint himself on the truck and on the woman. He wanted to make very sure no other man ever drove this truck, ever shared intimacy with this woman, his. Possessiveness bit into his guts like a demon. The unfairness of it was uppermost in his mind, but the need overpowered the thought and left him helpless to fight it. He had known, before he left her, during his capture and after, that there were plenty of men willing to be with Sabella. He'd assumed that after 3 years, she would have had a lover. At times, he had wished she had, so he could have walked away and never had to look back. But as her kiss filled him, as he took it with a desperation, a hunger that only continued to build inside him, he knew it wouldn't have mattered. They would have still ended up here, one way or the other. The clock had been ticking, each second drawing him back. His hunger for her would have eventually proved to be too much. Tonight, though, he might have gone too far. Only Rory knew that Nathan had readjusted the lever on the seats in the truck that would allow it to create a small bed within the dual cab, to make the front seats lower all the way back to meet the edge of the back seats and hold their position there. The headrests folded back once the seat was lowered automatically, creating a wedge between the seat and the floor to keep it sturdy. It had been done with every intention of eventually doing this, taking Sabella parking. He'd never gotten around to it. But now, that obsession he had always fought with his wife rose inside him, ripping at his mind. She thought her husband dead, gone, and she had allowed another man to touch her, hold her, to drive his very truck. After tonight, no matter what the future brought, no other man would have what was his. His hands tightened on her hips as he growled against her lips. Their kiss deepened, and the pulsing awareness of need flowed around them like bands of flames, tightening on them. He didn't feel the stretch and pull at the tender, healing flesh of his wounds. He didn't give a very. All he felt was Sabella, her hands gripping the leather of the back seat as he kissed her, craved her. Jerking his head back, he stared down at her. Moonlight flowed into the cab of the truck, caressed her face, her dove-gray eyes and swollen lips. Beneath the thin, silky blouse, her breasts rose and fell as she panted for air. Noah had to clench his teeth to keep from tearing the blouse from her body. Levering himself over her, he stared down at her body. The skirt had ridden up her thighs, nearly showing her panties, kicking a punch of reaction in his gut that stole his breath. Her thighs shimmered in the moonlight, like satin, like sweet, soft magic. Sabella had always been magic to him. Loving her had been his salvation and his greatest torment, his fiercest hunger. "You're perfect." He laid his hand against her thigh, watched the lightly toned muscle ripple around his touch, felt her response against his palm. "Not hardly," she whispered, the throaty sound slicing through his senses with a surge of desire he could barely contain. He smoothed his hand over her thigh, petting, caressing. The feel of her was like a narcotic, going to his head faster than any drug. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Her body responded, a wave of pure, sweet desire. His hands flattened on her back, holding her in a half-reclined position, as his head lowered to her chest. He caressed her intimately, and her moan raced over his senses like a caress. "I love your body," he sighed, his lips caressing her. So sweet and responsive, so full of desire. She tensed, arched. Noah slid her to the middle of the seat, positioning himself intimately, holding her, laying her back, and drew close again. "I'm going to pleasure you, Sabella, pleasure you so sweetly and deeply that you reach your peak from that alone." He had done that for her once, long ago, in those months before they married. He'd aroused her body with merciless hunger until the intimate caress caused her to reach her peak. He wanted that again. He wanted her wild and waiting for his intimate touch, her desire palpable, clinging to him. He wanted her so aroused, so passionate, the imprint of their connection so deep inside this vehicle that she never, never allowed another man inside it with her. She writhed beneath him as his head lowered again. He caressed her intimately, kissed beneath the swollen curve. His teeth raked close to her skin. He nipped at the creamy flesh and left a soft, reddened mark as he drew close. Branded her. The little love bite would darken, mark her as his. So sweet and lush. He drew his shirt over his head as he watched her and tossed it aside. "I want to touch you." Her voice was thick with desire now, dazed, hungry. "Let me touch you." "Not yet." He ran his palms over her arms, pressed her hands deeper between the seat bottom and back. "Hold on right there. Don't move your hands or we'll stop." The heck they would. If she touched him, he was going to go up in flames and connect with her so intensely that neither of them would know what hit them. "Stay right there, Sabella. Stay there and let me love you." What was he doing to her? There were aspects of him that bore no resemblance to the husband she remembered, that drew parts of herself free that she knew Nathan had never possessed. Just as he gave her the parts of himself that she hadn't known during their marriage, she arched as his hands cupped her chest, just rough enough to spike an air of danger and overwhelming hunger. Pressing her curves together as he caressed her intimately, his fingers moving over them, then his lips. Nathan had always been a thorough lover, but now it was as though the hunger that raged inside him raged for everything, every part of her, even her soul. And her chest was so sensitive. Her body responded with pure sensation. His short, closely cropped beard rasped against her flesh. His lips smoothed and nipped, and his intimate touch. She arched, twisted, and tried to get closer to that intimate caress as each touch around the sensitive points sent rapturous spikes of sensation tearing through her. She was so aroused, so sensitive. She needed so bad that the moans falling from her lips were more pleas, begging need than anything else. "You like this?" Confidence, pleasure filled his gravelly voice. "I hate it," she panted, lying, knowing better. Noah chuckled, and for a moment she was thrown back in time. That chuckle, rough, velvety, was a sound from the past and nearly threw her to her peak as he chose that moment to swipe his lips over a sensitive point. "I bet you're so aroused," he crooned roughly. "If I caressed you intimately, your desire would cling to me. Caress my lips and make me high with the taste of your need. That tone, it was almost lyrical, despite the rough pitch of his voice. Sabella shivered at the sound and felt more of her arousal easing, coating her bare flesh. Once I get intimate, your body is going to be fully aroused, aren't they, Sabella? She smiled up at him. I'd have to have curls there for that, Noah. He froze. His eyes glowed, his expression contorted with so much lust, so much hunger, that the sight of it sent a powerful wave of sensation straight through her. Oh yes, her Nathan loved her bear. He had loved caressing her intimately, touching them, kissing them, his breathing roughened, rasping from his throat as his jaw tightened. Bear? The muscles in his chest and biceps tightened, bulged. All bear, Noah. She smiled, a slow, knowing smile. All soft and silky, nothing but flesh. He jerked as though a lash had been laid to him. One hand moved to his jeans, pulled his belt loose, tore open his jeans. His head lowered to her chest again, and she nearly screamed as his lips covered her. He was pleasuring himself. Sabella knew he was, and she wanted to touch. She wanted to experience. But his lips were consuming her, the pleasure driving hard, brutal waves of pleasure through her body until she felt an intense release. Not a hard peak, a rush of fiery ecstasy detonated her core and washed through her. She cried out, shuddering and jerking against the pleasure as his intimate touch flickered over her and a groan tore from his chest. He jerked up, then shifted, one hand burying in her hair, lifting her head and drawing her close for intimate contact. His intimate presence met her lips, and she responded greedily. One hand pulled at the front snap of her skirt, jerked at the zipper, and pushed the material to her thighs. Sabella lifted, using one hand to help him divest her of the skirt, leaving only her panties covering her hips. Silk thongs that did nothing to hold back the arousal glazing her now. She took him intimately into her mouth, caressed him, and responded to the taste of his desire that had spilled from him. Yes, he hissed with brutal pleasure. Gosh, your mouth is good, so aroused. Take me deeper, Sabella. Take it deeper, baby. Just a little bit deeper. She took him deeper, responding as he moved in and back, slow, deliberate motions that filled her senses with his presence. Noah stared down at her, watching her as she watched him, her lips moving over his intimate presence. Her touch was so intense, so brutally good. Gosh, pleasuring him like she loved it, loved the taste of him, the feel of him intimately. And he loved her intimate attention, loved watching her, that little edge of innocence in her expression, making him more aroused, hungrier if possible, as though she were almost a virgin, almost as innocent as the first time he took her. Noah gripped himself, his thighs tightening, as she slid one hand up his thigh, cupped him intimately. He snarled at the ecstasy of her touch, the firm, intense caress of her lips. He ran his hand down her flexing abdomen, touched her intimately beneath her panties, and paused. Not yet. If he let his fingers feel the intense arousal now, he'd lose it. He'd respond completely, fill his intimate touch with his release, and all hope of control would be shot to heck. Look how bad you are. He let a tight, approving grin curl his lips as she teased him intimately. She pulled back, caressed him intimately, flickered against him as a groan tore from his chest. He pulled his fingers back from beneath her panties, stared down at her with wicked promise, then laid a light, sensual little tap against her intimately over the silk of her panties. She froze. Her gray eyes nearly went black, then her lips covered him intimately, and she was responding with hungry, aroused demand. "Like that, baby?" he whispered. "Should I caress that pretty body for you?" She jerked. The sweet intimacy of her mouth deepened, drawing him impossibly tighter as he laid another heavy caress to the silk-covered curve and nearly reached his peak. Sabella tried to scream as she pleasured him deeply. The heavy caresses, not really smacks, but a deep, fiery impact against her sensitive flesh, were flashing through her nerve endings, ripping through the rest of her body. It was nothing gentle. She didn't want gentle. For each fiery caress, she pleasured him deeper, firmer, caressed him intimately, and told him with more than words the pleasure tearing through her. "You love it." He cupped her intimately, rotated the pad of his palm over her sensitive core. "You like it just a little intense, don't you, baby? Just a little bit. Enough to make it burn?" She loved the burn. She couldn't believe he was doing this, here in his truck. He'd never done anything this extreme in the whole time she had known him before his disappearance. He had never loved her like this, taken her with such lust and hunger. Holy heck. Noah felt the need exploding his brain. Adrenaline punched through his system. Lust sliced through his senses. He wasn't going to be able to hold back. If he didn't get her sweet attention off him, he was going to reach his peak. He pulled back, smoothed his palm over her aroused panties, and heard her sharp intake of breath. He laid another heated caress. It wasn't a slap, it was a heavy pat, enough to make her burn, to make her sensitive core pulse and throb, but not enough to make her reach her peak. Not yet. He wanted her to reach her peak with his intimate touch. He wanted to feel her body clenching, responding, tightening for him. He pulled back, lifted her, moved her until her head was in the corner across from the steering wheel. He positioned her intimately, stared down at the pale peach aroused silk that covered her. He drew her panties over her thighs, pressed her legs together, her knees back, lifting her legs as he drew the silk off her legs, and then stared down at her intimate curves. Smoothing his hand over the pretty rise of her hips, he lifted it, then tapped it. Just a little smack. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. When he collapsed over her, his arms wrapping around her, folding her in his powerful hold, Sabella had to fight to hold back her tears, her need for explanations. She had her husband's body, held all the dark passion she had only glimpsed in him before, but she didn't have his trust. It was a hard blow, the realization that he didn't trust her, that he trusted his brother, but not her. Her arms tightened around him, and a single tear slid from her eye before she could battle the rest back. They came together in passion. He let his hands stroke over her, ease her. Her back was to his chest, his hips spooned against her, and he should have been uncomfortable. He wasn't. He was holding her, brushing her hair back from her face before kissing her brow gently. "Okay," he whispered as he felt her breathing finally steady. Her little laugh was thready, almost tearful. "Does alive count?" Her voice was hushed, as soft as his, as though to speak any louder would somehow damage the intimacy enfolding them. "I definitely want you alive." He smiled at her, his fingers stroking down her bare arm as her head lay on the pillow of his other arm. She was relaxed, soft against him, like a lazy little cat. All that was missing was the purr. "This is nice," she murmured, turning to stare up at him, flowing against him like silk. "You're very hardcore, aren't you, Noah?" He granted that. "You call that hardcore? Baby, that was just a little snack. Playtime." He grinned as her eyes widened in playful surprise. "I might not survive it if you get serious then." Her lips pursed at the thought. "Maybe I should double up on my vitamins." He nicked the tip of her nose, almost laughing at her expression as he stroked his fingers along her hip. "Very bad girl," he warned her. "You could end up getting disciplined." "But I like getting disciplined." She looked up at him from the corners of her eyes. "You're all threat. She broke off. God, she pushed her fingers roughly through her hair. She had almost called him Irish, almost let her knowledge of who he was slip past her lips. "You what?" Noah grinned, pulling back. Her expression seemed to even out, a rueful smile pulling at her lips. "I think you're all talk." His eyes narrowed. "I could say different." "Tonight?" She laughed, a low, lazy sound. "Let's go home first. The bed is more comfortable." "Home?" He paused as he stared down at her. "Huh?" Her gaze flickered as though some uncomfortable thought had suddenly invaded her mind. A reminder that it wasn't his home, maybe? He was the other man, the man holding her, intimately involved with her, while her heart belonged to the man he had been. Really, he was going to have to stop this. He could finish the long, slow slide into insanity if he continued to let himself be jealous of himself. Back to the house. She finally shrugged. Home is only where you want to be, I guess. If you prefer the bed at the apartment, then that's your choice. She lifted away from him, gathered her clothes from the floor of the truck, and began dressing. I hurt you. I didn't mean to. He frowned at her back. Gosh, he needed to get a handle on himself. How long do you intend to stick around, Noah? The question surprised him. Noah narrowed his eyes at her, aware that she was deliberately keeping her back to him. Do you want me to leave? An irritated little sniff sounded through the cab of the truck, feminine, filled with ire. Did I ask you to leave? Perhaps I'm just curious if you intend to stick around or if you have other plans anytime soon. There was a tension in her voice that had his body tightening. Other plans? Such as what? Such as leaving, she shrugged. You blew into town from nowhere, took over my life and my bed. Perhaps I'd just like to know if you're considering more than a few one-night stands. She wanted commitment. Sabella wasn't an easy conquest. He had known that when he first met her. Yet here he was, knowing when this mission finished, it would be time to leave. There are some things I have to leave to take care of soon, he finally warned her. He couldn't promise her anything yet. Not yet. He couldn't promise her forever until he knew if signing his life away to the elite ops meant signing everything away. Sabella closed her eyes and fought the pain. Which was worse, she wondered, losing him to a supposed death or having him walk away voluntarily? The latter would hurt worse, but at least she wouldn't wonder. She would know he was safe, know he was alive. But that didn't keep the anger from burning inside her like an inferno that only seemed to grow. I see. She buttoned her blouse in hard, jerky movements before reaching for her panties and skirt. What do you see? He seemed genuinely curious. You're not future material, just a casual encounter wherever you happen to be. She shrugged, as though it didn't matter. Very him. Very him to heck. Really it. Forget it. She'd had enough of this. Enough, as of now. She jerked her skirt on. Get dressed. I need to get home. I have things to do tomorrow, and they don't include lying around all day. I've wasted enough of my life as it is. What the gosh does that mean? His voice turned cold, stony. She turned back to him, watching as he levered up, glaring back at her with narrowed eyes. Exactly what I said. I've spent too many years grieving for a man who didn't love me enough to keep himself alive and come back home to me. She let her gaze flick disdainfully over him. I'll be very if I'll waste so much as another day on a man who doesn't even care enough to let me know if he intends to stick around for a while. Promises are for fools, Sabella, he rasped. You should have learned that with your husband. You're very right. I should have. She threw his pants at him. There are a lot of lessons I should have learned with my husband, starting with the fact that he was a difficult person who obviously didn't know how to love anything but himself and his really job. Lesson learned. I won't make that same mistake with you. His shirt hit him in the face. Get dressed. I'm exhausted and ready to sleep now. In my bed, alone. Like gosh. Gosh describes it, she muttered, but it beats sleeping with a no-commitment jerk who doesn't mind a bit to engage casually and leave. Now, take me home. Her eyes were dry. There were no tears. She watched as he dressed, and the difficult person, he didn't even struggle or cobtor to do it. He watched her with narrowed, fierce eyes. I'll be sleeping in that bed with you, he promised her. I might be a no-commitment jerk and a luckless, difficult person, but don't forget, while I'm here, you're mine. She stared back at him. Keep dreaming, Noah Blake, because my bed is the last very place you belong. Noah twirled the wrench between his fingers and chewed thoughtfully at his gum as he watched Sabella 2 days later. She hadn't been joking. She'd kicked him right out of her bed and apparently out of her life, for now at least. He watched her from beneath lowered lashes as he pretended to stare into the guts of the SUV he was supposed to be working on. You're hard at work, huh? Nick leaned against the fender and peered into the motor. Need some help? Sure, Noah murmured absently. Any word? Word on the DNA samples they had slipped to the bunker, and Jordan had shipped out for testing. Delbert had picked up his pickup that morning. The sneering, smug little turd. He looked at Noah as though he had crawled out of the dumb pit when Noah had informed him there was no way to juice up his motor. Let him juice his own motor. By time the feds were finished taking that difficult person apart, searching for the evidence Noah had left, good old Delbert was going to be too busy to be worrying about juice. No word, answered. I could use some help this evening, though, if you are not busy. They both glanced at Sabella in the office then. She was frowning over something Toby had said. She hadn't braided her hair this morning. She hadn't worked on one of the cars this morning. She'd worked in the office, done the filing, made Toby crazy as she butted in and did his job. I don't appear to be busy, he drawled, twirled the wrench, and stared at the waves of dark hair framing Sabella's face as she turned her frown to the papers on the desk.
How did you screw up? Nick asked then. The wrench paused, then moved deliberately through his fingers. Who says I screwed up? His wife had said it. His wife, and she'd thrown him out of his truck. Even worse, she'd thrown him out of their bed, threatened to call the sheriff if he didn't leave. Difficult person. Could anybody be more tangled than he was right now? She was right. He was slime. A difficult person. A no-commitment, difficult person who didn't deserve to be anywhere close to her. He threw the wrench in the toolbox at his side, hearing the clank and clatter as he jerked a greasy rag from the fender and wiped his hands quickly. What kind of help do you need? Nick scratched his jaw and looked at where Noah had thrown the wrench. I need to go see a friend, Nick stated. The code smooth, rueful. A meeting had obviously been called at the bunker. Gosh! Noah plowed his fingers through his hair and grimaced. He'd have to tag Rory, put him with Sabella. After the attempt on Toby, Noah was terrified to leave her alone. Sorry, dude, you promised. Nick slapped him on the shoulder. But you know, it's not like you can't have your cake and eat it too. She's a fine woman. She'd make any man an even finer wife. I'd consider that if I were you. Walk away and someone else will step in eventually. Is that what you want? Noah felt his lip twitch as fury began to burn inside him. He shot the big Russian a hard look and only got a cold smile in return. Yeah, he'd promised. It had been his really hand that signed the papers, giving his soul to the elite ops rather than returning to his wife. He'd been warned then. He could never return to his old life. There was no resignation. There was no opting out unless he was dead. And there was no revealing who and what he was, but there was no clause that hadn't said Noah Blake couldn't marry or fall in love. But could he keep his Bella and remain here, in his hometown, and maintain the illusion of who he was forever? The elite ops wasn't a prison, but the consequences of breaking contract weren't pretty. Gitmo wasn't a place Noah wanted to be. If he revealed who he was, what he was, and it was learned, he could be shipped out as an enemy combatant and never be seen again. The question was, could he remain with Sabella and never tell her he was the husband she had lost? Could he live with hating one part of himself because his wife still longed for something she thought could never return? The jealousy was like an acrid burn in his soul, and despite his determination to keep her, Noah wondered how long he could actually stay and have that life with her while maintaining his secrets. The wife who wasn't a thing like the pretty little thing he'd left 6 years ago. The Sabella who had stared back at him, dry-eyed and furious 2 nights before, was nothing like the tender, soft-hearted young woman he had left when he went on that last fateful mission. The woman he remembered shedding tears when she saw new wounds on his body after a mission. He'd seen the horror in her eyes over a shallow knife cut. He'd seen the nightmares in her eyes when he returned, exhausted, from 6 to 8 weeks, sometimes longer, deployed into areas he could barely pronounce the name of. The Sabella he had known would have broken at the sight of his face, destroyed from so many beatings, his back, chest, and thighs lashed to ribbons from a whip. Starved down and so desperate for intimacy, he was like an animal. He'd been like an animal for 3 years. He'd sought release until he was exhausted, and on the retraining missions, he'd been the demon of death. He didn't ask questions. He didn't pull punches.
He didn't give anyone the chance to strike at him, capture him. He thought his life with Sabella was over. The woman he had thought he had known couldn't accept the man he had become. And he'd learned he'd never known the woman he had loved. Not all the way to the bone. He'd only known what he'd wanted to see. The helpless little blonde Southern baby. Sexy and vulnerable and so young. It was what he had wanted to see, because seeing the strength in the core of her would have given him a clue into the future, into a woman who would have stood by him no matter how broken he had been. And his very pride, that was it. His pride hadn't been able to consider the thought of Sabella ever seeing him as less than what he wanted to be in her eyes. Invincible. But he hadn't been invincible. It had taken Fuentes almost 2 years, but before his rescue, Noah had known it wouldn't be long before he lost the will to live or to fight. And Sabella had been there with him. In the darkest nights, the bleakest days, she had been there through it all, holding on to his soul. That very woman had a spine like steel and a look that could flay a man's flesh at 100 paces, if she deigned to look at him. She was the woman who had held him through hell, through her dreams. And he had thought she wasn't strong enough to hold him broken and in pain. He'd been a fool. And now, walking away from her just might kill him. But staying, what if staying could kill her? "What time do we need to leave?" he finally asked Nick, forcing his gaze away from Sabella. "Just after the garage shuts down. At dark, they would enter the bunker under the cover of night, lights off and on stealth mode." He nodded slowly. "I'll let my friend know we'll be there," Nick murmured, as Noah rubbed the back of his neck and moved from the garage to the convenience store where Rory was taking his turn manning the counter. The convenience store was empty, one of those lulls that came every few hours. Rory watched him approach, his blue eyes flat, his expression set. Rory had been watching him like that for a week now. "What do you need?" His brother crossed his arms over his chest as he glanced at the closed door between the store and the office. "I have to go out this evening." Noah stared back at Rory curiously. Someone else had changed in the past years. Maybe Rory had grown up. Noah felt his chest clench at the knowledge that he had missed it. His baby brother. Their father had cast him and his mother off, refused to acknowledge the black-haired, red-faced infant he'd created with the dark-haired shop clerk from Odessa. Grandpop had taken him instead, the squalling little scrap of flesh that no one wanted but an old man and a 10-year-old boy. Noah had helped raise Rory, and he'd missed whatever moment Rory had faced that turned him from a lazy, reckless young man to the man facing him now. "Fine, you go out, I'll watch her. It's what I've been doing all along anyway." Rory shrugged, that thread of anger warning Noah exactly what the problem was. The same problem Sabella was having. He breathed out roughly and glanced at the door. "She doesn't need to know," he finally said, his voice hard as he turned back to Rory. "She still has her memories of what was. She doesn't need to know what it became." "I said I'd watch her," Rory grunted. "I didn't ask for your excuses." "What in the world do you want to ask me for then, kid?" Noah bit out. "Spit it out before it eats you alive." "Before it eats you alive." Rory smiled mockingly. "Don't worry, man. I got nothing to complain at you about. You're free and easy, right? Go be free and easy. I have work to do." Noah glanced at the door again. In the past 2 days, he could have sworn he felt her tears, her pain. "Get off that attitude, Rory," he told his brother Warren. "This thing is getting too close. I have to be able to trust you to handle the fallout." When things went wrong, Rory had to get Sabella out of town. He wanted her out of it, away from it. "I know my responsibilities," Rory assured him, a snap in his voice. "Very good thing one of us remembers." Before Noah could stop the reaction, his hand snapped out, his fingers gripping Rory's neck. His brother's eyes widened as Noah gritted his teeth and pulled back, slowly. "Don't forget them." He was aware of Sabella standing in the doorway, the doorknob gripped in her hand, as she stared between Noah and Rory. She was pale. There were dark shadows under her eyes. His body reacted, already tense. He swore it only intensified impossibly further at the sight of her. "Do you two have a problem I need to know about?" Rory's jaw clenched. "No problem, Belle," he answered for both of them. "He just grates on the nerves sometimes, I guess." "Do tell." She arched her brow as she stepped from the office. "I'm going out for a while.
Toby has the office, and I'm getting on his nerves. There are cars in the bay, Noah gritted out. And you're so handy with them, she stated coolly, as she moved from the office and closed the door behind her. I'll see the two of you in the morning. Where in the world are you going? The words were out of his mouth before he could hold them back. Noah could feel the tension brewing in him, between them. She wanted promises. She should have learned how easily promises could be broken. He knew, and it ravaged his soul, tore at his guts minute by minute, knowing, at any moment, any promise he made to her could be like dust, like death, simply gone. It's none of your business where I'm going, Mr. Blake, she told him, but if you must know, I thought I'd go clean house. Her eyes met his, and he felt something constrict in his soul. See y'all tomorrow. She moved to the cooler, grabbed a cold water, and left the store. Noah watched her walk across the asphalt of the station lot and take the walkway up to the house. She moved slow and easy, her hips shifting, her form moving gracefully. His hands clenched at the remembered feel of those curves under his hands. 2 days without her, and it felt like another 6 years. You're killing her, Rory said then. You fly back in here, make her live again, and then suddenly she's hollow-eyed and quiet. I hate you for that, Noah. And Noah nodded slowly. Yeah, he understood that. Related. Felt it. He hated himself. He shook his head and moved from the store, back to the garage. He had vehicles to fix, a mission to finish. Things were better this way. She wasn't hiding in the house, burrowed in the bed, grieving for a man who no longer existed. She was pissed, probably hurt. But this one she could survive, he told himself. He picked up the wrench and braced his hands on the frame of the SUV, and wondered if he would survive it. Because he could feel the pain fracturing inside him, spreading through him until the ache was like an open wound. Until the need for her touch, her laughter, her smile, sliced at his soul. Sabella walked into the house and slammed the door closed. She was met by pictures, dozens and dozens of pictures that filled the living room. Pictures of Nathan, of her and Nathan, Nathan and Grandpop, and Rory and Nathan. They stared at her, mocking her. She moved to the fireplace, to the mantel, and lifted the trifold frame. And she smiled. Their wedding picture. How young she had been. How stupid. She let her finger trace over Nathan's strong jaw. It wasn't as blunt now. It was sharper, leaner. She'd been on the computer that morning, researching what kind of damage could have caused that. Shattered bones had been the most likely cause, or broken bones that had rehealed improperly. She closed her eyes and swallowed tight. Repairing it would have been almost as painful as the cause. His lower lip wasn't as full as it had been, and there was a fine web of barely detectable scarring at one side. She leaned her head against the picture of the man she had been married to. I love you, she whispered. I love you, Noah. Because he was Noah now, and she knew it. Nathan still lived inside him, but she had a feeling Noah was the man Nathan had never given her. She replaced the picture before she trudged up the stairs and moved to the shower. She'd promised Sienna and Kira she would meet them at one of the bars in town later. One of the few Rick didn't fight Sienna over going to. Rick was as protective of his wife as Nathan had been over her, long ago and far away. She shook her head at that thought. She had several hours before she needed to get ready for that little girl's night out. She walked into the bedroom, stared at the bed. She started by stripping off the comforter, then the sheets, the pillowcases that still held his scent. She changed the bed, packed the sheets downstairs to the washer, and poured the detergent and bleach to them. She walked to the basement, pulled free one of the most expensive bottles of his wine, and brought it upstairs. Gosh, it wasn't as though he needed it. He wasn't sticking around, and she very sure wasn't packing it up for him. She cleaned house and drank the wine. She dusted and scrubbed. She cleaned the scent of him out of her home. She changed her comforter, pulled the pillows from the guest room, and placed those on her bed. They definitely didn't smell like Noah. She turned the music up loud. Godsmack, 9 Inch Nails, all those pesky hard rock bands Noah had always hated, and she hadn't played them when he was home. She finished the wine and let the glow suffuse her.
She filed and painted her finger and toenails. She showered, lotioned her body, fixed her hair, and put on the makeup she hadn't worn in 3 years. The dainty little ankle bracelet he had bought her while they were dating graced her ankle. She smiled with a mocking little twist of her lips as she clasped a silver necklace around her neck and attached the silver armband to her upper arm that he had bought her just before the son of a difficult person died. "Jerk," she muttered. "Has to leave to sort some things out, does he?" Forget it. It wasn't like she had asked him for the truth. She'd asked if he was staying. That wasn't uncalled for. It wasn't wrong, and it sure as gosh wasn't pressure. He was her husband. She stared at the gold wedding band she had taken off only months before. She had to blink back her tears as she picked it up, stared at it. Inside, Go Siorin had been engraved, Celtic for forever. She had finally looked it up. It meant forever, his vow to her. Forever didn't last long enough, but she slid the ring on the ring finger of her right hand. She was a widow, right? That's where widows wore then rings. Her husband was indeed dead, because her husband would have never told her he had to leave to sort some things out. She inhaled roughly, trying to ignore the sense of comfort the ring brought her, even on the wrong finger. Pulling on snug jean shorts and a sleeveless blouse, she clenched her teeth, forcing herself to go through with this little girl's night out Sienna was so determined to have. She tucked the shirt into her shorts and threaded the leather belt through the loops. She slid a toe ring on, something else he had bought her. She wiggled her toes, eyeing the cherry red polish critically before sliding her feet into stylish leather sandals. She spritzed herself with the softly scented cologne she had always favored, then headed back downstairs. Striding into the kitchen, she heard the Harley and went to the window to watch as its headlight cut through the darkness and sped away from the garage. Where was he going? Another fight? He was here for a mission, she reminded herself. She knew he was, she just hadn't figured out what it was. And she hadn't asked. That was dumb of her. Because she hadn't wanted the inevitable question to come up. What happened when the mission or assignment was over? What happened when he no longer had a reason to be an Alpine? And now she knew. He'd have to leave, to sort some things out. She shook her head, picked up the phone, and called a cab. She didn't want to drive tonight. She intended to enjoy this little outing Sienna had guilted her into. She intended to dull her senses just enough to laugh with her friends, to be a girl again. It had been a very long time since she had been a woman, just for the sake of being a woman. Too many years since she had felt a sense of freedom, and that freedom hurt. It hurt like gosh. She shoved a credit card and her house keys in the back pocket of her jeans and went out to the front porch to await her ride. Sabella knew she was too very pissed to be leaving the house, too hurt. She should face Noah with what she knew, scream and demand the truth, but pride held her back. Who wanted a man who stayed simply because a woman reminded him that he was married? As the cab drew into the driveway, she watched Rory step out of the convenience store, staring up at the drive. "Pull down to the garage first," she told Art Strickman, the young man driving the cab that night. His daddy owned 3 cabs, and they all kept up a steady business, especially on a Friday night. "Yes, Miss Malone." He flashed her a smile before turning and driving to the front of the convenience store. Rory was waiting on her. "Where in gosh's name are you going?" Rory took one look at her and barely managed to keep his mouth from dropping open. Holy gosh, Noah was going to explode. This was the Sabella he knew. This woman standing in front of him of looking like a very goddess. Her hair all fluffed around her face, her eyes smoky in the dim light, legs a mile long, and nails painted cherry red. "Girls' night out?" She wagged her brows. "I'll be back late, so make sure you lock up tight and take the bank bag with you. I'll get it in the morning." "Gosh, Belle," he swallowed tightly. "Hang around a bit. I'll go with you. I close up in an hour." "Girls' night out, Rory." She patted his cheek with a mocking little laugh. "Sienna and Kira Richards are waiting on me. I've just put away a bottle of Nathan's 1800 and something French wine, and I'm heading out to have a little fun. You can survive without me." Gosh. He pushed his fingers through his hair and stared around the lot as he heard the door open behind him. Miss Malone, wow, you look amazing. Toby almost cackled. You're going out tonight? Ain't he sweet? Belle wrinkled her nose back at him. Girls' night out, Toby. Make sure you get a ride home. No walking, promise. You betcha, Toby laughed. Tell me where you're going. Maybe we'll join you. Sabella shot him a sharp look. Do I look like I need a babysitter? She waved her hand down her body as she cocked her hip with feminine arrogance. Rory and Toby both nearly swallowed their tongues at the look. Rory swore Noah was going to detonate like a nuclear bomb when he caught sight of this. And oh boy, Rory did intend to make very certain his brother knew his wife was out on the town looking like an incredibly attractive woman. Not that Belle looked improper. She looked very good. Too very good. Too very attractive, dressed like the woman she was, and too innocent to know what she was letting all those Friday night cowboys get a glimpse of. One pissed off, hurting woman. No, ma'am. Toby was the first to speak. I just want to see the fireworks later. Rory shot Toby a silencing look, one the boy ignored. What fireworks? The ones that are going to hit Alpine when Mr. Blake finds you, Toby said, laughing. Talk about a Friday night free-for-all. Yeah, Mr. No Commitment has things to sort out, Blake. Don't worry. I have a feeling he couldn't give a care one way or the other. And she believed it. Rory saw it in her face, in her eyes. She believed to the bottom of her heart that Noah didn't give a care. Gosh, someone was going to end up hurt tonight, and he just prayed it wasn't Sabella, or Noah, or, God forbid, him. With his luck, Noah would rip his head off just for letting her go. But he let her go, watched the cab pull out, and breathed out roughly. How old are you, Toby? 19, but I got friends, Toby told him. I can get in any bar in town. Rory ran his gaze critically over Toby. Yeah, he could pass for 21. We are such dead meat. Noah will kill us both, he snarled. Man, you can't let her go by herself if there's a mess going on. And I'm not stupid. I've watched you and Noah enough to know there's definitely a mess going on, Toby snapped. We have to follow her. Call Noah, man. This is bad. It's Friday night, Rory. You know how many men are going to be hitting on her? It's like setting a baby lamb loose in a pen of wolves. Rory glanced at his watch and bit back a curse. Noah wouldn't even have cell coverage for another 2 hours. He'd warned Rory of that. Only Uncle Jordan had access. Gosh, this was bad. Lock up. They turned and rushed inside. Pumps were shut down, lights turned out, and they ignored the car that pulled in, its horn blowing imperiously in front of the pumps. Start calling your friends. Find out which bar she's at, Rory ordered half an hour later as they jumped into his car. I'll get hold of a contact and see if they can catch Mr. Noah Jerk Blake. How stupid can a man get? As stupid as Blake? Toby asked. That was rhetorical, kid, Rory groaned. It was supposed to be rhetorical. Jordan listened to Rory's frantic voicemail, lifted his brows, and stared through the window into the briefing room where the agents of the elite ops had gathered. Man, get hold of Noah, fast. Don't know what he did to piss off Belle. She's got girls' night out and looks incredibly attractive. She's headed to the borderline. Kira Richards and Sienna Grayson are meeting her. Get me some backup before that psychotic jerk you have with you goes nuclear for this. He grabs my neck one more time, and I swear to God, Jordan, and I'm telling Grandpop, your name will be in it. You don't want that, and I'll tell on you. The message cut off. Jordan clicked the button to continue to the next frantic message and almost smiled. Rory was losing his mind, and Noah would be next. I'm telling you, I have to tell Grandpop, and we're all gonna pay, all of us. Tell him that one for me. He does it again, and we're all screwed, 'cause I'm squealing like a pig to the old man and saving my own ass first. You tell him that. The message cut off. Rory was threatening to tell Grandpop on all of them. Gosh, he almost felt young again. Rory was always telling Grandpop on them when he thought they were getting his ass in trouble. What Rory had never known was that Grandpop had usually already guessed. But having the kid trust him, love him enough, always made the old man very proud. Unfortunately, this time, telling Grandpop wasn't an option. Jordan leaned back in his chair, stared at his nephew, and he almost smiled. Almost. because Noah chose that moment to stare back at him, as though he knew something was up, and Jordan knew exactly what that something was. Gosh, he loved that boy. A part of him had died when he thought his nephew had, and he swore his soul had lightened when he found out Nathan was alive. And he'd worried very much, especially when Nathan refused to let them call Belle. But this might be working out better. He rose from his seat and strode into the briefing room. Yeah, things just might be coming together for his nephew. And when they did, he nodded to himself. When they did, then all the conniving and manipulation he'd used against his nephew would have been worth it. Every second of it. If Noah didn't kill him first. Okay, boys, here's your files. He tossed the files to the table. We have DNA verification. Order will go out to the sheriff and the state police first thing in the morning to haul Delbert Ransom's ass in. Let's be prepared. Micah had photos. Late Night Recon had observed several midnight hunting parties in the past week that had, thankfully, not resulted in prey being located. But they had the pictures, taken at long range, one of which showed Delbert Ransom's pickup.
We have Kira and Taya running matches on the other vehicles, but we haven't identified them yet. Jordan was still outlining the files an hour later. Noah's head lifted from the pictures to stare at his uncle. Everyone, Taya will be working communications and logistics for us. He nodded to the door and the small redhead who stood leaning against the frame, arms crossed over a snug t-shirt, her jeans-clad legs crossed at the ankles. What happened? Noah asked then. The orphan-turned-heiress has decided to stay? Taya's lips lifted with an edge of amusement. I never claimed the Fitzhugh estate. My name was wiped from the reports of the mission that Joseph Fitzhugh was killed in. His estate went to cover debts and to secure the future of the young woman he was still holding on his estate. Who would want the world to know she was the daughter of a terrorist and white slaver so vile that a cartel drug lord had been promised protection to secure the terrorist's identity and capture? Her long red hair was pulled back into a low ponytail. Her green eyes stared cynically into the meeting room. We also have reports of a newborn showing up with the housekeeper of Galen Patrick. Jordan turned back to the file. One of the kidnapped legal aliens had a child, an infant, mere months old. The baby's body was never found. The DNA found beneath Ransom's truck matched that of the father, but not the mother. The feds can get him on both deaths, though, correct? Micah spoke up, his eyes gleaming like black ice in his hard features. That's what they're working on, Jordan nodded. Federal, state, and county law enforcement will converge on the Patrick Ranch in the morning. Sheriff Grayson, not Alpine's small police force, will be aware of the arrest warrant before the FBI arrives with it. There will be agents ready to catch Ransom if he tries to run or ditch the truck. They're going for complete secrecy, and there's a good chance they can contain any calls outgoing to the Patrick Ranch with the plan they have in place. What basis are they using for suspicion? Noah asked. Anonymous tip. Jordan smiled mockingly. Seems someone thinks they saw Ransom's truck possibly chasing someone through the valley that night, a lone hiker. Noah nodded. It was imperative that they keep suspicion off the garage. We've had John on the daughter of Colton James, the owner of the bank Mike Conrad is manager of. Katie James works in accounts there. It seems some of Conrad's accounts appear a little off to her. He nodded to the Australian then. John Vincent flicked Jordan a rather sarcastic look before he spoke. Katie seems to think there are a few too many inconsistencies in some of the larger accounts. Namely, the fact that several of the corporate accounts he manages have signs of being used to launder large amounts of money. And she told you this? Why? Noah asked him. I know Katie. She doesn't run her mouth about bank accounts. John's lips twisted mockingly. No, she doesn't. But she does keep a rather detailed journal. She's looking at getting herself in quite a bit of trouble if she isn't careful. Noah shook his head. Didn't it just figure? He wondered if Sabella kept a journal. Gosh, he realized he had no idea if she did or not. The evidence found in Conrad's library, along with the suspected laundering and Ransom's involvement, puts Galen Patrick right in the thick of it, John continued. One of those very lucrative accounts that Katie has found suspicious ties into Patrick. His ranch borders the park, and it would be easy for him to offset any suspicion.
Patrick employs legal aliens, Noah pointed out. What about the program we got into Conrad's laptop? Have we found anything through it? Nothing yet, Taya answered. We're still working on the encryption on some of the files, but other than that, we've not been able to track any information through it. John, I want you and Micah in town tomorrow. Jordan cut through the comment, hovering on Noah's tongue. John, stay on Miss James. See if you can get her to talk. Micah, make certain you report to your job at the local police station a bit early. See what you can hear. He turned to Travis Kane. Set up in the hills above the Patrick Ranch. See what you can see. Make certain to stay out of sight. Travis nodded sharply, his aristocratic features cool and composed. Nick, you're with Noah at the garage. We know the gossip that flows through there. You two keep your ears open and be ready for any fallout. Nick nodded while Noah watched his uncle carefully. Are you expecting fallout? Jordan informed him. I always expect fallout, informed him. Go through your file. Gossip attained throughout the county points to the BCM's interest in acquiring that garage. Belle was considered an easy mark to take out, but they couldn't kill her. That would have roused too much interest from me personally. I would have investigated the murder of my nephew's wife, and they knew it. After her little venture into the nightlife tonight, I'd expect to see a few interested Perrys coming around, though. Let's see who takes up that interest. Noah froze. He stared at his uncle, feeling a tight ball of carefully controlled fury beginning to slip its leash. Now, let's move on to the rest of our suspected hunting parties. If you'll turn to... What did you just say? Noah asked carefully, aware of the edge to his voice and the tension that filled the room as Jordan paused and looked back at him in surprise. I said, turn to... What venture into what nightlife? His teeth clenched. He swore he felt something explode in his head. Jordan arched his brow coolly. Does it matter? Our only interest in her at this point is the location of her business and the malicious interest in it. Noah rose slowly to his feet, his fingertips pressing into the wood with enough force to turn the tips white. What venture? What nightlife? Agent Blake, are you forgetting something? The mission is our objective here, not the bar where one lone citizen is having a girls' night out. Agreed? Something exploded, detonated. Noah felt the implosion in his brain. Friday night, in Alpine, in a bar? Girls' night out, his ass? Sabella had known better than that, gosh, even 6 years before. She knew what the weekends were like in those bars. She knew being a single woman out on the town on a Friday night was like throwing fresh meat to wolves. Like really, gosh. The guttural force of the curse cut through the room before he jerked back from the table, slamming his chair and the wall and striding from the meeting room. He ignored the sharp command in Jordan's voice as he called him back. He'd signed on for the mission. He'd accepted his death and let his wife go. That was what he had told himself since walking back into her life. He was doing her a favor. He was teaching her to live again, not to love again. He was going to walk out of her life the same way he had walked into it, with no fanfare, no heartbreak. Simple, to the point. Gosh, loving her was killing him, destroying him. And the thought, the knowledge that she had taken him at his word, no strings, no commitment, was burning inside his head like a supernova as he tore down the metal steps leading to the cement parking area. He hit the security button, releasing the lock on the heavy doors, and listened to them slide open as he straddled the Harley and twisted the key in the ignition. With no more than an inch to spare on the door, he was speeding out, lights off, his gaze narrowed against the darkness as he shot through the canyon and hit the dirt road beyond. As he hit the main road, he flipped the lights on and laid the gas to the Harley. A venture into the nightlife on a Friday night in Alpine? Like gosh. He jerked his cell phone from his belt as he rode out of the blackout surrounding the bunker. The message indicator was flashing.
Hitting the button, he held it to his ear and listened to Rory's threats. Tell Grandpa, would he? He was going to strangle that little jerk. What the gosh was he thinking, letting Sabella go out like that? Gosh, all mess was about to hit the fan and Sabella was out partying? A girls' night out with Kira Richards and Sienna Grayson? God help them all. God help him, because he knew what he was doing, what he was going to do. He was going to drag her out of that bar, stake his ownership on her, and destroy them both when he was forced to leave. Because he couldn't stay, and if he tried, then sooner or later he'd trip himself up. He wouldn't be able to hide the truth from her forever, and he knew it. And once she knew, once she understood what had become of her husband, how could she forgive him? She wouldn't forgive him. He'd left her alone for over 4 years after he'd been rescued. He hadn't let her come to him. He'd given his life to the elite ops rather than her. How could she forgive him for that? A contract he couldn't break, missions he couldn't refuse, and the chances would increase with each one that he wouldn't return. She was attached to Noah Blake, a rebound lover. She'd realized that in time, he had told himself, tried to convince himself of it, convince her of it. But as he hit town, possessiveness, arousal, and sheer male fury burned through his mind, and he knew better. There was no convincing him, because he knew the truth. No matter who or what he was, Sabella owned him. She always had, and she always would. And that left a decision he had to make soon. If he walked away, he'd have to walk away forever. If he stayed, eventually he'd have to tell her the truth, and he knew it. Because he knew his Sabella. Eventually, she would figure it out. Friday night at the borderline was no place for a woman to be without her husband or significant other. Sabella thought with an edge of mockery as she sipped at her wine and watched the cowboys eyeing their table. A half dozen had already asked her, Kira, and Sienna to dance. Sienna danced. She loved to dance, and she wasn't particular about who she danced with. Ian had joined Kira not long after they arrived. He sat in a chair behind his wife, his expression amused, his chin propped on his wife's shoulder as she talked to him during the louder portions of the live band, belting out a facsimile of country music's current hits. "You're not dancing, Sabella." Kira watched the dance floor with a gleam of laughter in her gray eyes. "I thought you'd enjoy it as much as Sienna does." Sabella looked out to where Sienna was dancing with 2 cowboys. She used to enjoy dancing, but not with a bunch of cowboys. A smile tugged at her lips. Nathan had always made dancing fun rather than making her feel she was being interviewed as a possible one-night stand. Her lips thinned at the thought. No, she was his one-night stand now. "Come on, Belle, dance with me." Her head lifted and she had to laugh. Martin Slows was a friend of Rory's. Young, his hazel eyes were filled with laughter and he was just a little bit tipsy. He held a bottle of beer in one hand, he was swinging his hips, his snug Wranglers a little too tight, and his western shirt unbuttoned halfway down his smooth chest. His dark brown hair was close cut, a little goatee tried to grow at his chin. She shook her head as his gaze roved over her bare legs, and he gave her a lecherous waggle of his brows. They were the same age, but she felt years older. "Not tonight, Martin. Maybe next time." "You're a cold-hearted woman," he said, pouting, but he moved off to the next table and the little co-ed sitting there. Sabella laughed at the pout. Martin was a charmer, or wanted to be, an overgrown kid with more money in his pocket than good sense in his head, and she knew on his pay he wasn't overrun with money. "This is a friendly little town." Kira leaned forward, her expression filled with laughter over the exchange. Sabella glanced back at Ian. His gaze, for just a second, was hard, cold as he looked out over the dance floor. He was working. She just wondered what the gosh Kira was doing. "It has its moments," she agreed, as Sienna plopped into her chair and waved her hand over her flushed face. "Gosh, those cowboys are wearing me out," she said, laughing. For a moment, Sabella wondered at the changes she saw in her friend. Not that Sienna hadn't always loved to dance, but she did it more vigorously now and flirted a gosh of a lot more than she used to. As the music slid into a slower tune, Sienna was back on her feet, this time with Martin, and Kira and Ian moved from the table to the dance floor as well. Sabella shook her head at the 3 offers she was given and turned her attention to the crowd filling the borderline bar instead. She pretended she didn't see Rory and Toby sitting in the back, along the side of the room she was on. Rory was nursing a beer and glowering, while Toby's had what looked like a soda and was glowering at Rory. Evidently, Rory wasn't letting him have the beer. What the gosh were they doing following her? Babysitting her? She let her nail tap against the table as she considered that. No doubt, Noah would be worrying that whatever he was up to would slap back at her, as it nearly had Toby. Which didn't make sense, because as far as she could tell, Noah wasn't actually doing anything. He worked on cars, spent his evenings torturing her, and other than a few nights a week that he disappeared with Nick, she couldn't find a single clue that he was anything other than what he pretended to be.
a mechanic, one that liked to get into knife fights, obviously. She lifted her beer and sipped at it, almost grimacing at the bitter taste. Maybe tomorrow she'd crack open another of those vintage heirloom wines Nathan had once been so fond of. Not that he had ever drank the very thing, he just collected them, like he had collected his truck and his wife. "Hey, Belle, dance with me." Jason Dugal, one of the Malone cowboys, stepped up to her as the music picked up its beat again. "Come on, you don't want to just sit here all night." His brown eyes sparkled with fun, his blonde hair was sweat dampened and falling over his brow. One dance. She picked up her beer, took a large drink, then rose to her feet and let him take her hand and lead her out to the dance floor. She hadn't danced in years, but the steps came back to her naturally. Within minutes, she was laughing, twisting. Jason was a good dancer, a fun dancer. He didn't touch below the waist, they laughed and she screwed up the steps, and he would swing her around to get her back in step. They finished the song and moved into another, then another. She let her mind drift, remembering the nights she and Nathan had spent dancing here when they went out with friends. And it was fun. It was something she hadn't done since she and Nathan had been married, for one reason or another. Finally, her legs weak and her mouth dry, she waved off another dance and headed for the table. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement and turned. A path opened to the door, and Noah Blake came striding in like the biker bad boy from Gosh. Leather chaps over snug jeans, kick-ass boots on his feet, a leather jacket over a black t-shirt. His blue eyes blazed like Gosh on fire in his dark face, and his black hair was windblown, mussed, and lying to his shoulders in disarray. As though the wind had loved his hair as he rode, combed invisible fingers through it, and left it lying in just the right way to reveal the rugged savagery of the reformed bones and angles of his face. And he was heading straight for her. The music drifted away, a slow, sensual tune heated up the dance floor, and she felt her breathing become harder, deeper. 2 days. She had been without him for 2 days, and it had been, gosh.
How was she going to make it without him when he left to sort things out? He strode to her, that loose-hipped, dangerous swagger that made her mouth dry and her pulse pound. And before she realized his intention, his arms went around her and he pulled her into the softly swaying crowd. Their connection deepened as they moved together. His hands gripped her hips, hers pressed against his chest, fingers curling beneath the vest as they moved to the music. Having fun? His eyes raged, his voice deepened, darkened. Of course. She let her hands slide up his chest to his shoulders, moved in closer, and let herself feel him. Oh, God, how was she supposed to do without him again? How was she supposed to go on when he went off to sort his little things out? She was married. She wasn't a widow. She wasn't a divorcee. She was married, and she still loved her husband, even if somehow, somewhere, his love for her had died. She let her head fall against his chest, her eyes close. A memory, she told herself, something to hold on to when he was gone again. And his arms folded around her, held her close until her bare legs were sliding against the leather chaps, reminding her of the leather seats of the pickup and the intense atmosphere that infused it now. She could feel her body warming, her breasts swelling. Flesh became overly sensitized, and when his hands dipped beneath the short hem of her blouse and touched the bare flesh of her back, she drew in a hard, deep breath. "I've missed you," he breathed against her ear, and she felt herself flinch at the admission. Eyes closed, her face buried against him, she didn't worry about anyone seeing the pain in her face or her eyes. He hid her, sheltered her. "There's nothing to miss," she finally answered, forcing herself to remember that he was going to leave her, walk away from her again. He caressed the side of her head with his jaw. "I want you, Sabella. I want back in that big bed with you. I want to feel our closeness." "For how long?" She shook her head against his chest. "How long, Noah? A night? 2? A week? What do you want from me? What makes you think you can just breeze into town, breeze into my bed, and then ride into the sunset and I'm just going to accept it?" Noah could hear the hurt in her voice. He could feel it. Jealousy over the memory of the man who had spoiled her into seeing exactly how much she was worth, and the knowledge of what he was now, tearing through him. She deserved so much better. deserved a man who didn't face those nights that, for whatever reason, pumped the remnants of the very drug back into his senses, when the lust and the hunger consumed him to the point that he was terrified to be around any woman, especially his Sabella. And he couldn't tell her that. He couldn't tell her about the animal that raged inside him. He couldn't tell her his agreement with Elite Ops, and he couldn't forget that for 18 months he had refused to let her know her husband was alive. The truth would destroy her as surely as the lie eventually would. And at least with the lie, she would have that memory of her husband and what she had meant to him. "There's so much you don't know," he finally sighed against the shell of her ear. "Why I'm here, what has to be done." "Then tell me, Noah." She lifted her head and stared back at him, her gray eyes doved soft, filled with anger and with need. "I'm not a child. I'm not some little ditz that can't understand or handle the realities of life." Noah stared back at her, feeling the wild pulse of hunger tightening between them and the need for answers blazing in her eyes. "I already know part of it," she said softly. "You can share intimacy with me, torture me with everything I can't have, but you can't tell me the truth?" Only so much of it, and he knew it, but parts of it, considering what was coming tomorrow, parts of it she had to understand. When this operation started moving, it would move fast. He needed to know she could protect herself. She had to know she needed to stay safe. For him, for his sanity. "Ride with me," he invited her, knowing that the partial truths would have to come tonight. Who he was, what he had been, would have to remain a secret, forever. "I wore shorts," he shook his head. "I'll be careful. Come on." He pulled back as the music stopped. "We'll ride." Sabella took his hand, her heart thudding in her chest, a feeling of hope rising inside her, though a part of her knew, a part of her accepted, he wasn't going to tell her who he was. But she couldn't stop hoping. She was aware of the eyes watching them as they left that bar. Rory and Toby stood as they passed. She took a second to shoot Rory a narrow-eyed look. The day was going to come when they were going to talk, hard and deep, and that day wasn't far off. She didn't confront him now, wouldn't confront him until Noah left, because she needed to know. She had to know what had happened to her husband, why he hadn't come back to her as he should have. But even more, she needed to know that he wasn't leaving her, that no matter the things he needed to sort out, that he intended to stay, that he intended to claim her again. "Rory called you, didn't he?" she asked as he helped her on the back of the Harley before straddling the machine himself. Rory called. His voice was harder now, cool. "How do you feel about a ride to the city park?" He pulled off his jacket before turning and helping her into it. She nodded slowly. "The park sounds fine." The Harley throbbed to life. The motor vibrated with throttled power before Noah kicked up the stand, kicked it in gear, and pulled out of the parking lot. The summer air whipped through her hair. The remembered sense of freedom that overcame her brought a smile to her face as she wrapped her arms around Noah's lean waist and held on as he headed to the small park. Medina Park was small, beautifully kept. Noah pulled into the deserted parking lot and helped her off the motorcycle. Holding her hand, he led her along a narrow walkway until they turned into a small sheltered picnic area. A lone table sat in the shadowed area, together with the dim outline of an iron barbecue grill. Sabella shoved her hands into the pockets of the jacket as she stepped up on the seat of the table and sat on the wide bench of the table itself. "Why here? No ears to listen," he said, sighing. "And if there were, I'd know it." His head turned as though probing the shadows. "You can see that well in the dark, then?" Nathan had always had exceptional sight, even in the dark. "You know I'm here for a reason, Sabella," he finally bit out, moving until he was sitting behind her, his powerful legs bracketing hers, his arms looping around her as he pulled her back against his chest. "Have you heard about the bodies they found in the national park?" he asked her then. Sabella nodded carefully. "Legals and illegal aliens alike, as well as 3 FBI agents, have died over the past year or so, victims of a vicious hunt. I'm trying to track the men who did this, get the evidence needed, and turn it over to the federal agents working the case." "You're not an agent?" Something inside her tightened into a hard knot of pain. "I'm independent, contracted," he told her, brushing his lips against her ear. "It doesn't stop here, Sabella. The link to this goes much further than this little county.
It's growing, and it's a security threat to the nation. I don't have a choice about where I go from here." She nodded jerkily. "So you really won't be staying?" She was shaking on the inside. She couldn't understand how she was managing to stay calm, collected on the outside. She felt him behind her then, the question hanging between them, filling the heated air with tension and with regret. "You're the best thing that ever happened to me. In my life, touching you, holding you, is the best thing I've ever done. But gosh happens, baby."
And a mess blew up in my face a long, very time ago. She felt the first tear fall and made sure it was the last. She could feel the pain inside her, though. It was clawing, vicious, digging out her heart as she fought against the sobs that wanted to tear through her. Her lips trembled, but she held them back. She didn't know how she held them back. "I want you safe," he continued. "From here on out, I want you to stay out of the bars, out of town. Stay where I can keep an eye on you, where I can keep you safe in the event that anyone has managed to suspect why I'm here or what I'm doing." "Something's going to happen then?" "Something could happen at any time," he said, "but this case is moving now. Once it blows to hell and back, I don't want the fallout at your doorstep." She nodded, then froze, her eyes closing tight as his lips took a slow, gentle sip of her bare neck. How could she have not known those lips the first time they touched her, the first time sensation had slammed into her? Only her husband, the man she had given her soul to, could do this to her. Before Sabella could help herself, she leaned her head to the side, inviting more, needing more. God help her. He was going to leave her again. She should be screaming, kicking, she should be crying, but the hope wouldn't still inside her ragged heart. He had told her this much. He was just waiting, just preparing her for what could happen. Noah wouldn't actually walk away from her again. Not her Noah. Not the man whose hands were tightening on her now, whose breath was growing ragged, and whose hunger was flaming over her. Her Noah would never walk out of her life like that. Never by choice. Not her husband. "Who are you chasing, Noah?" She asked the question he was hoping she wouldn't ask. "You're as safe as I can make you right now." He let his lips feather over her jawline. "The less you know, the safer I can keep you. Knowledge is power." She tilted her head for him, letting his lips gently touch the sensitive path down the side of her neck. "Not in this case." He nipped at her neck. "In this case, for you, innocence is your best weapon, and I'll keep it that way, Sabella." He felt her soften then, as though he had given her something she needed. What could it have been, other than an assurance that he cared for her, wanted her safe? God in heaven knew he wanted her safe. He could live without sex. He could living without Sabella in his life. But he couldn't live without Sabella living. His heart would stop beating. All will to live would flow out of his body. He had known that before he ever married her. The night he had realized that his heart beat for this one tiny little woman, Nathan had known he would give up the free and easy lifestyle he had held onto for so long and marry her. And now, letting go of her again, it would rip his soul out. It would tear him into so many pieces, he was certain he would only be a living shell of what he was tonight. "I missed our closeness." He pulled the jacket from her shoulders and laid it beside them before caressing her bare shoulders, her arms. His hands smoothed over the silver armband he had bought her. She looked good in that. Like a savage princess, decked out for a sensual battle. "This isn't going to solve anything." Her voice was weak, filled with hurt and with desire. That vein of hurt in her voice broke his heart. It tore something in his chest and left him burying his face in her neck, fighting to hold back the pain ravaging him. And he couldn't stop touching her. Having her against him, in his arms, he couldn't help it. It was like an addiction, a craving he couldn't control. He needed this, needed her. When the time came to walk away, he wanted as many memories as possible to take with him, enough to help him survive the lost, lonely nights he knew he was going to face. "You deserve so much more," he whispered.
his hands sliding beneath her blouse, cupping her side, caressing over silken flesh. A man that's whole, that's what you deserve, Sabella. And I'm not whole any longer. I haven't been in a long time. Her breath hitched, and he knew it was a sob that shuddered through her body. My Sabella. He turned her to him, pulling her legs over his thigh and cradling her in his arms as he stared down at the tear tracks on her face. I won't lie to you. I can't do that. I can't tell you I'm going to stay and that we are going to fulfill the dreams we each have. He touched the tears on her face. We can't do that to each other or for each other. I'm not your husband, Sabella, and we both know no one else is going to fill your heart but your husband. He pushed her. He had to push her. She had to realize what could happen. She had to face it. Her eyes flashed. He caught the hand that aimed at his face as surprise stuttered through him. He stared at the hand, then at the anger flushing her face. Sabella, did you just try to smack me? He asked her carefully. It had been one of their rules during their marriage. She could throw anything she pleased, she could scream, cuss, she could call him a dirty son of a difficult person, but she was never to try to hit him or to surprise him. No running up to goose him or jumping out from corners. His reflexes were too well honed, that survival instinct inside him too well developed to allow her to know any fear of him. He wouldn't hurt her, but he'd be very if he wanted her afraid he would hurt her when he had his hand around her neck and had her on the floor before either of them thought. You're lucky I don't try to shoot you. She scrambled off his lap, stumbled on the bench below, and would have fallen if he hadn't caught her. He stared back at her in surprise. 1 second she was sweet and soft in his arms, now she was spitting at him like a little cat. Where are you going? He grabbed his jacket and followed after her as she began striding, almost running, along the path back to the parking lot. Gosh, Sabella, go away. I've been there, thank you, he retorted. I opt not to return, if you don't mind. Then go wherever you go when you drive off in the evenings. She waved a hand back at him, her expression, the set of her body, flat, furious. I told you the other night, Noah Blake, I've had enough. Well, maybe I haven't, he muttered. He hadn't had enough of her sweet touch, and he sure as very hadn't had enough of her laughter, her kisses, or her presence next to him. Well, maybe that's too very bad, because I don't like your rules, and I don't like the game you're playing with me. She turned in the middle of the parking lot then, turned to face him, and Noah came to a hard stop. If he hadn't seen the determination in her eyes the other night, he saw it now. Naked pain, anger, and self-confidence. He asked himself again, where was the woman he had married? This wasn't the helpless little blonde, but very if she didn't attract him more than she ever had. I'm trying very hard not to play games with you. He propped his fists on his hips and glared back at her. Gosh, Sabella, I'm trying to be honest here. I don't want to hurt you. She stood beneath the parking lot lights, her hair falling around her face and shoulders in thick waves, her slender hips angled, one hand propped on one hip, the other hand hanging loose and ready at her side. I don't want your honesty, she sneered at him. Forget it. It's terrible. She turned and started walking. Where are you going? He strode after her, caught her arm, and pulled her to a stop. Back to that very bar where those cowboys can sniff around you like wolves after fresh meat? The heck you are. Oh my, Mr. No Commitment. Are we jealous? The sarcasm in her voice was doing things to him. He could feel it, like that freaking fever rising inside him, filled with desire, dominance, and a dark, hungry need. You're right. You're not my husband.
My husband had better sense than to tell me when I could or couldn't do something. She had never confronted him like this during their marriage, sarcastic and defiant. She had always spoiled him, and he saw that now. And the love that rose inside him threatened to strangle him, as did the pride. And forget it, the fear. He wasn't the man she had loved 6 years ago, the man who crooned Irish lullabies to her, or the man who would whisper, "forever," in Gaelic because it made her shiver with pleasure. He was scarred, changed. Inside, the man he was had been scarred forever, and admitting it to her would kill him. She would want answers. This Sabella would demand answers. And when she learned that for 4 years he had refused to let anyone come for her, she would hate him. Hate him because she would realize that he'd thought her weak and unable to handle the monster he was. And that would destroy her pride. He'd weaved a web so very tangled that now he had no idea how to get out of it. "What do you want from me, Noah?" she cried, causing him to jerk his gaze back to her, to see the tears on her cheeks. "Don't you dare cry," he snarled. "Don't you use tears on me, Sabella." He couldn't handle her tears, silent tears. She had never sobbed, but he heard a sob in her voice now. She shook her head, pushed her fingers through her hair, and turned and walked away. It took him long seconds to realize exactly what she was doing. She was walking past the motorcycle, walking away from him. "Sabella, no!" He covered the distance, gripping her arm and pulling her to a stop as he placed himself in front of her. "We can talk about this." "There's nothing to talk about," she snapped. "You can't just arrive in whatever town, find yourself intimate companionship for a few weeks, and then leave." She jerked her arm out of his grip. "God, Noah, you're breaking my heart and you don't even care." "How can I break something that belongs to another man?" he yelled in jealous frustration. "That very house with pictures of him spread through every very room. The bedroom you shared with him, you still have his clothes in the closet. And look at this." He jerked her hand up, the gold wedding band gleaming beneath the lights, ripping through his heart because she wore it on her right hand, not her left. "Look at that ring, Sabella. You still wear his ring." His ring, the ring she had slid on to his finger, burned a hole against his thigh. It was tucked in his pocket, always with him, always a part of him. She was crying now. Her breath was hitching on her sobs, and her gray eyes were washed with diamond-bright pain. It sliced through his soul. Her lips parted, her hand lifted as though to say something. At that moment, the clash of sirens sounded for the briefest second. Sabella swung around as the sheriff's cruiser pulled up, stopped, and Rick Grayson eased out of the cruiser. He took one look at Sabella, then sliced a hard glare at Noah. "Get in the car, Belle." Rick nodded to the passenger side. "Sabella, don't." Noah stood still, every instinct inside him demanding that he not let her go with the sheriff. The sheriff was no longer a suspect, but Sabella was still Noah's wife. He stared back at her intently, willing her to remember the danger. "Please, Sabella." She looked from Rick to Noah. He could see the indecision in her face, her eyes. Rick stood silently, watching them, his face creased into a scowl as he kept one hand carefully on the butt of his weapon. "Let me take you home," Noah said then. "I'll just take you home, I swear it." A sob caught at her throat. "You're killing me." "I know, baby." And he did know. He was ripping them both apart, and she had no idea how it was killing him too. She ducked her head, shook it, then walked past him toward the motorcycle. Noah looked back at the sheriff intently, seeing the worry and the concern on his face, as Grayson watched Sabella, then turned his gaze back to Noah. He was silent for a long moment. Finally, his hand lifted from the butt of his gun, and he laid his forearms over the open frame of the door. There was something knowing in the other man's gaze, something suspicious that had Noah tensing. "You know," Grayson finally said, "I've seen some real losers pass through this town in my day." "Really?" Noah drawls, like he gave a very. "Really." Rick nodded. "But I have to say, I think you're the biggest loser I've met to date. And for some reason, I just didn't expect that of you." "I needed your opinion," Noah grunted, as he glanced back at where Sabella was wiping her cheeks and staring into the park. "You need a kick," Rick growled, shaking his head. "Stay out of trouble, Mr. Blake, otherwise we're going to talk." Noah arched his brows before deliberately turning his back on the sheriff and moving to where Sabella waited on the Harley. He wrapped his jacket around her, pulling it over her arms before tipping her head up to him and staring into her tear-drenched eyes. His hands framed her face. His thumbs smoothed over her trembling lips. "One more night, Sabella," he whispered. So hard, so desperate for her, he wondered if he could survive it. "Give us one more night." Sabella stared back at him. Anger and hurt and fear all clashing inside her, raging inside her. And mixed with it was the need
The fiery hunger she wondered how she had lived without for 6 years. "You jerk," she sobbed. "The worst," he whispered, and kissed her lips, the tears from her eyes. She sniffed, her hands lifting to grip his wrists as her lips softened, felt his kiss, and needed more. She needed so much more. "Take me home, Noah," she whispered. "Please, just take me home." She wasn't going to cry anymore. Holding on to Noah as they rode to the house, her head buried against his back, his heartbeat against her cheek, she tried to sort out the future. The near future, the far future. She tried to sort out her emotions. They weren't that very far from the house. She lifted her head as they pulled up to the house and waited until he helped her off the Harley, then swung free himself. "Where's your key?" Her husband. He'd always made certain he checked her small apartment after bringing her home while they were dating. After they married, he always went into a room or the house first. He'd always been protective. She handed him the key and watched as he opened the door, going inside cautiously before turning back to her. She walked into the house and waited in the large entryway and living room while he went through the place. She pulled his jacket tighter around her, breathed in his scent, and promised herself again, no more tears. Was she going to throw him out, hang on to her anger, or give him one more night, and every other night she could steal before he left? Because the next time he left, she stared around the house. The next time he left, she knew exactly what she was going to do. It was the only way to survive the loss. She was standing in the living room, staring at the mantel, at the pictures. Their wedding picture. Their faces close, his wild blue eyes dominating the picture. His dark skin against her paler cheek, his expression quiet, confident. She walked over to that picture, her fingers playing with the wedding band that she slid back onto her left hand. She wasn't a widow. She was a wife. She would always be his wife, no matter what name he used. And wasn't that pathetic? No wonder he hadn't wanted to come home. He'd had a wife who presented no challenge, no defiance, a wife who only knew how to love him. Noah stepped into the bedroom, checked the closets that still held his clothes, the large bathroom he and Sabella had planned together. When he went back to the bedroom, he stood in front of the small table by her bed and stared down at the picture of them together. Sienna Grayson had taken that picture just after they married.
He was touching her cheek, the broad gold band of his wedding ring bright and new on his finger. Reaching into his jeans, he pulled the ring free, rolled it between his fingers, then stared down at it. It wasn't new anymore, but it was still bright and warm. He gripped it and pushed it on his finger, his fist clenching as a furious, agonized grimace twisted his lips, and he fought the raging need to tell her, to own her, to be the man he knew she missed, the man she loved. Because the man who had come from the ravages of hell wasn't the same man, and the life he would lead now, after signing on with the elite ops, wasn't a life she would want to be a part of, a life he couldn't resign from. Nathan Malone could have left the SEALs. If Noah Blake tried to leave the elite ops, then he would simply disappear and never return. It was a life of always lying, always hiding. Gosh, he'd thought he could do it. He'd thought it would be best this way. But with his wedding band branding the flesh of his finger, he wondered how things could have been different, tried to imagine something different, and he couldn't, because he was still the man he had been turned into. And though Sabella was different from the woman he remembered, she would never accept anything but the man she had loved. She was stubborn, determined. She thought she knew what he was, who he was, and she was wrong. He slid the ring from his finger, stared down at it, then shoved it back into his jeans. It was his talisman, his lifeline, his lifetime reminder of what could have been. Sabella turned away from the mantel as Noah came down the stairs, his gaze finding her instantly before his eyes slipped to the pictures behind her. She watched him pause, saw the somber sadness that flickered in his eyes for just a second. "You made a beautiful bride," he said softly, standing before her, his legs braced solidly beneath him, those black riding chaps emphasizing his powerful form. Her desire for him was overwhelming. She longed for his touch, as though it had been years rather than mere days. He would have made any woman look beautiful in a picture with him, she stated ruefully. Cameras loved him.
And he loved you. It wasn't a question. He did love me. She knew he did. I wonder sometimes if he would love me now. He tilted his head, looked at the pictures for a long moment, his expression almost softening as he nodded slowly. He would have. He met her gaze once more. The man in that picture knew how to love, and he knew how to live. You can see it in his face. But he didn't any longer. He didn't love, and he didn't live for that love. She could accept that. She had no choice but to accept that. She moved to him, letting all the hunger, all the need that had tormented her for 2 days rise inside her. He had stripped her bare at the park, jerked all the illusions from her eyes, and showed her what she was dealing with. No more dreams, no more pretty, flowery memories. His eyes narrowed on her as she let his jacket slide from her arms to the floor, her gaze gliding over his jeans. "One more night?" she asked then. "As many nights as you're willing to give me," he stated. "Until you have to leave?" His tongue touched his lower lip, and she felt a surge of anticipation. "Until I have to leave," he agreed. She let a small laugh slip free. Bitter, taunting. "Who says I'm even going to care when you leave?" She edged up to him, looked up at him from the corner of her eyes. "You know what, Noah?" "What, Sabella?" The careful tone of his voice warned her, and she didn't care at all. She was doing something that was going to provoke him, and she welcomed the challenge. She took her finger and ran it across his chest. "Perhaps your leaving is for the best." "You don't say?" Beneath the rough, gravelly tone of his voice was a hint of that sexy, lyrical brogue she had always loved. She smiled, licked her upper lip, and cast him a look from beneath her lashes. "Just think, you helped me pull my head out of the sand where my husband was concerned. Getting over your leaving should be a breeze. It's not like you're going to be here long, right?" Did his eyes just darken, grow wilder? "You don't want to push this, baby," he warned her softly. She smiled, a slow, easy smile, before catching her bottom lip between her teeth and taunting him with her look. "What, you don't want to hear the truth?" His hands gripped her hips as something wilder, something hungrier, suddenly lit those supercharged eyes. "That's not the truth," he growled. She reached up, caressed his lower lip with her tongue, then nipped it, hard. He jerked back, his eyes narrowing as his tongue swiped over the little wound, a second before he pulled her closer, their bodies pressing together with intense desire. "But you'll be gone, Noah," she taunted him. "Like the wind," she stated mockingly. "Goodbye, so long, just like my husband." She looked back at the pictures. Nathan's loving smile mocked her from the frames. His blue eyes, so full of love, so soft with desire, lied to her every time she looked at them. That was the hardest part to accept. It made her wish she had never known who Noah Blake was. It would have been easier. She wouldn't have loved him, this deep. She wouldn't have hurt with the ragged desperation that she hurt with now. She could have let Noah go without a whimper, because she would have hated him for stealing anything that belonged to her Nathan. But how could she hate the man Nathan had become? "Say goodbye, Noah," she told him. "You have tonight to do it, because if you intend to walk out of my life, then it may as well be goodbye. I won't wait on another man, and I absolutely will not become a living shrine to another." It rose inside him. He could feel the dominance, fueled by her challenge, her defiance, her intention that tonight was going to be their last night. He let his gaze flicker over her face, the slight throb on his lower lip reminding him that she was pushing him deliberately. Those soft gray eyes roiled with shadows, light and dark clashing together as emotions tore inside them both. He wanted to be tender. He wanted her last memory of being his woman to be one of tenderness. But it wasn't tenderness she wanted. It wasn't tenderness rising inside him. The lust wasn't tempered, but neither was it mindless. Like the death that filled him when he hunted, this lust that rose inside him for this woman was patient, determined. She smiled tauntingly, as though she didn't believe he could do it, couldn't master her, couldn't fight the memory of the man she had become a living shrine for. His gaze flickered to the pictures behind her, and agony, sharp and red-hot, lanced his soul. He wasn't that man anymore. A part of him wanted to be. A part of him needed to be. But that man really had died, leaving only what had risen from his ashes. He stepped back from her. He didn't touch the chaps. He unzipped his jeans and released his arousal. He reached out, tangling his hand in her hair as she moved to jerk back from him. "Do you want me, Sabella?" he drawled then, smiling back at her, daring her. "Do you want me? Or do you just want to play games and talk the talk, baby?" She glared back at him, her lips parting, teeth clenched. "You came to the bar this evening because of me, didn't you?" "I did." He lowered his head, bared his teeth. "You're mine, right here, right now. As long as you desire me, then you belong to me. Not those really annoying cowboys puffing around you like a bunch of very eager horses butting around after a favorite mare." Indignation ripped through him. "You were dancing with them. Where were you?" she asked deliberately, her lips pouting back at him mockingly. "Where were you, Noah? Were you here? Were you keeping me content or turning me loose to pasture?" His eyes widened. "You little witch," he growled. His fingers tightened in her hair.
"Did you find my replacement?" "I haven't started looking yet. Should I let you know before I do?" He had to control his intense arousal. She was more than challenging tonight. She was standing before him, daring him, really daring that dark, deliberate hunger inside him. "Just waiting on me to leave?" he growled, tipping her head back, feeling her hands against the leather vest he wore over his shirt. She was peeling it back from his shoulders, tugging at the hold he had on her hair to rid him of it. "Do you think one of those jerks on that dance floor can even come close to this, baby?" He shed the vest, releasing her and his arousal just long enough to let it drop to the floor. Before she could duck away from him, he had her again, one hand in her hair, the other at her hip, pushing her against the side of the stairs as she stared up at him, lips parted and curled mockingly. But he saw the pain in her eyes, the tears that were so close. What was he doing to her? To himself? Holding her in place, he lifted his hands and jerked his t-shirt off. Her eyes flicked to his chest and her breathing grew heavier. "My heart beats for yours. My soul lives for yours. My body, my hands, my lips, they love only you." The words sang through his mind, his vow to her. The night they had married, lost in the pleasure, the exhaustion of each other's bodies, he had whispered those words to her, and they surged in his soul now. They trembled, hovered on his lips. Noah snarled back, jerked her to him, and his lips burrowed against her, kissing with the desperation of a man trembling too close to the edge. Dominance surged and tightened inside him. Hunger was like a beast, clawing at his core. And love was a double-edged sword ripping through his soul, reminding him with brutal efficiency of everything he had lost. He kissed her like a man who knew it would be the last kiss he ever knew from any woman's lips. It would be the last deep kiss, the last hungry moan, the last time he ever knew a woman's softness. She was imprinted into his very spirit. Before the night was over, he would imprint himself, as he was now, not as he had been, into hers. He would take the memory of Nathan Malone and replace it forever with the memory of Noah Blake. And then he would leave. He was a jerk, the worst sort of difficult person, and there was no way out of it. No way to fix what had been broken, no way to remove his name from the papers he had signed, or to overcome the fears that he knew she couldn't accept him as he was, rather than the man she had lost. So he took what was his now. Here, amid the pictures of all she had lost, his lips bore down on hers, nipping, sipping, kissing, until he felt completely consumed by her. His arousal pressed against her stomach, full and thick, throbbing, a slight dampness against her bare flesh where her shirt had risen. Noah jerked back, staring down at her fiercely before he simply gripped the edges of the shirt and ripped it loose from the buttons. Gosh, her! She should have shown fear. She should have gasped in alarm. Did she? Gosh, no.
Her eyes lit up like Christmas, and the arousal that flooded her face almost, just almost, matched his lust. Like that, baby? He jerked the pieces over her shoulders and watched the flush that climbed the rounded flesh of her breasts that the bra she wore didn't quite cover. Hated it, she mocked him, but her eyes said otherwise. Her aroused peaks proved otherwise. "You're hot," he drawled, unclipping the bra between her breasts and dragging it off her shoulders. "I bet you're so aroused I could get lost in your desire." "As aroused as you are." His breath jerked in his chest as her fingers curled around his arousal. Not all the way. He looked down, seeing the space where her fingers wouldn't meet, then glanced up at her and grinned. "I'm very aroused, baby. Really aroused." "You are, aren't you?" She touched him as his hand tangled in her hair again. He growled, "You're going to find out how much I desire you." Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Sabella watched his face. She watched the emotion that suddenly contorted it and felt the pain that struck inside her. Pain and hunger, twisted hopes and shadowed fears that she couldn't hang on to. Conflicting pleasures and urges that she knew would leave the memories of his past dominance a pale shadow. He was going to claim her tonight. Tonight, she would have everything he had ever held back from her. Tonight, she would know, finally, the man she had held but whose dark core she had never been given a glimpse into. And she loved it. She loved the sense of struggle between them, of being able to assert and to submit. Could anything be more intense, more passionate, total and complete dominance? He was going to push her, and she knew it. He was going to connect so deeply with her that she didn't have to worry about being free of him. "Gosh," he panted, staring down at her again, pausing, then pulling back slow and easy. Before he pushed back, lost control for fragile seconds, and they came together in passion. Gosh, he had never known pleasure like this. Never before, Sabella. He forced himself to pause, his breathing harsh, heavy. Pulling her to her feet, he spun her around, gripping her wrists and forcing her to wrap her hands around the cherry spindles of the stair railing. "Stay there." He nipped her shoulder as she arched her back, her denim-clad form pressing against his arousal. Reaching around in front of her, he jerked her belt loose, unsnapped and unzipped the shorts and pushed them over her thighs. The fingers of his other hand cupped her breast, stimulating her. "Gosh, your peaks are so firm, so tight." He raked his lips over her shoulder, glimpsed her profile. Closed eyes, lashes feathering her cheeks, her face flushed and dazed with pleasure. Her lips were parted, reddened. He groaned against her shoulder as he shoved her panties down her legs and touched her intimately. He murmured, his voice low. He let his teeth rasp over her shoulder, moving to her neck. Sabella was lost in the pleasure. She held tight to the spindles, feeling it washing through her body like a tidal wave, swamping her with sensation. He whispered words of desire. He cupped her again, his fingers caressing her intimately, never close enough to send her to her peak. "It's so beautiful and inviting, so intense, it's all I can do not to lose myself just thinking about it." She felt her desire intensify, spread her legs further, and trembled with overwhelming need. "You like it when I push your limits, don't you, Sabella?" He licked her neck, one hand gripping the front of her neck and tilting it back. "Look at me, baby. Tell me how much you like exploring this with me." Her lashes lifted and she stared into the navy blue fire raging in his eyes. She wasn't ready to submit to him. She smiled tauntingly. "You're so bad," she drawled, letting her southern accent free, tempting him with it, reminding him of everything they had once had. "Maybe. I'm just going along with you." His hand landed against the curve of her curves in a light little touch. The feel of it streaked across her nerve endings, a light little fire that she needed. She needed that racing pleasure pain, the intensity of the sensation burning through her mind. "Should I beg you?" she gasped, pressing her body back as his palm shaped it, cupped it. "Don't have the nerve to go through with it?" She watched the smile that curved his lips. Rakish, dangerous, confident. "Wrong words, baby," he growled. "Yeah, I'm scared." His hand landed again, and she rose on her tiptoes, her fingers tightening on the spindles as a gasping cry fell from her lips. Before she could recover, another touch fell. Two, one on each side. One hand gripped her hip, holding her in place. With the other, he laid the fiery little caresses along her curves, making her burn with the pleasure. Gosh, your peaks are so firm, so tight. He raked his lips over her shoulder, glimpsed her profile. Closed eyes, lashes feathering her cheeks, her face flushed and dazed with pleasure. Her lips were parted, reddened. He groaned against her shoulder as he shoved her panties down her legs and touched her intimately. He murmured, his voice low. He let his teeth rasp over her shoulder, moving to her neck. Sabella was lost in the pleasure. She held tight to the spindles, feeling it washing through her body like a tidal wave, swamping her with sensation. He whispered words of desire. He cupped her again, his fingers caressing her intimately, never close enough to send her to her peak. It's so beautiful and inviting, so intense. It's all I can do not to lose myself just thinking about it. She felt her desire intensify, spread her legs further, and trembled with overwhelming need. You like it when I push your limits, don't you, Sabella? He licked her neck, one hand gripping the front of her neck and tilting it back. Look at me, baby. Tell me how much you like exploring this with me. Her lashes lifted and she stared into the navy blue fire raging in his eyes. She wasn't ready to submit to him. She smiled tauntingly. You're so bad, she drawled, letting her southern accent free, tempting him with it, reminding him of everything they had once had. Maybe, I'm just going along with you. His hand landed against the curve of her curves in a light little touch. The feel of it streaked across her nerve endings, a light little fire that she needed. She needed that racing pleasure pain, the intensity of the sensation burning through her mind. Should I beg you? She gasped, pressing her body back as his palm shaped it, cupped it. Don't have the nerve to go through with it? She watched the smile that curved his lips. Rakish, dangerous, confident. Wrong words, baby, he growled. Yeah, I'm scared. His hand landed again, and she rose on her tiptoes, her fingers tightening on the spindles as a gasping cry fell from her lips. Before she could recover, another touch fell. Two, one on each side. One hand gripped her hip, holding her in place. With the other, he laid the fiery little caresses along her curves, making her burn with the pleasure. She could feel it echoing deep within her. Oh gosh, in her nipples. She writhed, tried to twist out of his hold, to press back closer to each heavy touch. Her head thrashed against his chest, perspiration dampening her skin as she whimpered and bit her lip to keep from begging for more. Had enough? He bit her ear. Getting tired? Her voice was part sob. Sabella, baby, you don't know what you're tempting here. His hand smoothed between her thighs again, fingers tracing her curves, easing them back to her tender opening. We keep on this path, and you'll go places you've never gone before. She opened her eyes and smiled tauntingly. How do you know where I've gone before, Noel? Maybe you're just scared of going there with me. His eyes locked with hers. They narrowed, his expression tightened. His touch deepened intimately, and she felt an intense wave of sensation. Her eyes rolled back, closed, and she shook, shuddered. Do you think you reach your peak that easy, sugar? He whispered against her ear. Oh, baby, not hardly. With his touch deep within her, he held her in place as the other hand landed on the curve of her body again. The little touch, his touch, moving gently inside her, not really moving, just kind of flexing, and she felt fire streak through her senses. She was gasping his name, almost pleading, as she tried to press closer, to deepen the connection. Another touch, and she was crying out his name, lost in the sweet sensation and dying for more. Just a little bit more. Each heavy caress, each tiny touch, heated her flesh and sent waves of that heat racing to intensify her pleasure. She was so close she could feel the edge of madness burning inside her. Do you want to reach your peak, baby? He kissed her neck, her shoulders. He bit, licked, sucked at her flesh until each touch was an agony of pleasure. Tell me, Sabella, sweet little lover, do you want to surrender to this pleasure for me? So bad. Oh gosh, she wanted to reach her peak so bad. I'll consider it, she gasped hoarsely, and heard his surprised chuckle. Oh, baby, you're going to do more than consider it. You're going to beg for it. His touch withdrew, and she had to bite her lip to keep from crying out in disappointment. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. He was supposed to survive without this now? He was supposed to walk away? To give her up? He shook his head, groaning, as their intimacy deepened. Pressing close, he heard her wail, his name, a plea. Their connection intensified, a powerful exchange of passion. The sounds of their union filled his ears, the feel of her beneath him, giving to him, taking him. He shook his head. He groaned her name. He couldn't think, couldn't speak. He could only take her, connecting deeply. Really, yes, very much. He was moving intimately with her. Very much. Hold me close, baby. Oh, gosh, yeah. Yes, come around me, baby. She reached her peak, crying his name in a voice filled with ragged emotion, with more than lust, more than need, as their passion culminated, and he collapsed over her, fighting for breath. If he had to move right now, he might shatter. Noah could feel so much rising inside him, devouring him. What on earth was he going to do? Because he didn't know now if he could walk away from her, no matter the risk. Her bed smelled like him again. Sabella woke up the next morning. Noah was curled around her back like a living blanket, and she sighed at the realization that she wasn't going to be free of him, ever. And God only knew what was going to end up happening on this mission of his. She let her hand smooth over his arm, feeling the rasp of dark hairs, and let herself just luxuriate in the feel of him for a moment. He was wild. After their passionate encounter on the stairs, they had shared intimacy once more in the bed, as though he couldn't get enough of her, just as she couldn't get enough of him. Go back to sleep, he mumbled behind her, and the husky, sleep-worn sound of his voice reminded her so much of their marriage. But I'm awake. She kept her voice soft, almost at a whisper. It's not daylight yet. No, it wasn't, but she didn't want to miss a second of being with him. Do you ever watch the sunrise? She asked, turning on her back and staring at his face. Thick, long lashes lay on his cheeks. His cheekbones weren't as high as they had once been. She could see where his nose had been broken. God, the hardship he must have endured. Alone. How had he borne it? Sometimes, he mumbled, I love the sunrise. She looked over at her window, an eastern view, where she could watch the first light coming into the house. It's warm, even in the winter. It's like seeing a new beginning, a new reason to get out of bed. If the sun can rise every morning, then there's a reason to hope. His lashes lifted. For once, his eyes weren't wild. The color wasn't as dark. It was all she could do to hold back her shock, her cry. They were Nathan's eyes, Irish eyes, like gems flickering with laughter and love in his dark face. You're strange, he muttered, before closing his eyes and dragging her closer to rest his head against her neck. She stroked the arm over her waist, caressed his shoulder. She smiled at the drowsy little groan he gave before opening his eyes again and peeking over at the clock. Noah had put off waking up as long as he could. It was 6, 2 more hours, and the warrant against Delbert Rand would be served. He needed to be ready. He rose from the bed and stared down at her. I need to get to the apartment. She looked away from him, her lips thinning, staring at the window. And he could tell he was hurting her again. It struck against his heart, hurting her like this, making her feel she wasn't wanted, wasn't loved, when it was anything but. Fine, go. She waved toward the door. I'll take a shower by myself. He came back down on her, keeping the sheet between them, clasping her head in his hands. He stared at her face, at the eyes, the gray, so soft, so filled with vulnerability. As if with each word out of his mouth, she was praying for something more, praying for a dream that wasn't going to happen. And he couldn't give her that dream, but very much he didn't want to hurt her any further. He couldn't do it. Hurting her was ripping apart pieces of him that he thought had died in that cell Fuentes kept him in. Wildcat. He nipped at her lips, kissed them, let himself love them for just a moment. If I stay, I'll never be ready on time, and your safety is more important, baby, more than you know. She stared up at him, softer now, a strange little smile on her lips, her arms curling around his shoulders. Would you miss me if something happened to me, Noah? He felt his guts clench at the thought of anything happening to her, at so much as a scratch marring her flesh. I'd rain trouble on someone if anything happened to you, Sabella, he whispered, staring down at her, feeling a surge of emotion, escaping that tight hold he'd tried to keep on it before. It was building inside him, threatening to tear free, and he couldn't let it, couldn't allow it. I'd lose the final shreds of sanity I've managed to hold on to, sweetheart, and neither of us wants that. Her fingers tangled in his hair as she softened beneath him, and he couldn't help but kiss her lips, lips so sweet and full from their kisses throughout the night. Lips that melted beneath his and burned him with passion. Lips that nearly drove every thought from his mind, but the intense desire he felt. God, you burn my brains. He moved back from her, plowing his fingers through his hair as he quickly grabbed his clothes from the floor. He dragged them over his legs as she sat up and watched him with hot, slumberous gray eyes. He adjusted his clothing and eased the zipper up slowly as she grinned. "Seems a shame to leave," she said as she slipped from the bed unclad.
Noah swore he lost all the spit in his mouth as she strode from the bed. Her form tempted him. The bare skin between her thighs, those high, proud curves, and tight, flushed points. Very much. He needed to be with her just as intensely as he had the first time they were intimate. "I'm going to shower," she stated. He groaned. "I'm getting myself down to the apartment. Call me before you come down so I can watch for you. I'll call." She closed the door behind him as he forced himself to finish dressing. Grabbing the cell phone, he hit Nick's number and waited. "Yeah?" Nick sounded wide awake. "Where are you?" "The apartment. Waited on you all night and you never showed up." Noah grunted at the amused statement. "I'm heading that way. I need you to stand watch on the house while I shower. Then we'll talk." "Gotcha." He closed the door behind him as he forced himself to finish dressing. Grabbing the cell phone, he hit Nick's number and waited. "Yeah." Nick sounded wide awake. "Where are you?" "The apartment. Waited on you all night and you never showed up." Noah grunted at the amused statement. "I'm heading that way. I need you to stand watch on the house while I shower. Then we'll talk." "Gotcha." Nick disconnected, as did Noah. He dragged his boots on, then slung his chaps over his shoulder with a grin as he remembered the look on her face when they had been intimate. His desire evident, his legs in those chaps. She'd very much melted for him. He gave his head a hard shake as he moved down the stairs and grabbed his shirt from the floor, pulling it on. He found his jacket, his vest, and laid them with the chaps on the chair by the door. He checked the house out just to be on the safe side, moved back upstairs, checked the spare room and bathroom, then returned to the front door. He grabbed his leathers and stepped out, locking the door carefully behind him before moving to the Harley. He checked it out, then checked out Sabella's little BMW to be sure. Everything was clean. He stared around the area and breathed out roughly. Delbert Ransom was a rat. He'd squeal high and hard once the feds put the pressure on him, and they'd have the members of the black-collar militia and the man providing them information on the investigations that had come through. They had suspected Rick Grayson for a while, but the information Noah had glimpsed in that file said otherwise. What he knew about Rick told Noah otherwise. The man had dreamed of being the local sheriff when he was a teenager. He wouldn't have turned on his badge. That left someone in the local police department. Someone had revealed the 3 federal agents, especially the young woman posing as a local college student. No one should have known about her. No one. As he pulled the Harley behind the garage, Nick was coming down the stairs. He positioned himself in a hidden corner at the side of the building where he'd have a clear view of the house, but the cottonwood tree and the tall yucca plants almost hid him from view. Very Russian Viking. He was too really big to try to hide much of anywhere. Shaking his head, Noah strode quickly up the stairs and headed for the shower. Delbert's truck wasn't at the garage, but the second word hit on the arrest, the gossip would start. It would build like a very intense bonfire. It was the fallout Noah had to watch for, the fallout that could possibly ricochet back to Sabella, and that he couldn't allow. That afternoon, Sabella walked down to the garage, dressed in jeans and a sleeveless t-shirt, another of Nathan's old work shirts as an overshirt. She strode into the garage and pulled the roster from the mechanic's table. Her gaze found Noah where he was bent beneath the hood of a late-model sedan. He wasn't as interested in the motor, though, as he was in the vehicles pulling into the gas pumps and the citizens moving into the convenience center. Rory was manning pumps, laughing and chatting as he pumped gas. Toby was in the convenience center and, by all appearances, keeping steady business. News had hit of the arrest of Delbert Ransom in the gruesome deaths of a young Mexican couple. DNA taken from his truck was reputed to be suspected as matching that of the husband of the couple. According to the news report droning on the television, Ransom would have had to have run over the body several times for the physical evidence to have lodged where it was reported to have been found. The arrest had come from an anonymous tip, a hiker that had been in the area and recognized Ransom's truck and Ransom running a man down. The sheriff, Rick Grayson, had served the warrant. Federal agents had been waiting at the impound yard and within hours had managed to find the physical evidence. Noah turned back to look at her, eyes narrowed as she listened to the report, and she knew very good and well who had found that evidence and where. He had found it while Ransom's truck had been in her garage. She inhaled slowly before letting her gaze wander over the garage and noticing one of her mechanics missing. Chuck Leon wasn't much of a talker, but he'd never missed a day either. "Where's Chuck?" She moved over to Noah and asked the question quietly. "Don't know yet," he answered softly. Sabella leaned closer. "He worked on Ransom's truck while it was here, didn't he?" "Uh-huh." Noah nodded before reaching in to test one of the connections on the wiring harness of the sedan. "He did." "Did you call him?" She lowered her voice further. "Toby called. No answer." Noah's voice carried no further than her. "Go work on the car, Sabella. Stay low and don't worry." His gaze lifted at the sound of another vehicle pulling into the lot outside. Sabella looked around the car and grimaced at the growing crowd. Nathan's garage had always been a focal point for gossip. It was on the edge of town, but the front lot was large enough that customers didn't have to worry about being blocked or how long they stayed. Old men stood outside the door with coffee in hand, muttering to one another. Customers met in various areas, stopped, chatted, lingered to add to the gossip. "Stay where I can see you," he muttered to Sabella, slicking a hard glance her way. "Every minute." She looked outside, then nodded shortly before returning to the sports car. Noah watched the crowd ebb and flow outside, catching bits of the conversation and adding it to the mental notes he was taking. Ransom liked to run with several other men, names that hadn't come up during the investigation, but names the unit would be running now. There were reports coming in from the impound yard, via Jordan and Taya as well. The fact that a federal marshal had poked his nose into the investigation. A man known as an associate of Galen Patrick's. Jordan was running his background now. And Delbert Ransom wasn't talking. Added to that, Chuck Leon, the plant Noah suspected in the garage, was missing. When Micah had checked out his small apartment in town, there had been signs of a struggle, and his cell phone had been left lying beneath the couch, open, the last call to an unknown number. Coded. He was starting to suspect Chuck was in a mess of trouble and that perhaps one of the ABC agencies in Washington hadn't been upfront with the Elite Ops contact about any agents in place. Something was going to gosh in a handbasket. Noah could feel it. Shaking his head, he moved from the car he was working on into the convenience center. He walked to the back of the small store as the bell jangled again over the entrance door, and he caught a glimpse of the man stalking into the garage during a lull in customers. Grant Malone. Noah stared through the glass over the cooler, watching as Grant zeroed in on Rory as he grabbed a soda from another cooler. "What the gosh is going on, Rory?"
Grant seized his son's arm and jerked him around before Rory could pull his arm out of his grasp. "What the gosh are you doing here?" Rory muttered. "Slumming? Talking to an idiot. When are you going to get the gosh out of this place? How many times do I have to warn you you're going to end up getting yourself in trouble?" "Go away," Rory snapped, and Noah could see the anger beginning to spew from both men.
Just jack right out of town, huh? Forget the promises we gave Nathan before he went on that mission and just turn our backs on his wife? Noah clenched his hand around the water bottle as he stared at Grant Malone's back. At 55, he was still in peak condition. His hair was nearly fully gray, but his skin was swarthy, his shoulders broad. Malone men didn't go down easy, and Grant was proving it. "She won't listen to reason any more than you will," Grant snapped. "And you're endangering yourself here. Everyone's talking about that ransom boy, and everyone knows that Truck was here, in this garage. What the gosh did you find?" Rory's expression was suitably shocked. "Have you lost your freaking mind?" He pushed his father back. "If I'd found anything, I'd taken Delbert apart myself. Vary you? Is this how you're going to destroy Sabella? Start this trashy little story so someone slips in and slices her freaking throat?" Enough was enough. "Rory." Noah turned, snapped out his brother's name. Both men turned to him. Grant's eyes narrowed, his fists clenched as Noah walked toward them slowly. "You should be on the pumps," Noah nodded outside. "Toby can't handle those alone." Rory wiped his hand over his face in irritation. "Gosh, just what the gosh I need, you poking your nose in this." "What?" Grant looked over at Noah, his gaze hooded, brooding. "He's just involved with her. What the gosh does he care if she dies?" A second later, he was choking. Noah ignored the nails digging at his wrists as he snapped his fingers around Grant's throat and put him against the cooler, holding him in place with the sheer force of the rage transferring to his hand. "One of these days, someone's gonna cut that hand off," Rory muttered before stalking off angrily. Noah stared into his father's eyes. Flecks of green glittered in the Irish blue that stood out against suddenly pale cheeks. "You want to leave," Noah told him carefully. "You want to leave, and you don't want to come back here." Grant stared back at him. There was no fear in his eyes, but there was a hint of knowledge that Noah didn't want to see. "That's enough." It was Sabella's voice that drew his attention. He turned his head slowly, staring back at her. "Let him go," she ordered between pale lips. "Now." "Sabella, go finish that car," Noah suggested easily. "Mr. Malone and I are just having a friendly little conversation." Sabella looked outside the store. "You're about to have an audience. Let him go, now." Noah released him, slowly, watching as Grant stared back at him in something akin to horror. He lifted his head, rubbed at his neck. He started to speak, then clamped his lips closed. "That's right," Noah said softly. "You don't want to say anything else. You want to walk right out of here. You want to drive away, because we don't want your business here. You got me?" Grant winked back at him. "You didn't answer me." Noah smiled slowly. "Do we want to discuss this later? Maybe around midnight?" His voice went lower. "When you're in your bed, tucked in, nice and tight. I could be there. I could slip right inside your nightmares, and we could chat about it then." "You don't have it in you," Grant said softly. "Do you?" Noah grinned. "Watch for me, if you have the nerve." "Let him go, Noah. Now." Sabella's voice was inflexible, that tone that warned she could get mad without much more provocation. He let him go, watching as Grant slipped past him and unhurriedly left the building. He turned and stared at Sabella, glared at her. "Don't interfere again," he warned her. He turned and strode past her, moving back to the garage as rage pumped fast and furious inside him. His father, that son of a difficult person, was his father, and he could barely keep from hating him, wanting to kill him as he heard him encouraging Rory to desert Sabella, to take away the last link to family that she could have. It didn't matter that he knew Rory would never do it. What pissed him off was that Grant was still pushing for it, and he didn't know why. He couldn't figure out why. He jerked the cap of the water off, tilted it up, and tried to drink enough to still the rage burning in him.
It didn't work, and before he could control the impulse, the half bottle of liquid was slamming into the wall of the garage, a torpedo that smacked and burst against the cement wall before falling to the floor. Nick lifted his head from the truck he was working on, stared at the bottle, then Noah, before his gaze moved to the office doorway. Noah jerked around, and she stood there, staring at him, her gray eyes bleak and filled with pain. This was one of the reasons why he couldn't stay. This burning need to rip apart anyone who had hurt her. The rage that blazed inside him, that tore away logic and control, that left him either tasting blood or tasting intense desire. Sometimes, he swore, he could taste the need for both at the same time. She licked her lips slowly and moved from the doorway, coming toward him. Her face was pale, her eyes dark gray diamonds as they glittered with tears. She stopped in front of him and simply leaned her head against his chest. That quickly, the rage burned out. His arms came around her, and behind the hood of the car sheltering them, he jerked her to him, holding her, and screaming inside. Because honest to God, he didn't know if he could let her go. Back to work. He stepped back. Noah pushed his fingers through his hair and fought to get a hold on the feeling of betrayal he felt at hearing Grant's opinion of Sabella. He'd asked only one thing of his father. In more than a decade, only one thing. If anything happened to him, protect Sabella. Take care of her. And Grant had sworn he would. He had lied. He had let Sabella suffer. He'd done everything he could to run her out of her home and out of the business Nathan had left to her. He shook his head and went back to his job. He pushed thoughts of Grant Malone to the back of his mind to deal with later. And he would be dealing with his father later, there was no doubt. 2 hours later, Noah stood in the closed office, his jaw clenching in rage as he held the secured cell phone to his ear and listened to Jordan's report. Delbert Ransom was released on order of Federal Judge Carl Clifford, Houston, Texas, Jordan reported. Federal Marshal Kevin Lyle arrived at the airport an hour ago on a private flight, carrying the orders. He's taken over the investigation on the Fed's end. And what do the Feds think of this? Noah asked carefully. My contacts are screaming, Jordan bit out. Judge Clifford released Ransom on the fly-by-night excuse that Rand truck had been stolen and missing for several days around the time of the death. Good old Delbert just didn't report it because he was drunk at the time, and by the time he sobered up, they found the truck parked in one of the pastures. He thought maybe he just parked it in the wrong place. No, gosh, my opinion too, Jordan grunted. We have the leads we need, though. We don't have to play by the rules here, Noah. Our orders are to stop this, no matter what we have to do, no matter who they had to kill. Noah didn't balk at killing when it was needed, but he'd like to have a little bit of proof before he pulled the trigger or wielded the knife. We'll set up watch, he told Jordan quietly. I'll put Travis' staff in place. We'll get what we need. I'm running background on the names you gave me, and Taya's running probables and pulling in satellite time for the area. Watch yourself. When it hits, we'll have to move fast. They were watching, waiting. The next hunting party that went out would have a few surprises waiting for them. Did they get anything during interrogation? Noah asked, watching through the wide square window of the door into the garage where Sabella was running a computer diagnostic on the sports car she was working on.
She was sweaty, greasy, her hair was escaping her ponytail, and she was the sexiest very thing he had ever seen in his life. Nada. He didn't say anything, didn't even ask for a lawyer, just sat there and stared at the interrogators until the order came through on his release. Then the bastard smiled. He'd known he was covered. Whoever operated in those hunting parties knew they were covered. Noah nodded slowly, plotting. We'll cover high cards of interest, he told Jordan, letting him know someone would be on the federal marshal in town. Someone needs to get that sheriff out of the game while they're at it, Jordan said. I hear he almost threw a punch at the marshal. He left the office in a rage. Apparently, there was a leak in information. Word came down the line that physical evidence was collected before the arrest, and it seems it might have come through his office and back out of it. He threw his deputy out the door, sent his secretary home, and locked up the office. No one's seen him since. Noah's eyes narrowed. It might be time to talk to the sheriff. I'll lay out the deck, he told Jordan. indicating he would place the members of the team where they needed to be. I have priority here, and we're searching for the missing. For Chuck Leon, who Noah was beginning to suspect was more than a mechanic or even a militia plant. "We're tracking for the leak," Jordan promised him. "We should have it soon, and you can bet the sheriff is searching as well. I'll update you as I have more." Noah closed the cell phone slowly and continued to stare at Sabella. She brushed back a wisp of hair and left a smear of grease at her temple. She was very good in that garage. She didn't do auto body work, but she was mean as hell on a car motor. He'd seen the auto manuals at the house, knew she kept up with the latest reports, standards, and trends. She had even signed herself and Rory up for classes in Odessa on the new crossover vehicles. His perky little wife was a tomboy, and he had never known it. She was strong, resilient, and she was slowly moving away from the memory of the man that had loved her with every part of his soul. She had taken a lover. It didn't matter that her lover had also been her husband, and she didn't know. She had exorcised her husband's ghost in her bedroom, in her home, and in his pickup truck. He lowered his head and stared at his oil-stained work boots. She'd moved on. He didn't have the right to change that. Once he left this time, she might shed a few tears, but she'd pull herself up and she would find someone who deserved her, someone whole, without demons, without a past to hide, or hell burning just behind his back. His head jerked up as Rory stalked into the office and closed the door. The boy was still angry, closed, set expression, his eyes burning in pure anger. He tossed Noah a half-sneer before he glanced out the window into the shop. Sabella was watching Noah. Noah had felt that look, had kept his head down, almost afraid to meet her eyes. Rory turned back from the door and glared at Noah. "If you leave her again, don't come back." Noah rubbed at his jaw before shaking his head slowly. "Do your job, Rory. Stop complaining at me." "I'll tell you the same thing I told the old man. Go away," he retorted, "and wrap those very fingers around my neck again, and I'm going to Grandpop." "You sound like a 10-year-old, Noah snorted. "If it works, use it," Rory muttered, grabbed a clipboard, and headed back into the convenience store. Noah wanted to grin. Rory wasn't above tattling and know it. He'd have to kill him to keep his mouth shut if the boy was determined to go to Grandpop. Gosh, Grandpop, Sabella, Rory. He shook his head. What was he really doing? What made him think he could do this and still survive walking away? Because he was a really fool. They closed the garage at 7. Business had been steady through most of the day, with only occasional lulls. The gossip running through town and hitting every business was high. Most of it made it to the garage. What didn't had been picked up in town as Nick and Micah made their way through it. Travis was watching the Patrick Ranch house, where, surprise, surprise, Federal Marshal Kevin Lyle had arrived late that afternoon with Delbert Ransom. Chuck Leon was still missing, and Rick Grayson was locked in his office going through files and on the phone yelling, it was rumored, and demanding answers about the leaked information. Noah could feel the mission brewing now, a sixth sense warning him that something was getting ready to hit. As he walked into the house ahead of Sabella, his senses seemed ultra-alert. Each speck of dust, each crack in the hardwood floors remembered as he went through the house, checking it out. As he returned downstairs, it was to find Sabella sitting in the chair by the door, like she used to do, but she wasn't filing her nails or watching television. She was staring at the floor and twisting the wedding band she had slid back to her marriage finger. She was frowning at it, glaring at it, twisting it on her finger as though trying to figure out exactly what it was doing there. "Everything's clear." He stepped from the stairs before turning and heading into the kitchen. "I could use some dinner. How do you feel about pizza?" He stepped into the kitchen, his gaze caught again by that very bottle of what used to be 100-year-old wine. Hell, he had been saving that for the day they paid off the mortgage on the house and garage. He'd gotten it for a song, traded it for a '57 Chevy he'd rebuilt for a collector for next to nothing. Beside it was the bottle of wine she and Kira had polished off. He didn't wince, but at one time he probably would have pulled his hair out.
His lips quirked at the thought of it as he felt Sabella step into the kitchen behind him. "Making awful free use of my house now, aren't you?" she asked him, as he grabbed the cordless up from the kitchen handset and punched in the number taped to the wall beside it. Evidently, Sabella ordered pizza often. "What do you want on your pizza?" He paused before hitting the button to dial it in. The look she shot him was mocking. "Anything, including the kitchen sink," she shrugged. At least that hadn't changed over the years. He hit the dial button, gave the order, and then disconnected. He lifted one of the bottles and turned back to her. "Have more of these?" She glanced at the bottle, then back at him. "Plenty. My husband collected them." "We could share one with the pizza," he suggested. She frowned at the bottle as he set it back on the counter. "They're in the basement." She pointed to the door. "Pick out whatever you like." There was one in particular he wanted to sip from her body. A light-bodied, priced-out vintage he'd been saving for something extra special. Their 20th anniversary, their first child. But he'd always meant to share it with her. He fully intended to share it with her. "Don't open the door," he warned her. She rolled her eyes. "I had no intention of it." He nodded and moved to the basement, opening the door and stepping down the wooden stairs he had built himself. He looked around the open, well-lit basement. There were few things stored there. The cover over his pool table was dusty, the heavy wooden wine shelves were shadowed, the bottles covered with a layer of dust as well. It was obvious Sabella didn't get down here very often. Not that he had expected her to. This had been his area, a place she'd seemed to understand he needed to get things in perspective sometimes. He chose the bottle of wine, stared at the label, and felt that slicing pain in his chest again. There were nearly 20 dozen bottles of vintage wines. He'd started collecting them before he was old enough to be legal. He'd traded for them, bargained for them, lucked into a few, and each one had significance. Each one he'd planned the date or event to open. He turned around and took another good look at the basement, watching as Sabella stepped into the doorway and stared down at him. Her face was in shadow, but he could feel the worry that seemed to wrap around her. "I haven't cleaned it," she said softly as he moved back up the stairs. The basement, that is. He strode up the steps as she backed up into the kitchen, her expression thoughtful. "Perhaps I should." "It's a basement. Doesn't look like you use it much." "No," she answered. "I don't use it much." She shook her head before turning away from him. "I need to shower." Sabella moved upstairs quickly, her hand pressed to her stomach as she fought back the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She could do this, she told herself. She could handle this, and she could live through whatever happened if he left her. If. She was holding on to the prayer that he wouldn't. It was the only thing keeping her sane at this point. The pizza was good. The half bottle of wine they consumed with it was ambrosia. Despite the fact it was the middle of summer, Sabella lowered the air conditioner and lit a small fire in the fireplace. They ate the pizza in front of the fire, the chill of the AC whispering around them while the warmth of the fire heated them. After eating, they dragged the heavy pillows from the back of the couch and stretched out on the floor. It was quiet, easy, and she wasn't surprised that Noah's head ended up in her lap. It was normal. This was how they had always ended up on cold winter nights. His head in her lap, her fingers playing through his hair. Did he remember, she wondered? As he stared into the fire, his hands folded on his stomach, did he remember the nights they had shared, doing just this? And other things? She grinned at that thought. The fires they had built in that fireplace had seen a lot of love play. Nights they had spent just touching, just holding. Nights they had spent consuming each other, devouring sighs, kisses, and passion. She stared down at him, watching his eyes, the flames reflecting in the wild blue, his lashes lowered slumberously. Her gaze drifted down his body and felt a familiar stirring at the sight of his form beneath his jeans. "Do you stay aroused?" Her voice was quiet, almost amused as she asked the question. His head turned, his eyes staring into hers. "If you're around, I'm deeply affected," he admitted ruefully. "I think you're a bad influence on me, Sabella. You encourage wild, wicked thoughts." "Really? What kind of wild, wicked thoughts?" He shifted, sat up, and turned to her.
Thoughts of how much you desire me. His hand cupped her cheek, his fingers threading through the hair at the side of her face. Thoughts of connecting with you intimately until you're calling my name over and over again. Been there, she whispered, leaning back against the pillow behind her. You've already done that. I have, haven't I? He lowered his head, touched his lips to hers. Maybe it bears repeating. His kiss. She moaned against his lips, felt him sinking into her with that kiss, connecting deeply with her lips, her mouth, sharing a profound intimacy. Sabella wrapped her arms around his shoulders, her nails digging into them as he came over her. It was another memory, another moment in time to hold on to. She felt his hand caress up her thigh beneath the light summer lounging dress she had worn. The silky material slid up her thighs easily, pooling just below her hips as he drew back from her. Firelight flickered over his body as he rose to his feet. He'd showered earlier, dressed in clean jeans and shirt. Those were disposed of quickly, leaving him exposed, his bronzed flesh shimmering with the soft light of the flames, his form clearly showing his desire. Your turn. He knelt beside her, gripped the hem of her dress, and drew it off her body. She wore panties, no bra. She wore her ankle bracelet and her wedding band. She was married. Really him. Gosh, whatever reasons he had for hiding who he was from her, she was still his wife. For now, she was Sabella Malone, and he was Nathan Malone, a ghost, a vision from the past with another face, another name, but still the man she loved. Kiss me. She stretched out against the thick, incredibly soft rug that covered the floor in front of the fireplace. Pushing the pillows out of the way, she arched her back and saw the surprise that flickered in his eyes. Where? His lips tilted with wicked eroticism. Right here. She tapped her lips. We'll discuss other areas as we go. His brows arched, and the temerity she showed obviously pleased him. He came down beside her, one hand gripping her hip, turning her to him. I won't break, she told him with a light laugh. Kiss me, Noah. Kiss me right. His eyes flared, darker, wilder. And what is right? His voice was rougher, more guttural. Have you ever dreamed of a kiss, dreamed of it, and ached to live that dream? Every time I've dreamed of kissing you. His thumb brushed over her lips. Kiss me like that, like you dream. His hand tightened on her hip. Some emotion raged in his eyes, and then he was kissing her as he had never kissed her before. He braced himself over her, touching her with nothing but his lips, his tongue. Deep kisses. His lips slanted over her, and he kissed her with a desperation and a hunger that tore straight through her soul. All the pent-up dreams, lonely nights aching for him, the nightmares that left her gasping, screaming for him, all of it went into the kiss she returned to him. She didn't touch him any other way. Her nails dug into the rug beneath her. She felt his body tensing above her. They shared profound intimacy with their mouths. Desperate moans filled the air as the need rose, blazed inside them. When they came up for air, it wasn't oxygen that drew them. Sabella's arms lifted, wrapped around his back, and drew him to her. Her nipples brushed his chest as his lips scoured her neck. Hunger pounded inside them. It filled the air around them, brushed them with a sheen of perspiration from the flames that licked inside them, over them. I need you, she breathed against his neck, nipping, licking, leaving small reddened marks beneath his closely cropped beard as she fought to get closer. I need all of you, Noah. Cush, you have me, Sabella. His lips moved down, down. His tongue moved over the upper curves of her breasts, and a second later she was arching, crying out as he intimately caressed her nipple. Electric sensations shot through her. She arched, she moaned. She was dying inside with the need to hold him, hold all of him within her forever. Or whatever small part he would allow her to keep if she left her. If. She couldn't allow herself to believe he would leave. She refused to. Love alone would hold him, she promised herself. It had to. You taste like summer,
he groaned as his lips moved from her breasts down her stomach. "Let me feel your desire, Sabella." She bent her knees, spread her thighs. She watched him as he sat back on his knees, his hands pressing her legs farther apart, his eyes glowing as he stared at her intimate form. "Very, you're deeply affected," he whispered. "Always so responsive for me, so sweet." Her skin glistened. In a bold, daring move, Sabella ran her fingers down her stomach, intimately touching herself, letting one caress gently around her sensitive core. His body tensed. She watched a droplet of liquid appear as he watched her. "Is that how you like it?" he growled, slow and easy. She let her lips curl invitingly. "Is that how you like giving it?" His tongue touched his lower lip as he glanced back at her. "I want to connect with you intensely," he rasped, "so completely that you know nothing but the depth of our connection." She lowered her fingers as he watched, revealing her intimate self, and let him watched her hands as she intimately touched herself and drew it back. It glistened. And then she lifted them to his lips. A ragged moan filled the room as his lips parted and he took her fingers. At the same time, his hand lowered and Sabella arched, a tortured cry falling from her lips as he intimately touched her. He connected with her, strong and deep, a shock of pleasure as he reached deep and with the tips of his fingers caressed that hidden spot of exquisite sensation. Sabella's hips arched, her gaze followed his. It was the most intimate sight she could have imagined, seeing his fingers moving with her, pulling back, then connecting with her again as his head lowered. "I'm going to savor you like candy, baby," he told her, the intimate, passionate sound of his voice resonating within her. Like the sweetest candy. His tongue moved around her sensitive core, and he watched her, held her eyes. The tip flickered over the tight, straining area before he went beneath it and intimately caressed it. Long, slow movements as his fingers shifted and connected deeply with her. "You're going to tease me to death," she panted. "Really, us both to death," he growled, before intimately caressing her sensitive core with his mouth and creating the most exquisite sensation. He drew on her, let his tongue move against the ultra-sensitive flesh as she cried out his name. "Not fair," she cried out. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. He carried her to their bed, tucked her in, then moved downstairs to smother the fire and close the glass doors to the fireplace. He watched the glowing embers for long moments before returning to her. She was sleeping, one arm thrown over her head, her left hand lying on her stomach atop the blanket. The wedding band winked back at him, mocking him. She belonged to Nathan Malone. That wedding band reminded her of that. He knew why she had put it back on again, to remind her where her heart belonged, even if another man did touch her body. He laid down, sliding beneath the blankets, watched her sleeping face, and knew she was lost in slumber. He lifted her hand, kissed the ring he had slid on her finger 8 years ago, and closed his eyes against the pain rising inside him. "Go Siore," he whispered the vow against that little gold band and felt the helpless, gaping pain in his soul. "Forever, Sabella. Always yours. Forever." He held her hand in his as he laid his head on the pillow beside her and let sleep have him as well. He didn't see the tear that fell from the corner of her eye. He didn't see her lips move, see the word forever pass the trembling curves. And he didn't understand, Sabella knew, that no matter where he went, how hard he ran, that vow would always follow them both. By Monday morning, information was amassing. The team was called to the apartment over the garage for a before-dawn meeting after Noah received another call from Jordan. Jordan was in attendance with pictures transferred from the field laptop Travis was using above the ranch, as well as satellite images obtained through a commercial satellite Taya had managed to hijack during the night. There was definitely something going on at the Patrick Ranch. We have Federal Judge Carl Clifford as well as Marshal Kevin Lyle in attendance. Jordan pointed out the pictures Travis Kane had taken from his vantage point above the Patrick Ranch house. We also have several other ranch owners in attendance. Several other pictures snapped into view. Grant Malone wasn't one of those ranch owners. Noah didn't let himself feel a sense of relief that Grant wasn't there. At this point, he was finished with the man who should have been his father. We also have this. This was a picture of a black van parked behind the house. A figure was being dragged from the vehicle by two cowboys. The face was covered by black material, hands bound. Chuck Leon, Noah stated, our missing mechanic. Try our missing undercover FBI agent, Jordan snorted. He was a lower-level member of the militia working his way up the ranks. He's been in the area for over 6 years, kept a low profile, worked a few of the ranches. His cover was blown 2 days ago, and no one knows how. We have a leak between here and Washington, and we can't tap it, we can't find it. It's like a disease, and it's starting to annoy me. Jordan's expression was brutal. 4 FBI agents, all using completely different undercover identities, John Vincent pointed out, his steely gray eyes flickering between the men in the team. It's not a leak you have, it's a rather good eye. Noah slid the other man a curious look. Dressed in camo pants and an olive green t-shirt, Vincent leaned forward in his chair and tapped at the pictures of the 4 agents. College student, car salesman, pharmacist, and mechanic. Those were their covers. They were all in different areas, in different jobs, but all those jobs were public in some manner. Now, I don't know about you blokes, but I can smell an agent, foreign or otherwise, a mile off. Your mechanic was better than most. He nodded to Noah. But we all suspected him as a plant. He had that feel, that air of an agent that only another agent or trained eye would recognize. He tilted his sandy blonde hair and stared at the pictures. Are we certain the sheriff's clean? The sheriff is clean. We know it. Jordan nodded. Then you have someone else, an officer on the police force, a deputy or other law enforcement agent with the training that would allow him to identify your agents. It takes a special eye, you know that. Grayson has that eye. I know very well he does, because every time he sees one of us, he gets that cop look in his eye and starts trying to figure out the puzzle. Noah scratched at his beard as he rose from the couch and paced the living room. Grayson's clear, so who does that leave us with? He turned back to the other men. There were no answers. It'd have to be a resident, someone who's come in contact with these agents between here and Houston. A needle in a haystack, Nick quipped before turning to Jordan. Are we rescuing Mr. Leon? Anticipation filled the Russian's large face. At this time, we're watching. Jordan's expression cleared. His eyes went hard. They don't just kill, they hunt. Let's see if they take him out to hunt. Months of training in preparation just for this tightened Noah's body. They had practiced being the hunted, all of them, playing intricate games of cat and mouse, flee and evade, working together to give the illusion of one target as they circled around the SEAL members playing the hunters to take them out. Not that taking out Reno Chavez's SEAL team had been easy. Their success rate with those men had been dismal, but Galen Patrick and his little hunting party weren't a SEAL team prepared for them. Stay on alert. Jordan began gathering his equipment together and storing it in the leather case he had carried with him. When they move with Leon, we move. Noah crossed his arms over his chest as he paced into the kitchen, his mind working through probables. He couldn't get the information out of his head now. Something wasn't sliding into its proper slot, and he couldn't figure out why. We're certain Grayson is clean? He turned back to Jordan with the question. As certain as we can be. Jordan nodded. We have his office bugged. Taya's been running through the tapes. The man is ready to pull his own head off trying to figure this out. He knows there's someone, somewhere, leaking information. He just can't tag the leak or where it's coming from. It's someone close, Noah growled. The in this little setup has to be someone we're overlooking, someone the mechanic was in contact with as well. If you figure it out, we're ready to roll, Jordan shrugged. Until then, all we can do is play what we have. Jordan looked outside to the faint rays of light edging through the darkness.
We better clear out and get in position. The last thing they needed was for all of them to be in the apartment at the same time. As Jordan, John, and Micah slipped from the garage, Noah turned back to Nick. The Russian was slumped back in his chair, his icy eyes narrowed as he watched Noah pace. You feel it, don't you? Nick growled. Gosh is going to explode. Noah heaved a hard sigh. Yeah, gosh is going to fly when it hits. Do you have everything laid in place? Nick nodded to that. It was their own plan. A series of weapons and equipment placed in strategic locations in the mountains where they had known several hunts had taken place. They were both carrying deactivated trackers in the buckles of their belts and the technologically advanced night vision contacts they had procured from another source. That particular toy hadn't even made it into military testing in the 3 years they had been in research. And your woman? Nick asked. Noah looked at him from the corner of his eye. I have her covered. Rory was all the backup he had, but Nick didn't have to know that. Nick grinned at his answer, but nodded as he rose from his seat. Noah went to the door of the apartment, stepped outside, and checked the area before heading down the steps and making his way back to the house. The lights were on in the kitchen. Sabella would have coffee waiting. As he entered through the back door, the past flooded him like a tidal wave, momentarily washing away everything but the memories. Sabella, wrapped in nothing but a robe, making biscuits. Bacon was frying on the stove, water was boiling for the grits, eggs were set out on the counter, and her smile was still tinged with sleep as she looked at him. She was rumpled, sexy, and cooking breakfast. Here was one of the few glimpses he had been given of the woman who had shared his life, the woman who held his soul. You already showered, she pouted back at him. I guess that means you intend to work? Noah let a smile curve his lips as he advanced toward to her. He turned off the bacon, jerked his belt loose as he turned to her, and pushed the bowl of flour out of the way. They came together in passion. Afterwards, breathless. She couldn't imagine being without him now. She wouldn't let herself imagine being without him. His kiss was long and slow now, his eyes open as she stared back at him. That was a surprise. She smiled as he moved back from her, her breath catching at the intimate separation, before he lifted her and set her back on her feet. I'm supposed to walk now? She smoothed her hand over his chest as he bent his head and stole another kiss. He flashed her a grin as he finally pulled back and readjusted his jeans. Sabella made a quick trip to the bathroom, and when she returned, it was to find him sipping his coffee and staring down at the garage from the wide kitchen window. You were up early this morning, she said as she turned the stove back on and went back to her biscuits. Needed to shower and get some clean clothes. His voice was distant now. I didn't expect you to be up yet. There was a question in his voice. Sabella grimaced. Doctor's appointment I forgot about this morning, and I can't miss it. She turned back to him with a frown. If I don't make that appointment, then you don't get to have any fun. His lips tugged into a rueful smile. I'll send Rory with you. I don't want you going alone. Sienna usually goes with me. She shrugged at his demand. But you can send Rory. I'll just meet her there. The flu that had kept her in bed for nearly 2 weeks the month before had had her doctor worried. She hadn't bounced back as she should have, at least not before Noah returned. But the follow-up coincided with the birth control shots she needed to keep her system regular. I'll send Rory too. He can drive you. She nodded at that. Everything going okay? She finally asked, knowing Delbert Ransom's release yesterday worried him. So far. He swiped his hand through his hair, feathering the long, thick, raven-black strands around his roguish face. God, he made her heart beat faster. She'd just had him, and she wanted nothing more than to take him again. She nodded when he didn't say anything more. Conversation after that was quiet. They talked about the garage, parts needed, and the business that was now flowing back to them. They argued over new equipment she wanted to buy, advanced computers for the new chips coming out, and the classes she had signed up for in Odessa, the pros and cons to each move she wanted to make in the business. As they talked, Noah realized in one heart-stopping moment just how perfect Sabella had been for him all along. The fact that he hadn't realized that 6 years before still had the power to rip into his guts. The mistakes he had made since his rescue piled atop him, one after the other. He should never have hid from her. What in the world had he been thinking? As long as he didn't face her, didn't face the consequences of his decision, then he'd been able to remain strong. It had been all about his stupid freaking pride, though, not being the man he had been, fearing her rejection in the face of it. He'd been a freaking fool, and now there was no way out. He could just imagine her face if he said, "Oh yeah, by the way, baby, I'm your husband. You know, the one that died? The one that wouldn't come back to you for 6 really years." Yeah, she'd accept that easily enough.
Gosh, this Sabella would rip his eyes out of his sockets and shoot him with his own gun before she divorced him, because she couldn't forget the man he had been, the one whose ring she was wearing, even now, on her marriage finger, the one whose pictures grace very near every surface of the living room. Gosh, the anger tore through him as she showered and dressed for that very doctor's appointment. He didn't want to let her out of his sight. He strode furiously to the phone and called Rory, pulling him in to take her to the doctor when Noah wanted to go with her himself. He couldn't risk being off-site when this mission went nuclear, and if they act out of habit, then suspicion would rise against Bella. Rory had taken her to the doctor before, Noah knew. She rarely went alone. Sabella hated doctors, and she hated waiting in the doctor's office alone. She and Sienna had often gone with each other, then gone shopping for lunch afterward. After Nathan's death, he knew Rory had tagged along many times, often bullying her gently into doing the things she used to do with Sienna. "There's my babysitter," Sabella grinned as she stepped into the kitchen later to find Rory with Noah. "Who's watching my garage?" "Toby and Nick," Rory granted. "That kid has tuned him into a very maniac. Thinks he owns part of it or something." "He's learning," she shrugged as she adjusted the low-rise band of her jeans and slid her feet into a pair of sandals. "Toby has a good head on his shoulders, and if we manage to keep him another year, we'll be lucky." Rory grimaced. It was something Noah had acknowledged as well. Toby would move on. The little gosh would probably end up taking over the world before he was done. "Okay, let's go. I called Sienna. She's meeting us at the doctor's office." She eyed Rory with a grin. "Are you going into the office or waiting in the car?" Rory grimaced. "Very women in that waiting room. You'd think they never saw a man the way they act when I walk in there." Noah felt a curl of anger burning inside him. For 6 years, Rory had watched over her, taken care of her. He had gone to the doctor with her, held her when she cried. He had stepped in and made certain Sabella wasn't alone, that she survived. He should be thanking his brother rather than questioning his motives. "Come on, stud," Sabella teased Rory then. "Give the girls a smile and a wink and they'll swoon for you." "I'd end up overwhelmed," Rory muttered, but it was good-natured. They left the house, but before he let Sabella get in Rory's pickup, he pulled her to him, his lips covering hers, staking his claim on her senses before he let her go. "What was that for?" She gripped his shoulders, her nails digging into her shirt like a little cat's, kneading his flesh with primitive hunger. "To remind you," he growled. "Of what?" Something flashed in her eyes then, a flare of anger, of determination. "Of who you belong to," he bit out. "Don't forget it, Sabella." She tilted her head as though staring at some strange, unknown creature and attempting to make sense of it. "You're leaving," she reminded him gently. "You've warned me of that all along, Noah. You can't stake a claim on someone you have no intention of keeping." The gosh, he couldn't. His head dipped again, and he stole her defiance with another kiss. Passion peaked, came together intimately, deeply connected. His hands pulled her closer, pressing against her stomach, through the material of his jeans, and fought to get a handle on the passion tearing through his gut. He couldn't control the need. He couldn't stop the fury of dominance, the instinct to make very sure she never forgot who she belonged to, whose soul she held in the palm of her hand. He pulled back and glared down at her. "Remember." He stalked away from her then, refusing to acknowledge the tears that had shimmered in her eyes, because to acknowledge them would break him. He was riding a line so fine now that sometimes it didn't make sense, even to him. He knew, though, if this operation didn't end soon, if he didn't manage to pull back just a little bit, then he was never going to be able to walk away from her, and that just might kill both of them. "You're getting pretty close to him, huh?" Sabella turned her head and stared at Rory. God, he looked so much like Nathan used to look. Rugged features, the perfection of male beauty paired with wicked blue eyes, thick, heavy lashes, and long black hair. He was almost Nathan's twin. So close to him in looks that for nearly 2 years Sabella had been unable to look him in the face. Shouldn't I be? She knew Rory was aware of who Noah was. She could feel it to the marrow of her bones, and it hurt. She was past mad. It just hurt now that Noah had trusted his brother rather than his wife. the woman he had sworn his heart to. He dared to whisper those words in their bed, after he thought she slept. Dared to whisper that vow in Gaelic, in their bed, while he was lying to her with every touch, every kiss, every rasping word from his lying lips. Rory finally shrugged. "Do you think he's going to stay?" She would have gotten angry at that point if she hadn't heard the regret, the somber realization in his voice, and seen it in his face. Sabella turned and stared out the window. She watched as the town passed by, as everything familiar to her suddenly seemed alien and strange. "No," she finally whispered the truth, to him and to herself. "I don't think he'll be here much longer." She looked down at her hands, touched the wedding band, and slid it slowly from her finger before tucking it into her purse. Sienna would ask too many questions if she saw it. It could raise too much suspicion. "You know, Belle," he cleared his throat, his hands tightening on the steering wheel. "I love you like a sister, you know that." No advice, Rory. She could feel it coming. As he pulled into the doctor's office parking lot and parked beside Sienna's car, she realized her control wasn't strong enough to endure even Rory's well-meaning advice. He nodded as Sienna jumped from her car, stylish in gray tucrees and a sleeveless t-shirt. Her long, nut-brown hair fell past her shoulders in carefully styled waves. Her green eyes sparkled with the same excitement and love of life she had always known. "There you are," Sienna laughed, hugging Sabella as she stepped out of Rory's truck. "And there's one of the handsomest men in town." She sighed, her expression creasing in sudden somber realization. "He looks just like Nathan, Belle." She mirrored Sabella's earlier thoughts. Sabella looked to Rory and saw the flash of pain on his face. "No, Rory looks just like himself," she said softly. "Close. He was close. But not just like Noah, not anymore." "I can't believe you nearly forgot about your follow-up appointment," Sienna grumped at her then. "You were too sick, Belle. You need to take better care of yourself." She had been sick. That last flu bug had been a vicious one. "I'm working on it, Sienna," Sabella promised with a smile as they entered the doctor's lobby, signed in, and took their seats. She wondered if that bug was coming back. She hadn't felt her best the last few days. She felt off, out of sorts. But emotionally, she was on a roller coaster ride that threatened to drive her insane. "They're looking at me," Rory muttered as she took a seat beside him. She smiled, shaking her head. "'Cause you're cute." He grimaced, then grinned. "I am, ain't I?" And she just shook her head at that Malone grin, the twinkle in his blue eyes. He was a heartbreaker. Her friend, her brother. "I'll protect you," she whispered. Then he stared back at her in surprise. "I want to be protected?" And Sabella could only laugh. She wasn't laughing over an hour later, though. She was close to sobbing, to screaming in joy, and in fear. "I'd venture a week, perhaps a little longer," Dr. Amy Eichen said softly as she sat on the stool in front of the exam table. "The shot was low dose to begin with, because you stated you weren't involved in any sexual activity. You're over a week late returning for the shot, and with the antibiotics," the doctor shrugged. "It happens, Sabella." She was pregnant. Sabella pressed her hand against her stomach. This time, God had heard her prayers. He had given her a part of Noah to hold on to, a part of everything she loved to see her through the pain. She swallowed tightly. "Could you not tell your nurses?" she finally said. "Could we keep this between us for a while?" The nurses were notorious gossips. Sabella had always suspected it was one of the reasons Dr. Eichen often ran many of the less complicated tests herself. The blood test had been done in the exam room while Sabella waited. Dr. Eichen was conscientious. She was personal. She was a friend to the women who came to her. And she knew her nurses. "Is there a problem, Belle?" the doctor asked her gently. Sabella shook her head. "I want a chance to believe it myself," she said softly, "before anyone else knows." Dr. Eichen sighed at that. "It's a very small town." She rose and collected the data on the test before folding it and pushing it into her lab coat. She winked. "I forget these things sometimes." She sat back down on the stool. "Do you want this baby, Sabella?" she asked gently. Sabella's head snapped up. "More than anything," she breathed out roughly. I didn't consider. She paused and shook her head. I didn't think. I'd forgotten about the antibiotics. Things have been crazy at the garage. In her life. The shock of having Nathan back had dulled her senses. Dr. Aiken smiled, her serious hazel and blue-flecked eyes somber, concerned. I want you back in 3 weeks. I'll rerun the blood tests then, and we'll do a full workup. You weren't pregnant when you were in here last month. You're no more than a few weeks along. Sabella shook her head. No more than weeks. But she knew. She knew she carried Noah's baby. She knew it was growing inside her. She swore she could feel it now. That unknown feeling that had plagued her the last few days, the sense of being off balance, not entirely certain why. It wasn't just because of Noah. It was their child, letting her know he was there. You can get dressed now. Amy rose to her feet. She paused again and looked at her. If you need to talk, you know you can call me anytime.
Or come by the house, we'll have coffee. She smiled suddenly. Though it's decaf for you. Decaf worked for her. She was already planning revised menus. She would have to eat better, eat more often, no more caffeine, and she didn't even give a very. She was carrying Noah's baby. She dressed quickly, floating, feeling as though a surge of euphoria had taken hold of her mind and refused to release it. She stopped as she buttoned and zipped her jeans and touched her stomach again, just felt it, needing to feel the life growing inside her. She and Nathan had talked about starting a family after he returned from that last mission. They had wanted children, but they had wanted a stable environment to bring one into. They were going to pay off some of the bills. They were going to talk about it when he got home. But he hadn't come home, until now. Her lips curled softly, though sadly. She could keep him, she thought. She could tell him about the baby. He would never leave her. She shook her head. No, she wouldn't hold him. If he left, he would leave without knowing. And then she would have to leave as well, because Rory and Jordan would make certain he knew. They would never keep that information from him, and she would be back where she started, with a man who had returned not for her, but because of their child. Besides, if he knew about the baby and he left anyway, it would destroy the love she felt for him, and that she couldn't bear. Noah was the best thing that had ever happened to her. Loving him had been the greatest fulfillment of her life. Until now. She finished dressing, then left the exam room and went back to the lobby. Everything okay? Rory came to his feet as she stepped back into the lobby and moved to the counter to pay her bill. Everything's fine. She smiled back at him, forcing herself to keep the curve of her lips restrained. I'll be ready in a minute. The nurse took her check. She was busy inputting information into the computer and, thank God, didn't ask about the shot Sabella hadn't received. I thought you would be in there forever, Sienna teased as they left the doctor's office and emerged in the parking lot. She never takes that long. She wanted to make certain I was over that flu bug. Sabella shrugged. She was dying to tell someone. Why wasn't she telling Sienna? Rory? Why wasn't she shouting it from the rooftops? She was pregnant, finally pregnant, and it was her husband's baby. She inhaled slowly as they turned the corner of the building and headed across the back lot to Rory's truck. She was lost in the happiness, trying to hide it from Rory and Sienna. She kept her head down, and she didn't see the van. Sabella! Rory's yell had her head jerking up as he tried to grab her, to pull her back from the black van that suddenly stopped beside them. Sienna was jostled into her, throwing her closer to the wide door that was flung open. Black masks, black clothes, a gun aimed at Rory, a muffled report sounding as Sabella tried to scream over the hand that covered her mouth, tried to fight the ruthless force that tossed her into the van. Her last sight of Rory was the horror in his face and the blood pouring from his shoulder as he went down. Then the doors slammed closed, locking her and Sienna into the back of the van as it squealed out of the parking lot and accelerated as it headed out of town. Horrified, terrified, she fought against the hands holding her. Her arms were jerked behind her back. Oh God, her stomach was undefended. She couldn't cushion it, couldn't protect her baby like this.
Cuffs were snapped on her wrists and tape slapped over her mouth as she stared at her friend, her best friend, in shock. Sienna wasn't being cuffed or gagged. She was settling herself into the lap of one of the masked abductors, a smile curving her lips as she tilted her head and regarded Sabella like a distasteful chore. Sienna stared at her for long moments. Then she got up, braced her hand on the ceiling of the van, and before Sabella could process it, Sienna backhanded her with enough force to send her head bouncing against the side of the van, stars exploding in front of her eyes as she crumpled to the floor. Sabella didn't bother lifting herself from the floor. She blinked, felt the blood trickling from her nose, and stared back at the woman who smiled with cool, calm arrogance. "You stupid, really difficult person," Sienna drawled. "That's for all the years I've had to put up with babying your whining self because Rick insisted I should worry about you. And for marrying Nathan. Unfaithful person, you should have left the hometown boys to the hometown girls." She settled back on the lap of the man who had held her moments before. Brown eyes glared at her from behind the mask. Mike Conrad's brown eyes. His gaze was malicious, satisfaction filling them, hatred glittering in them. Sabella curled herself in a ball, her knees lifting to protect Noah's child. And she stared at Mike and Sienna in disbelief. Mike she could believe, but Sienna? Sienna, who had been there when Nathan's casket was buried, who rocked her when she cried, who had forced her out of the house over the years and had played the part of the loving friend so convincingly? Look at her. Sienna laughed. "Didn't I tell you, lover? I'm the best. No one ever suspected." Sabella hadn't suspected, but she knew in that moment that a part of her had known, unconsciously, that this woman wasn't her friend. Just as she knew, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Sienna intended to see her dead. But she knew no matter how hard they tried to hide, no matter how deep they might bury her body, Noah would find them. And when he did, he wouldn't let the fact that Sienna was a woman save her. Mike Conrad's past friendship with Nathan wouldn't even be a memory. He'd kill them both, and he would make it hurt. She just prayed he found her before they managed to kill her. Noah stepped from the garage as they heard the sirens in the distance and the squeal of tires, the sharp blasts of a horn. He was aware of Nick moving behind him, the other mechanics, as well as Toby stepping out to the parking lot. He was aware of a cold core of ice freezing inside him when Rory's truck slid around a corner and raced to the garage, the sheriff, lights blazing, riding close behind him. He stood stiff, still, as Nick cursed behind him. He heard the Russian cursing, felt the tension suddenly building in the air as Rory barreled into the parking lot, the truck fishtailing as he put on the brakes, slamming to a stop. He wasn't aware of moving. He wrenched the door open and caught his brother as he fell into his arms, blood staining his shirt, tears washing his face. "Noah!" Rory screamed out, hysteria brightening his eyes. Oh, God, Noah, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Noah held his brother, dragging him into the garage and then the office as Rick rushed in behind them. He could feel Rory's blood soaking his shirt, his skin. "Where's Sabella, Rory?" He put his brother in a chair before grabbing a handful of clean mechanics rags and pressing them to Rory's shoulder. "Tell me where Sabella is." Rory sobbed. His head fell back on the chair, and he howled in rage. "They took her and Sienna. Noah, I tried to grab her, but Sienna stumbled, and they took Sabella." Noah stared at him. Something beyond rage took hold of him. "What in the world do you mean, they took them?" Rick tried to push past Noah, rage echoing in his voice. What is really going on here? Nick hauled him back, jerked the handgun from his hand, and snarled down at him. Noah didn't pay attention. He didn't really care about Rick. "Who has her, Rory?" His voice was calm. "Did you recognize anyone?" "Masks." Rory shook his head furiously. They were wearing masks. "When I tried to grab for Sabella, one of the individuals pulled a gun. It was silenced. I jerked to the side and kept trying to get to her." He held his shoulder and rocked forward.
Ah, Christ, I'm sorry, Noah, I'm sorry. "Nick, get on it," Noah ordered quietly. "Calling now." "Rory." He gripped Rory's jaw. "Rory, look at me. Tell me what you saw. Rory stared back at him, dazed with pain and blood loss. His shirt was soaked with blood. Tan van. He shook his head, tears still filling his eyes. Black masks, black clothes. Pulled to a stop beside us, and Sienna stumbled. He shook his head again. I don't know why. She knocked into Belle and they both fell toward the door while I was trying to grab Belle. They jerked her inside. Mud on the tires, on the frame. It looked fresh. No plates, I checked. They were gone. Brown eyes. He stared up at Noah. The guy that took Belle, he had brown eyes. Really dark eyes. I know those eyes. Conrad's eyes. Nick, ambulance, Noah said softly. Rory was going to need help. He turned back to his brother. Did they say anything? Tell me, Rory, did any of them say anything? Rory was panting now, shock taking over. He stared back at Noah, dazed, fighting back on consciousness. Said something about good hunting as the doors closed. Someone laughed and said it would be good hunting. Teams moving, Nick reported. ETA is 20 minutes. How long ago, Rory? Noah questioned him then. When did it happen? Rory was shaking now. He looked at his wrist. Blood coated the face of his watch. Noah wiped it off, watching his brother carefully. The false calm that filled him was just a prelude. The ice was coming. Noah could feel it coming. Rory sobbed. An hour, he whispered. Gosh, Noah, an hour. I blacked out and the lot was nearly empty. No one saw. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Nick, what's Travis reporting? Movement on Leon, Nick stated. There was a pullout 5 minutes ago. He's trying to track, but T lost signal. Taya. Noah turned and stared at a silent Rick. He was watching Rory, watching Noah. You're supposed to be dead, Rick said faintly. I watched them bury you. A man ran a risk when returning to his hometown, pretending to be someone he wasn't, and claiming the wife he had left. I still am. Dead. He bared his teeth at Rick. You're in, but God help you if you're a part of this. Rory shuddered as Noah turned back to him. Noah, she called him baby. Noah sharpened his focus on Rory. Who? Rory frowned. When the door closed, Sienna, brown eyes jerked her inside. She said, baby. You misheard, Rick objected behind them. You had to have misheard, Rory. But the objection was faint and filled with bitter pain. When Noah turned back to the sheriff, he was staring at Rory in horror, in knowledge. Rick shook his head as though clearing a fog, and stared back at Noah, his tobacco-brown eyes filled with anguish. He misheard. Rory hadn't misheard. There was a leak in the Alpine Sheriff's force. That leak was Sienna, not Rick as they had first assumed. Nick, what do we have? Ambulance pulling in. Noah jerked around, pinning him with his gaze as Nick grimaced. We got nothing yet, man. The team's pulling in, Travis tracking, and T is working calm. That's all we have. Who the hell are you? Rick grabbed Noah's arm. Slowly, more to control the impulse to rip the sheriff's throat out than for any other reason, Noah turned back to him. Then he smiled. He could feel the blood pumping through his veins, his muscles hardening, tightening, his vision edged with red, with blood, and the monster was free. I'm the BCM's worst really nightmare, he said softly. I'm a dead man walking, and I'll take every very one of them to hell with me. Rory had been transported to the hospital under duress. He hadn't wanted to go. He had begged Noah not to make him go. The team was assembled, quietly, in the apartment after that. No one had seen them enter. No one knew they were there. Rick stood at the back door, staring through the narrow window, tense, prepared, as he listened to the team assemble the gear the other elite ops agents had brought in. Trackers, communications, weapons. Noah was listening to Travis Kane's report from his attempts to track the van that had transported the FBI agent Chuck Leon when his cell phone rang. Silence filled the apartment when Noah pulled it free of its holder and mouthed, Sabella's cell. He attached the electronic GPS tracker into his phone, then flipped it open. Blake. I'm sorry, Sabella whispered. She was crying. Noah could hear the huskiness in her voice, the tears. It's okay, baby, he told her gently. Are they there? They want to talk. Her voice cut off, and if he wasn't mistaken, he heard her cry out. His nostrils flared, the need for blood exploding, pounding in her head. The sheriff is with you, we know that.
A mechanical voice came over the line. He is. The thin, distorted chuckle did nothing to disguise the glee in the abductor's voice. Tell him to stay there. If he leaves, they both die. Very well. There was silence. You're being agreeable. That's very good. He remained silent. You went over the truck, didn't you, Blake? The voice drawled. You found the evidence and turned it in, didn't you? I did. They knew. He knew. He would give them that much. Yeah, that Puts agent we questioned just didn't convince us that he found it. He's still alive, by the way. Do you care? Not particularly. Another chuckle. You're not an agent, are you? What are you then? Let's say a concerned bystander, he drawled. My mother was Mexican. She wouldn't have liked you very much. It was a lie. His mother had been pure blue blood. Then your mother was a whore. We kill whores. Noah waited. A heartbeat. 2. 3. What do you want? He kept his voice calm, cool. It was icy. There was no burning rage. There was no impatience. He had known they would call. Belle is a beautiful little whore, too. The voice was smug, taunting. She'll make a nice plaything when you're dead. You have to kill me first, Noah pointed out. He didn't look at the men in the room. He stared at the single picture that Sabella had kept in the apartment, a picture of them before they married. His arms were around her shoulders as they stared into the camera, her expression soft, vulnerable, loving. He could almost smell that day, the scent of her perfume, the scent of their intimacy still clinging to them. Yes, we do get to kill you first. Laughter trickled over the connection. It's good that you're alone except for the sheriff. All your mechanics in place as they should be. Everyone just busy little beavers, aren't they, Mr. Blake? We're watching, you know. That's their job, he agreed. No emotion. He felt nothing. He kept staring at the picture of him and Sabella. No, the picture of Sabella and her husband. The man he was then didn't resemble the man he was now. There was no fear, no worry. There was a sense of death, a knowledge that no matter the outcome, blood was going to spill, and it wouldn't be all his. None of it would be Sabella's. You'll make an interesting hunt, the abductor said to torment him. A nice little addition to my trophies. That wasn't nice of you, poking your nose in where it wasn't wanted. He nodded slowly. Here it came. Finally. The end of the road. Here's what you're going to do, Mr. Blake. And you're going to do it alone. If we see anyone else leave the garage, then the girls die. If you don't follow directions exactly, they die. If you're late, they die. Melodrama. Really, he hated the wait. Yeah, I breathe the wrong way and they die. I got it. He was aware of Jordan wincing, the looks the other men gave him. Another chuckle. Do you know the national park? Like the back of his hand. Not very well. I haven't had time to do much sightseeing. There was silence. Noah waited it out. He let it flow over him, refused to consider the risks. He was a nobody here. They didn't suspect anything. He was a mechanic, nothing more.
Do you know where they found the little female FBI agent? I know you've been in town long enough for that. The canyon was about an hour away. I know. You'll be met. You have an hour after this call disconnects to get there. Would you like to tell your little girlfriend bye? If you want your hunt, I'll see her alive before it begins. She's of no use to me dead. Laughter again, grating, knowing. Sure, you can say your goodbyes in person. You'll be met. You have 1 hour. Noah disconnected. He dragged his jacket from the back of a chair. He was already outfitted in the chaps. The butter-soft leather conformed and moved easily with him. Hiking boots, skin tag locator on both shoulders, belt buckle equipped with a locator as well, all deactivated until needed. You'll have to slip out with the others, he told Rick as he moved for the door. Like hell, if she's in on this, then I'll take care of it. The sheriff's eyes burned with anger as he caught Noah's arm. Grip my arm again, and your throat comes out. He peeled the sheriff's hand from his arm. You'll come in with the others. And she's the only way they could have taken Sabella so easily. You know it as well as I do. Rick's jaw clenched, a muscle ticking furiously at the side. We need someone to prosecute Noah, Jordan reminded him. Remember that when the hunt starts. We'll be in place and ready to move. T will track you from the rendezvous. Noah nodded and left the apartment, slamming the door behind him. He could feel the eyes on him. By time he made the rendezvous, it would be nearing dark. The others could slip into place then. Getting them out of the garage wouldn't be a problem. Noah had been a SEAL. He believed in escape routes to hell and back, and Jordan knew them all. He straddled the Harley and set the motor to throbbing before kicking into gear and tearing out of the parking lot. The wind whipped through his hair, and he heard Sabella's light laughter, her sounds of deep emotion, the sound of tears in her voice when she called. She was frightened. He could hear the fear. But he heard something else, too. He had heard trust. There hadn't been hysteria. She hadn't begged him to save her. She had known he would come for her. He had heard that in her voice, her knowledge, her trust. She was a woman any man could be proud to call his own. But Sabella was still tender, still vulnerable. She was a woman who loved with everything inside her, and that was how she loved the man he had been, with everything inside her. He kicked the gas to the Harley and let it tear down the road. He knew exactly where he was going. He'd tracked the area after the unit moved in and canvassed every inch of it. The female FBI agent's body had been found at the base of one of the small rises, her body dug up by scavengers. The area had been widely publicized. For a second, just a second, an image of Sabella flashed in his mind, eyes wide in death, her face white, lips bloodless. He twisted the gas and let the Harley tear down the road. Rage bit at him, hard, fast, before he countered it, before the icy hunger for blood overrode it once again. He wasn't a husband, he wasn't a lover, he was a dead man, and he was about to have company in hell. It was that simple. That was how he had survived for the past 6 years. And it was how he had rehabilitated, it was how he rebuilt himself. He was a husband, a lover, and what belonged to him had been threatened, taken. It wouldn't happen again. Dusk was settling, only feet from where the dead agent's body had been found. 3 black-masked shadows waited on four-wheelers at the base of the rise. Noah kicked the stand on the Harley, turned it off, and dismounted slowly. He stared back at them. None of them were Mike Conrad, but there was Delbert Ransom. Those watery brown eyes gleamed like a rat's. The other 2 men he identified by the shape of their faces and the color of their eyes. One was a ranch hand from the Malone Ranch. The other was the sheriff's deputy, Herschel Jenkins. Very. Rory was going to be upset. He and Herschel had been drinking buddies at one time. Herschel moved from his four-wheeler and pointed to the small rack behind him. In his hand, he carried plastic restraints. Noah moved to the back of the ATV, slid on, and let the jerk cuff his wrists to the edge of the rack. Seconds later, they were tearing off through the night. He felt the first electronic skin tag tracker on his left shoulder heat up. It had a 5-minute range. Eyes were already watching. He could feel them. The SEALs would be in place. Reno, Clint, Kel, Macy, and Ian. They would have been deployed from the bunker the minute they knew the rendezvous point, and they'd be tracking. Satellite would be trained on the ATV's progress. The ATV's headlights cut through the darkness, but Noah knew there were others watching as well. Militia members, to make certain there was no backup. There was plenty of backup. They'd thought Noah would be taken, not Sabella. The outsider coming in and taking over something it was rumored the militia wanted, that being the garage. He had controlled it, controlled its owner. They hadn't expected Sabella to be taken. Noah held onto the rack, braced himself, and flowed with the hard thumps, the deliberately rough ride. These boys thought they knew how to hurt. They didn't know anything about pain, about madness, about death. Noah knew, and he knew they had no idea what monster they were bringing into their midst. The night vision contacts were working, though not as well as goggles would have. The faded green aura of the landscape was clearly visible. He could see another of Galen Patrick's ranch hands in a pickup as they passed it, tucked into the shelter of a small grove of pines. He saw the shadow behind it and smiled. Yeah, there were a lot of shadows moving in these mountains tonight. 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes. Finally, the ATVs turned off into a small canyon and pulled in front of an opening into the base of a nearly sheer cliff. They hadn't known about this one. It was perfectly hidden by the brash and bramble in front of it and the ledge of the cliff over it. There was a faint light coming from inside. The restraints were cut and a rifle shoved in his face as he was pointed to the opening. How easy it would be to shove the barrel of the weapon up the deputy's back while he took out the other 2, silently.
It could be done so silently. He grinned instead and turned, walking into the entrance and waiting for the contacts to adjust as the light deepened. Sabella's abductor's precautions against the light showing from the outside allowed the contacts time to adjust until his vision was clear when he turned into the main cavern. He stepped in, his gaze finding Sabella immediately. Someone had hit her. Her cheek was bruised. Blood still marred her nose. Her gray eyes were dark with anger and fear. The cavern was large enough. She was tied to a small cot, her wrists cuffed to the metal frame, though she had been left sitting. Across the room, Mike Conrad grinned back at him. He hadn't bothered to cover his face. Sienna sat between his splayed legs, playing with the ends of her hair as she stared back at him maliciously. "All that leather just looks hot," she drawled. "Come on, Mike, let me make him be intimate with me before you go hunting. That illegal person you kidnapped last month did it. His wife cried so pitifully. I want to see Belle cry while her lover is intimate with me, just like her husband did." Noah had never touched her. There had always been something about Sienna that just put him off. There had been no challenge, no sense of depth. "Strip." He shrugged, staring back at her. "I have time if you do." Head games. He knew head games. She pouted and sniffed. "Not on your life. You're probably diseased after being with that heifer." She nodded to Sabella. He lifted his shoulder negligently and turned to Mike.
This had once been his friend Strange. He'd never seen the bloodthirstiness in Mike's eyes before now. What had changed? What had changed him? Mike grinned. "As you can see, she's alive. She's not very talkative, though." He glanced over at her as he felt the tracker on his right shoulder heat. He shook his head at the setup, looking around again. Mike and Sienna watched him, obviously less than pleased at his reaction. "I told you the jerk wasn't as easy to intimidate as you thought he was." Noah didn't tense. He didn't turn. He stood still, relaxed. Yeah, he knew that voice. Galen Patrick. He waited long seconds before turning just enough to see the other man. He waddled in, his thick lips creasing into a smile, followed by the shorter, trimmer form of federal judge Carl Clifford and the paunchy marshal Kevin Lyle. "Quite a little group," Noah drawled. Smug satisfaction filled Patrick's beady hazel eyes. "Yeah, we have some pretty good boys that like to play." He walked over to Mike and Sienna. When he reached out and twisted one of her nipples, she moaned like a difficult person in heat and leaned into him. Camp follower. Gosh, he just hadn't seen this one coming. "I want a minute with Sabella alone." He stared at Patrick, aware of who was running this show. "Why would I do that?" Patrick stared back at him in amusement. Noah smiled. The smile of a man with more confidence, more ability than those around him suspected, and Patrick's eyes gleamed at the challenge. "This is a hunt? Boy, we're gonna be hunting you." Galen laughed. "If you can keep yourself alive until dawn, then we'll just put a bullet in your heads. We won't harm her sexually, and we won't make you watch if you're still alive. Real simple. You get caught before dawn, or dead. Then she's a nice little plaything. Just like that female agent was." Noah nodded and held his smile. "You'll want a real challenge then." "We love a challenge," he chortled. "Give me a minute alone with her. I'll give you your challenge." He let his voice lower, let the monster inside him echo in his voice. Sienna shivered as though with intense desire. "If you catch him before dawn, do I get to harm her first?" Galen stared at her, rather like a man stared at his favorite pet. "We'll hold her for you," he promised, before turning back to Noah. "You think you're a challenge, do you?" His brow arched. "You'll never catch me." Galen grinned. "Other men have made that promise." "I'm not other men." He was already a dead man, and he knew who was going to die tonight. Galen's fat lips widened before he nodded shortly. "You have 3 minutes. I'm gonna be nice about it. Let you kiss her real sweet before she gets to listen to you die." He nodded to the radio setup in the corner of the cavern. "She'll get to listen to you scream like a pig." Noah just stared back at him. The old jerk laughed before wrapping his arm around Sienna's shoulders. "Come on, sugar. You can please me before we head out."
She giggled like the very cheerleader she had been in school. Noah moved to Sabella. Knees bending, he hunched down in front of her and cupped her cheeks. Tears filled her eyes. And for just a second, Noah allowed himself to feel. He went past the rage that threatened to overwhelm his control. He went past the murderous fury at the thought of how frightened she was. And there, tucked into his soul, was the love he had felt for Sabella since the moment he had seen her. She had strode into his garage, her smile flashing in the sunlight, her eyes mysterious and watchful. He'd had eyes for no other woman since that day. He leaned close, his forehead against hers, and smiled back at her confidently. "They'll die," he promised her. "Every one. One of them." Her lips trembled and more tears rolled down her cheeks. "Be ready." He kept his voice low, for her ears only. "Stay low. Don't anger them." She nodded jerkily, her eyes locked on his, fear for him, filling them. "It's gonna be okay, baby." She nodded again, and when her lips trembled this time, he wanted to kiss them. He wanted to cover them, to ease her past that fear for just a moment. It was a need he couldn't afford. Kissing Sabella would strip him down to that final, darkened core where hunger pulsed in an eternal need, just for her. "Noah." He put his finger over her lips. "Nothing will happen to you. I swear it on what little is left of my soul, Sabella. Nothing will happen to you." "Rory?" "Safe." Noah smoothed a tear from beneath her eye, then brought his thumb to his lips and let the salty taste of her pain and her fear harden the icy core of rage. "Who hit you?" He wanted to know who to kill first. "Sienna." And he nodded. He touched her lips with his thumb, touched her hair, then drew back slowly as Mike stepped back into the room. He rose to his feet, the sound of her muffled sob raking over the ice inside him, hardening it, colder, icier. There was no flame, nothing hot or fierce burning inside him. This was death. He turned back to Mike. "So, are we gonna go play, or are you too busy with other matters?" Mike's eyes narrowed before his gaze flicked to Sabella. "When you die, I'm going to ensure she suffers greatly." Noah grunted. "Let's cut the nonsense here, Conrad. Let's get moving." He headed to the entrance. He left Sabella behind him, for now. Just for now. And the look he gave Mike was a promise. He would be one of the first to die. Killing him would be incredibly easy. He'd known that when he first arrived back and saw the drunken abuse the other man had heaped on her. He had trusted his family, his friends, to watch out for the woman who was his life. As they entered the narrow entrance, Noah watched as Galen Patrick moved from deeper inside the cavern. His face was flushed, expression smug. "Doesn't take you long to be satisfied, does it?" he observed mockingly. Patrick glared back at him. "Boy, I'm going to enjoy killing you." The monster lifted its head inside him. Icy, murderous determination infused him. It wasn't a surge of adrenaline. It was a surge of intent, a hard, brutal core of calculated deliberation. Noah grinned. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you." Sabella lowered her head and fought her tears. Her body ached from the abuse she had suffered. Her shoulders, her legs and hips, her upper back. So far, Sienna hadn't gone for her stomach. Was the pregnancy too early for a blow to her stomach to hurt her child? God help her if Sienna learned she was carrying Noah's child. The other woman was insane. Sabella stared across the room as the psychopathic imitation of her best friend engaged in inappropriate behavior with Mike Conrad. Their actions were brazen, performed openly, and they had no idea what they had unleashed when they had taken her. Sabella had seen it, though, in his eyes. The flecks of green in the blue were artificial. There was no green in Noah's eyes. But the blue had been like ice lit from inside with a cold, brutal flame. There had been no rage, no fury, just calculated death. Those weren't her husband's eyes. Whatever had happened to him during his imprisonment with Diego Fuentes had changed him in ways that sent a shiver up her spine. 6 years ago, her husband hadn't had that hard core of icy rage inside him. It was there now. There was death in his eyes now. Sweet Jesus, he was going to kill tonight. She knew it. She had seen it in his eyes. Not that every single one of the individuals involved in this didn't deserve to die. They were so confident, they had killed for so long that they didn't even care if they let their victims see their faces. They were that certain of themselves and had succeeded for so long in these hunts they conducted. Poor little Belle, Sienna crooned in a mimicry of comas. She moved across the room. The other woman gripped Sabella's jaw and jerked her head up. Her green eyes glittered with excitement, with almost maniacal pleasure.
Poor Rick, Sabella whispered. He loved you, Sienna. Not that Sienna appeared to care. She rolled her eyes. That man hasn't touched me in over 2 years, she huffed, her lips thinning. The only reason he even still lives in the house with me is because I have just enough on him to make him wary. She released Sabella's jaw and plopped down on the cot beside her. Sienna leaned back as Sabella shifted, protecting her side and her stomach by pushing herself farther into the corner of the wall. I've so wanted to tell you what a weak-kneed little difficult person you are, Sienna giggled. Crying for your lost Nathan, haunting that house of his like a very ghost. She lifted her nails and checked them carefully before looking up at Sabella. I was intimate with him in your bed, you know. No, she hadn't. Nathan would have never been intimate with another woman, especially Sienna, and Sabella would have known if he had. But she lowered her head, let the other woman think she had gotten her jibe in. You are so really boring, Sienna breathed out in irritation. Come on, Belle, admit it. You're sick because you know I was intimate with your husband. I'd have been intimate with your little punk biker, but I bet he doesn't even have male anatomy. Mike chuckled across the room as he moved to the equipment on the table in the corner. I want him to watch while I torment you, Sienna breathed, as Sabella glared back at her from beneath the cover of her lashes. I'm going to love tormenting you, Sabella. I'll laugh and bite you. Sienna shivered in longing. I'll make you scream and beg your Noah to save you. You won't have the chance, Sabella told her softly. He's going to kill you, Sienna. Sienna licked her lips lustfully. No one has survived a hunt, Belle. Your biker won't last an hour. Then she leaned forward, gripping Sabella's chin with enough force to bruise. I'm going to ensure you suffer greatly, and they're going to hold you down while I inflict pain. I'm going to desecrate what Nathan and that biker thought was so very good, and let him watch while you scream. Sabella shook her head. No, Sienna, you won't have the chance to hurt me in front of him. You won't even know when he returns. All you'll know is death. She had seen death in Noah's eyes. Whatever had happened to him, whatever group he was a part of, they were ready for this, and she knew it. Sienna smirked, then, before Sabella could jerk back, smashed her lips onto hers. Gagging, furious, Sabella jerked back, and before she could stop herself, she slammed her head into the other woman's face. Sienna's shriek of rage was followed by another blow to Sabella's face. Lights exploded in front of her eyes again, the agony of the other woman's fist to her cheek sending screaming white-hot pain lancing through her body. But Sienna jumped from the bed and flounced off to Mike. He was laughing. He pulled the other woman to him and stroked her hair, kissing her abused cheek. My poor little one, he crooned. It's okay. When we're done with her, you can show your devotion to all of us. You can serve us completely. And Sabella saw the little shudder of pleasure that whipped through Sienna. God, she was insane. Somewhere, somehow, Sabella had missed the fact that the woman pretending to be her best friend was certifiable. It was no wonder Nathan had never seemed to like the idea of their friendship. She inhaled roughly, tasted the blood in her mouth again, and forced back the sickness rising inside her. Noah would come back, and when he did, he'd make certain tonight was no more than an unpleasant memory.
They didn't take him far from the canyon for the hunt to start. The militia members were masked, and they brought him a running buddy. How nice of them. Chuck Leon had seen better days, no doubt. His face was swollen, his leg had a tourniquet tied around it. Goodness, he'd have to take care of this before he returned to the canyon. "What kind of shape are you in?" he asked the other man, as they stood in the middle of a small valley. Noah looked around. It was bisected by a stream and several deep gullies. He hadn't seen the other members of the team yet, but with the militia wearing night vision, he knew he wouldn't. Cottonwood and pines grew strategically, thick in areas, thin in others. Bad shape. Chuck shifted on his good leg. They always hunt more than one. They like a quick kill and a challenge. I guess I'm the quick kill, huh? There was fight left in him, though. His hazel eyes glittered with anger. "Piece of advice," Noah told him quietly. "Get rid of the mad. Use your head and watch your back." Chuck shook his head. "We're going to be sitting ducks out here." Noah didn't say anything more. He watched as other vehicles moved in. There were a dozen vehicles, more than double that in men. A small group. They hadn't branched out to let anyone into their little pack that they didn't implicitly trust. "Do you have a plan?" Chuck grimaced as Noah bent and checked the tourniquet on the other man's leg. "I always have a plan." "Mind letting me in on it?" Noah grunted. He didn't trust anyone with Sabella's life, especially an unknown agent. Head for the gully, jump in, and run north. One of the team would be close enough to pull him out. You might live. The agent stared at him in disbelief. "You're kidding, right?" He stared back at Chuck coldly. "Do I look like I'm kidding?" "Gosh," Chuck tunneled his hands through his hair. "Okay, hit the gully and go north. And don't stop. This gully runs into another gully and then heads to the main road. If you're not stopped, just keep truckin'." The team might let him pass and head to town for help. Goodness, if no one knew what they would do. But he had seen the brush moving, waving a little too hard for the wind blowing through the valley, at the edge of the ravine. There was another sign of the elite unit in the gully that headed back toward the canyon Sabella was being held in. That was where Noah intended to head. Let the individuals think he and Chuck were going to make it easy for them. The team would play with them until Noah could get to Sabella and get her out of there. Once she was safe, Noah was going hunting himself. "Looks like they're all here." Chuck's voice was resigned, but it vibrated with determination now. He was young, but he was game. Noah nodded as Galen Patrick got out of the powerful 4x4 he was in. Night vision goggles covered his eyes. High-tech rednecks, he thought mockingly. "Ready, boys?" Patrick chuckled, his thick lips stretched wide, like a maniacal clown as he waddled over to them. Noah slipped his stems beneath his belt and activated the tracker there. He'd waited. He'd been searched, his chaps and jacket removed, but that was okay. He could function without them just as well as he could function with them. He stared back at Galen. The green aura that transposed over the other man from the contacts he wore didn't take away from the pure evil glittering in the man's eyes. "You have a 10-minute head start. Run wherever you really want to," he chuckled. "We like to make things interesting. We'll give you 10 minutes, then head out for you." 10 minutes? Noah felt the amusement welling within him. Stupid idiots. They were giving him 10 minutes? "We usually give our prey a little longer," Galen announced amid the laughter that echoed around him. "But we just plain don't like you, so we're going to make it harder for you." Noah looked out over the valley. Half an hour wouldn't seem like much, unless a man knew the area as well as Noah did. He'd played in the national park, camped in it, hunted in it. He knew it like the back of his hand. Half an hour would have seen him well on his way to the Malone ranch. 10 minutes would see him almost back to Sabella's location. "You don't talk much, do you, boy?" Galen observed in amusement. "Saving your breath, are you?" Noah smiled. It wasn't in amusement, and for the first time, Galen was beginning to look just a little nervous. Galen granted, irritated now as he looked at the face of the watch he wore. 10 minutes, fools. Get moving. Chuck hobbled at a near ran for the gully. Noah stood and stared back at Galen as the other man lifted his brow and laughed in his face. "Watch your back," he told Galen. "Watch it close, because I'll be there." Galen laughed as Noah turned, stared around at the unlit vehicles, and hoped to gosh Taya was able to track some of the troublemakers with the satellite. They needed proof, just in case he let one of them live. Then he ran. Less than 10 minutes. He needed to get to the gully and prayed to God the team had had time to get in place. He could feel the sights on his back. Someone wasn't going to wait. He could feel it. He dug his feet into the hard clay dirt and pushed harder, running for the gully and throwing himself into it as the first shot rang out. The bullet sliced across his bicep and stung like gosh. The flesh wound was going to bleed like a mess. He hit the rocky gully hard. The heavy stones that filled the dry ravine bit into his ribs. A barely noticeable pain before he was on his feet and moving along the shallow crease in the land. He could hear the laughter behind him, engines gunning, the roar of a dirt bike or two. They were fully loaded, technologically advanced, and well planned. They had done this time and time again. This would be their last time. "Gotcha!" Nick caught him as he rounded the ravine 5 minutes later. "Hold in place. Clint is moving ahead and jumping the gully into the trees as they start moving. Reno is imitating Leon and Macy is pulling him out of harm's way. We have you covered." "I have to get back to the cavern." He flicked an irritated glance to where Nick was tying off the wound with camo bandaging. Weapons. A rifle was shoved in his hand, then a handgun. He tucked the smaller weapon into his belt and cradled the large one. Knife. Motors were revving as Nick handed over his own Russian-made military dagger. "They put more guards on the canyon," Nick told him. "You have 5 to take out. I can't cover you there, but Jordan and the sheriff are moving on that position. They're a little behind schedule. Seems there were some added eyes posted at the road leading out here. They had to slip around them. Get that freaking agent out of here." Noah accepted the information as he heard a horn sound behind them. Whoops sounded and vehicles were moving out. "Come." Nick shoved an earpiece in his ear, leaving Noah to adjust it. He could hear the team now. "Wild card in place," he said carefully. His code name, the mission code name, and the source they were after. That source was Sienna, and killing a woman wasn't a preferred action, but what he had seen in that cavern wasn't a woman. It was a disease. "Wildcard, move, and secure Ladybird." Reno's command came through the earpiece. "All sources in place and pulling from your position. Go." Nick slapped him on the back, picked up his own weapon, and moved out. Staying under cover wouldn't be easy. He had to work his way through the shallow gully, back to the canyon, and then along the cliff wall without being seen. The point was to keep the majority of the militia in the field as a few took out the command center. Jordan and Noah were the few, and Jordan was running behind. "Wildcard, eye in the sky has you," Taya said into the link. "You have 2 bogeys coming up, 35 meters to your left, 22 to your right. Proceed with caution." Noah stayed down, using the vocal directions Taya laid out as the background chatter and directions given by Reno and Clint pounded in his brain. "Cycle 1 down," Clint reported, his voice filled with glee despite the quiet nature of his voice. Noah slid out of the ravine under cover of the pine and juniper growing along the bank. The bogeys were behind him. On his stomach, he crawled the distance to the next pass, making certain to keep covered. Once he reached the cliff face, he was on his feet, crouched and working his way behind the cover of boulders, trees. "Bogey in the cliff," Taya reported. "I have heat across the canyon, positioned to spy your direction. Use extreme prejudice if needed. Kill if needed." Not yet. He wanted everyone in that cave nice and complacent. "I need distraction," he murmured. There was silence on the line. "Distraction coming in." Micah's voice came across the line. "Be ready to move." There was a flash of movement at the mouth of the canyon. Noah watched as the sentry turned, shifting position and allowing Noah to slip into the mouth of the cave. Insertion achieved. Taya reported his position to the group. "Clint, 12 meters to your left, duck and cover," Kira directed. "Ian, slide yourself out of the way, you have a bogey moving in." There was muffled laughter in his ear as Noah edged through the narrow entrance and into the natural hall that had been carved through the inside of the cliff. The contacts adjusted slowly as he made his way toward the command center. He could hear the radio squawking, reports coming in. Like the team Noah was with, each man in the militia hunting party was wearing a personal communications device. They were tracking 2 prey, whooping and yelling when they disappeared, then cackling in glee as they reappeared. "They're giving us a run, boys," the judge yelled in fanatical pleasure. "Ooh-wee, we're gonna run 'em down." "This is taking too long," Sienna complained, her voice strident and filled with displeasure. "Galen said it would go fast, and we could have fun." Mike laughed at her statement, but Noah could hear the nervousness in it. "They usually catch one of them by now," Sienna snapped. Noah didn't think so. He stepped into the cave. Mike had a single second to whip around with the gun he was holding. Noah let the knife fly, burying it in his shoulder as Sienna screeched and came flying at him. Sienna was easy. He didn't even have to put any power in the punch to her jaw, and she went down. But when she fell, she tangled in his feet, and Mike came roaring at him. He'd torn the dagger from his shoulder, rage burned in his brown eyes, flushed his face. And he could fight. He and Nathan had always sparred together. The other man might have gained some punch, but he was maddened, enraged. Noah felt the gun at his back slip out to the floor in a distant part of his mind. Mike's arms wrapped around Noah, threw him into the cavern wall as he heard Sabella's cry echo through the stone room. He took the first blow to his kidney, let Mike land another in his stomach. Then he moved. He threw his elbow into the other man's throat, knocked him back. Mike's gutter fighting abilities had improved. He threw a kick back that Noah dodged, but the pure rage in Mike was nothing compared to the cold, brutal ice that filled Noah. He ducked, rolled, gripped the fallen knife in his hand, and as Mike came back at him, Noah wrapped one arm around the other man's shoulders and felt the crunch, the slice of the blade as it pierced Mike's chest and ripped into the heart. Mike froze. His eyes widened as he stared back at Noah. "Nathan Malone," Noah whispered back, just loud enough for Mike. "I warned you, years ago. Don't touch what's mine." Something flickered in Mike's eyes then. Regret? Fear? He wasn't certain. Mike's hand lifted, his lips formed his name as blood dribbled from the corners and he slid slowly to the floor, where Noah faced Sienna and the gun she held on him. "I've killed before." Her nose was bleeding, her green eyes were deranged. Drugs. He could see it now, saw the evidence of it. Freaking junkie. "I don't want to kill you, Sienna." He was aware of Sabella, pressed into the corner of the wall, watching the scene in fear and pain. What he had put her through, no woman should have to experience. His death, his return as another man. Seeing everything that she believed was safe and secure in her world falling apart around her. "But I want to kill you, Noah Blake," she sneered, sniffed as tears fell from her eyes. "You killed Mike." She grimaced, then screamed, "Where will I get my coke from now, you difficult person?" He shook his head. "Prison beats dead, Sienna." She sneered at that. "And wouldn't the high and mighty jerk Rick just love seeing me in prison, that difficult person? He's going to be next, and he just doesn't know it. You won't get out of here." She waved the gun for emphasis. Noah heard the comm activate at his ear. "Deck B appraised, command center compromised, take out objects." Noah's lips tightened. From the radio at the corner, the first gunshot sounded. Sienna's eyes widened. Really? Really? Where did they come from? Where did they come from? Terror filled her face. The gun shook in her hand. "I'll kill you," she screamed back at Noah. "You have a one-shot chance," he told her, opening his arms. "Go for it." She smiled, coke-bright eyes glittering as she turned the gun on Sabella. Sabella's fear raged through the room, silent, filled with the rasps of her breath, the terror she was holding inside. Noah tensed, jumped as the shot rang out, and Sabella screamed. And Noah cried out, "Bella!" He landed against her, driving her back against the wall, tightening in preparation for the bullet that didn't come. He jerked around to see Jordan and Rick Grayson in the entrance. Rick's weapon was drawn, and Sienna lay stretched out on the floor, blood massing beneath her neck. The sheriff stared down at his wife, his face expressionless, his eyes dead, as he bent and picked up the rifle Noah had dropped. He turned and left the cavern as Noah quickly cut Sabella's bonds. "Noah! Oh God, Noah!" His arms were around her, holding her to his heart. I knew you'd be here, she whispered, her fingers digging into his chest, holding on to him as he closed his eyes against the hard core of agony that resonated inside him. I knew, Noah. I knew you'd be here. He kissed the top of her head as Jordan stepped forward. Take her home, he told his uncle. Jordan nodded slowly. Rory's there too, and Grandpop. I'll stay with her. No, she jerked back, stared up at him. Her eyes were like thunderclouds. He'd never seen them like that. Shock and fear filled them. Her face was paper white, her body shuddering. Don't you leave me. She gripped his shirt and tried to shake him, tears falling from her eyes. Don't you leave me, Noah. His head lowered. He touched her lips with his and knew this woman held the best part of him. The memories of the husband he had been, the man he had been. He couldn't destroy that. He refused to. He pushed her to Jordan slowly, loath to let her go, to release her, knowing that releasing her was the only way to save the memories she held. Don't you leave me, she screamed the order, eyes blazing, her lips trembling as tears fell and hysteria threatened to overwhelm her. If you leave me, Noah Blake, if you don't come back when this is over, don't bother coming back at all. He touched her cheek, ran his thumb over her lips. You're the best part of me, he whispered. Always remember that, Sabella, the very best part of me. Before she could grab him, hold him to her, he pulled away, grabbed one of the rifles Mike had laid on the table across the room, and left. Nick was wounded, and the militia members were scattering like rats on a sinking ship. It was time to contain them. It was time for death to take its toll, and Noah was the hand that would deal the devil's deck. He strode from the cavern, her sobs in his head. He shouldn't have had to hear her crying for him. It sliced through his senses, through his control, but not the ice that filled him. Every man in the militia Galen had brought together had threatened his wife, risked her life, risked her world. They wouldn't have the chance to do it again. Sabella let the tears stop. She pulled out of Jordan's arms and stared at Mike Conrad's and Sienna's dead bodies. The cave stank of death, of blood. She pressed her hand to her stomach, to her child. Take me home. Noah had left, and a part of her knew he wasn't coming back. She wanted out of here. She didn't want her child exposed to this scent, to the atrocities that had been committed in this cave any longer. She swore she could hear the screams of the innocent people who had died here recently. Sienna lay in her own blood. Her slender body was stretched out on her stomach, her long hair covering her face. Sabella knew she would have to deal with the fallout on this one soon. She had loved Sienna like a sister, trusted her. Sabella, Jordan said her name softly. You can't talk about this. She held her hand up, silencing him. I know the line. I was married to a SEAL, remember? Jordan nodded slowly. I don't know a thing, she whispered tearfully. Not a very thing. Now take me home, Jordan. Take me home before I lose my mind. From the radio, the screams of the dying could be heard. Orders to run, to ambush, curses and cries echoed through the cave as Jordan gripped her arm and they made their way out. Outside, firelight flickered in the distance. Gunfire. The echo of shots sounded, overly loud, causing her to flinch as Jordan helped her into the black SUV he and Rick must have arrived in. She stared into the night as she buckled up. She held on and rocked with the vehicle as Jordan raced from the canyon. He was barking commands, though she couldn't see a radio. She glimpsed an insert at his ear, though. Nick, get yourself out of there, Jordan was ordering. I don't care if you're a reincarnated berserker. Haul yourself. Then he cursed. Nick, her mechanic. She crossed her arms over her stomach and turned her face to the window beside her. And she cried. As they hit the small dirt road that led back to the main interstate, she let her tears fall, and she let the past go. Her husband was dead. The man in his place wasn't coming back. She had seen it in his eyes, felt it in his touch. But this time, Sabella wasn't alone. She touched her stomach, closed her eyes. This time, she had a part of that love to hold on to. Their child. Jordan took her home. Sabella waited in the living room, curled up in the same chair she had sat in the day Jordan and Reno had arrived to tell her of Nathan's death. She wasn't crying. Her head was pillowed in the corner of the wingback. Grandpop Rory had wrapped a quilt around her, then pulled his chair close to her and held her hand. For hours, he just sat there, until Jordan and Rory went into the kitchen, and the silence stretched between them. Finally, Grandpop sighed deeply. His age-ravaged face was filled with sadness, with grief, as he patted her hand. She lifted her eyes to him. Blue eyes, wild Irish blue eyes. She wondered if she would ever be free of them. "He loves you," he said softly. "He always loved you, girl, from the day you showed up here till the day he came back." Her lips parted in shock as he made a little shushing motion. "We'll not tell them." He nodded to the other room. "They know, but what we know is between us, right?" She blinked back her tears. "When I lost my Erin, I couldn't go with her." His voice became hoarse, tear-filled. "I felt her death in every corner of my soul. But I had Nathan and Rory and Grant. Well, he changed over the years, I guess. Someone had to watch over my boys." A sob caught and locked in her voice. "He's not coming back." And it hurt. It hurt until she was a mass of pain, worse than it had been when she thought he was dead, more all-consuming, ravaging her insides. He lowered his head, shook it, then stared back at her. "He loves you with all his soul. If he's not coming back, then it's for you, Bella, not for him." He looked to her stomach. "And he left you life. Don't be bitter, girl. Don't convince yourself he doesn't love you. You know better." The sob tore free. Grandpop did the same thing he'd done when he came to the house after the notice of Nathan's death. He rocked her, wrapped his arms around her and rocked her against the pain before she drew back and shook her head. She wiped her tears. She had cried for him the first time. She wasn't crying for him again. Grandpop, in some ways perhaps, was right. Nathan had always had a sharp, very narrow vision of honor. He would leave her to protect her. She had known that ever since she had realized who he was, that he was hiding, pretending to be dead. If it meant her life, or her sadness, he'd take her sadness gladly, just as she would have. But she couldn't pull herself out of the chair. She waited. She waited until the sun rose high overhead. The phone rang, and no one answered it. Finally, Rick arrived. He looked haggard, years older. Blood stained his clothes and grief etched his face, but his eyes were hollow. "State and federal agents are on scene rounding everyone up," he told Jordan. "They're covering the judge's involvement in it." He was hustled out of there by the first two agents on scene. The marshal's dead. They found Galen Patrick in a gully, gutted like a fish, and gosh, if they didn't catch Mayor Silbert in the group. Most of the militia is dead. What's left alive won't live long. Otherwise, there were no other bodies to collect. Noah was alive. "And you?" Jordan asked him. "How much of this will you keep to yourself?" Rick's lips tightened. Sienna and Sabella were kidnapped. Sienna was killed in a rescue attempt. That's the orders from the feds. His lips tightened. What the really? Ever? Kent doesn't need to know his mother was a really murdering junkie, and I'll be very if I can find it in me to care right now. Jordan nodded. Rick turned back to look at her, his shoulders straight, his gaze direct. "I'm very sorry, Belle. If I'd—" She shook her head. "None of us did, Rick. It's over. Let's let it stay over." But it wasn't over. She turned to the mantel and saw the pictures and felt something wither inside her. "Grandpop, Rory, I want to speak to Jordan alone." "Belle," Grandpop started toward her. He was stooped and aging, and it broke her heart how he accepted the man his son was and the deceit of his grandson. Noah, Nathan, he hadn't told Grandpop either. They were losing him all over again. "Alone, Grandpop," she whispered, "just for a minute." Rory shook his head as Grandpop sighed. They moved out the front door with Rick. She watched from the wide window as they walked the sheriff to his car. Sabella turned back to Jordan and walked toward him slowly. "Where is my husband?" She made it simple for him, said it clearly. Even a simpleton couldn't mistake the question. Jordan inhaled roughly, his lips tightened, but he stared her in the eyes, and he lied to her. "Nathan's dead, Belle." She wasn't aware of her own clenched fists until she delivered a right hook her father would have been very proud of.
Gosh, Jordan stepped back, shock, disbelief filling his eyes. Gosh, Belle, you hit me. Do I need to ask you again? He stared back at her, keeping plenty of distance between them now. He watched her carefully, that edge of Malone calculation in his gaze. It won't change my answer, Belle. Her smile was tight, hard. Go home. You're not needed here. Belle, his protest was low, rough. He was a very handsome man, she thought. He resembled Nathan, just as Rory did. The Malone men were quite simply male perfection, in looks anyway, and he had been her friend, once. My husband has been dead for 6 years, she told him, and he was never the man I thought he was anyway. I don't need your compassion or your sympathy over another man that never cared enough to stick around either. So leave. He started to say something more. Get out, she screamed. Just go. He left. It took longer to convince Rory and Grandpop to leave. It hurt more to make them go. But finally, the house was silent. She turned the phones off, she locked the doors, and she walked to the mantel. The pictures. She stared at them, seeing the stranger who had held her and the stranger she had married. They had loved, but they had never known each other. Not fully. She had sensed all that darkness roiling in her husband, but he had never shown it to her. And she touched his brow, in the closest picture. She had been what she thought he needed her to be. She wouldn't ever be that woman again. Not for him, not for the man he was now. As she stared, the fury rose inside her. It bit inside her mind, dug vicious claws into her soul, until she screamed with the rage and the pain that exploded through her. In one long, hard swipe of her arm, they crashed to the floor. Glass shattered, flew around her. She pressed her fists to her stomach and let the first sob free. It ripped out of her. It tore through her. It was a howl of agony that echoed through the house and caused the man standing in the doorway to flinch. Noah felt the ragged pain inside him as though it were his own, sharper, brighter than any pain Diego Fuentes had ever dealt him. He watched as she knelt in the middle of that broken glass, lifted the broken frame of their wedding picture, and held it to her breasts as she curled over it. The sobs were wrenching, torn, desperate, and he couldn't handle it. He hadn't been able to handle the pain since the moment he walked from those caves. He had lost it, lost control, lost that icy edge. He had slashed through the militia in a rage so brilliant, so white-hot, it had terrified him. He moved across the room now, still blood-stained. He hadn't changed clothes. Dirt and blood were caked on him. He smelled of death, reeked of it. But he hadn't been able to stay away from her. He hadn't forgotten the knowledge in her eyes as he walked away from her, heard her last desperate cry in his ears. She had known. All along, his Bella had known who he was. And still, she had loved him. She had waited. She had cried, and she had fought for him in every way that she knew how. He bent his knees and crouched down in front of her, staring at the past, destroyed in front of his eyes. Her head lifted, tears streaked her pale face, fury burned inside her. 6 years, she sobbed accusingly. 6 freaking years. Where were you? He stared at her, at the pictures, and he knew the truth for himself. Nathan truly died, Sabella. The only part left living was his love for you. Not he was dead, or her husband was dead. Sabella heard the quiet acceptance in his voice, the resignation. And in part, he was right. The man he had been had changed drastically, but he was still the man she loved. But that part of him is here, she whispered, has always been here. She couldn't stop the sobs, the tears, the agony. And that part was alive inside me. No matter the name, Noah, no matter who or what you want to call yourself, that part of you has always been with me. His hands hung between his bent knees. His hair was tangled, dusty, and fell over the savage angles of his face like a fall of Wilder, darker than they had been before he disappeared. His face, sharper. His brows were the same, his lower lip a little thinner. But he was still her Irish. He was still her husband. He looked at the pictures and finally lifted another of them together. He held it out to her. This man, he said gently, Nathan Malone didn't know the darkness, Sabella.
He didn't know the hell other men could inflict. He didn't know the monster that lived under his own skin. She shook her head. Listen to me, baby. The man you married didn't kill first. He didn't go after blood on a mission. He pulled his punches, he tried to be fair. Until he was forced to spend 19 months pumped up on hell's own mix of drugs. All he had to do was break his marriage vows to find death, to escape it.
All he had to do was submit to whatever they brought him, and he would have known peace. Shock and disbelief brought her mind to a stop. Noah sighed heavily. I was a SEAL, but I was also one of the few used for extreme high-clearance missions. I knew things. They thought if they could force me to break my vows, then the rest of my honor would fall by the wayside. He shook his head at the thought. They brought women that looked like you, that could mimic your pretty southern accent. But I always knew. I knew. I would look at them, and in my head, I'd come here. He looked around the room, his expression heavy, filled with pain. I saw through your eyes. I felt your pain, your love, and went mad from the agony. But you were seeing through me too, weren't you, Bella? Bella. He called her Bella, not Sabella, rife with hunger and pain, but Bella, as he had called her before. I knew, she whispered tearfully. I called Jordan, and he lied to me. Her lips trembled. And you lied to me, Noah. He shook his head. I never lied to you. You told me you were dead, she cried out furiously, stared me in the eye, and lied to me. Bella, Nathan Malone is dead. He caught her shoulders, shook her. No, she screamed back. And she couldn't hit him. She wanted to, and she couldn't. Look at me, he yelled. Look at me, Bella. What happened killed the man you loved. All that's left is this, the man you see now, the name I carry now. Anything else is not possible. No! She pulled away from him, stumbled to her feet, and shook with the rage pounding through her. The name might be dead, but you are not dead. You weren't just a SEAL, she cried. You weren't just a friend, or just a son, or a grandson, or brother. You weren't just a warrior. She clenched her fists, pressed them to her stomach as the agony welled through every cell of her body. You are my husband, my lover, and you hid that from me, Noah. I had the dark passion you hid from me while we were married, and I saw the ferocity of the man who would protect me in those mountains. It doesn't matter if your name is Nathan, Noah, or hey freaking you. You are my lover, my soul, my heart, and by God, you are not dead. Because if you were, her lips trembled, if you were, then I'd be dead. Don't you know that? Don't you see that? If the man that loved me was gone, then I'd be ashes now, not standing here screaming at a moron with more pride than good sense. Noah felt his heart unclench. He felt something dark, something nearly rabid in his soul, finally shudder as it eased. He rose slowly to his feet and stared back at his wife, seeing all that strength. Seeing the woman who had always watched him with what he knew now was a touch of amusement. Because she had known. He had no idea that she was so much more than he realized. But she had always known him, had always sensed the darkness, had always sensed the pride that he had in overabundance. You always knew, he said then, didn't you? I always knew you, she cried angrily, swiping the tears from her face and staring at him scathingly. Big, tough SEAL, you would walk into this house as though nothing existed in it until you entered the door. Lord of your domain, the big warrior who could fix everything. She sniffed. How often did you have to fix anything? He never had. Sometimes he swore she had to think of things to do, and he had accused her more than once of hiring things he was certain should have needed fixing. Bella, he shook his head, you were always my soul. Except for 18 months, she sneered. Where were you? Recovering, retraining, alone. Her finger poked into his chest, dug in. Without me, without her. God, his hands were shaking. He was staring into her face, and he wasn't looking at a woman willing to forgive and forget. Noah swallowed tightly. Had he waited too long?
Christ, no, he couldn't consider that. He hadn't waited too long. Made mistakes, yes. She would forgive mistakes. She would have to. I love you, Bella, he whispered. The look she gave him caused him to wince. Feminine fury, disbelief, and intolerance. Gosh, why? She snapped. Why did you wait? Because I was a mess, he said simply. An ignorant fool, too, really scared to have his wife see him weak. He snarled. Is that so really hard for you understand? Weak? No, she yelled back. You were probably a son of a difficult person, railing and growling at everyone and everything in sight. His lips almost twitched, and he should have been raging now. You think I wanted to rage at you? He bit out instead. It was my right. She was back in his face. Do you hear me, Noah? My really right to put up with it, and to do it gladly, you jerk. He caught her fist, stared at it. His eyes narrowed. Sabella, you're not allowed to hit, he reminded her carefully, staring into her bruised little face, her thunderous gaze. God, he loved her, wanted to go to his knees and thank God for her. Are you staying? Her chin lifted. If not, get the hell out now. Yes. They were nose to nose now, anger flipping and flaring around them rather than contained as it had always been in their marriage. By God, you're not getting rid of me. Nose to nose. He'd never gone nose to nose with her. He had brooded, hid in the basement, but maybe he liked this better. Because the arousal was suddenly bursting, burning, whipping through him like the storm raging in her eyes. Did I say I wanted to be rid of you? Hoarse, furious, her voice caressed his senses as nothing else ever had. It wouldn't do you any very good if you did, he bit out. But Malone stays dead. Bella. It's Blake. Period. Her eyes narrowed. The team you're a part of? Is that why? We'll talk why later. He gripped her arms, jerked her to him. This is us, Bella. Me and you. He stays dead. Do you hear me? She knew her husband. She knew that look in his eyes. This was for their safety, not for his pride. The name stays dead, she amended. But the man? Her lips trembled. The man you are is my soul. 2 tears ran down her bruised face again. Sienna had died for those bruises. Man or woman, nothing, no one, would risk what was his again. He cupped her tender cheeks and felt the pressure behind his eyes, the lump in his throat. My Bella, he whispered, my heart died for you every day, every minute, every second that I thought you believed I was another man, every second you believed I was dead. And her smile lit him from the inside out, a tremulous, vulnerable smile. I always knew who touched me, she whispered. Only you, Noah. Only you can touch me. Then she touched his cheek. Her fingertips touched his lips. But you really need a shower first, sailor boy. You reek. The laugh that tore from him shouldn't have surprised him. The surge of love, of pure joy that ripped through him should have been uncertain, should have been rife with the fears he knew had consumed him for so long. That Sabella couldn't accept the man he was, that she might regret, that she might see him without those rose-colored glasses he thought she wore. He realized now she had never worn the glasses. He had, deliberately, because of pride, because of that fear inside him that he'd lose her. And losing her was his greatest fear. Shower with me. He picked her up, cradled her in his arms. I'll wash your back. He moved through the broken glass, took the stairs easily, held her to his heart. We'll talk terms later. She snuggled against him. What terms? Marriage terms, Mr. Blake, she informed him. Our baby isn't being born without a marriage. Don't even consider it. Smug satisfaction filled her as he came to a blinding stop in their bedroom. He could feel his eyes widening, feel the panic that bit at his chest. What did you say? Her smile was female, triumphant, loving. Our baby, Noah. When I went to the doctor yesterday, she told me. Antibiotics and birth control don't mix, and I just didn't think. He shook his head. A baby? Their baby? Jesus, she was pregnant? She cupped his jaw, kissed his lips, and whispered, Our baby, Noah. I'm pregnant with our baby. He set her slowly on her feet.
I can't wait to shower." His desire was overwhelming, so intense it was brutal. The powerful need felt bruised, desperate. "Shower," she whispered, caught his hand and led him to the bathroom. Mindless, in shock, he could only follow. He'd follow her no matter where she led him. He was alive, and he was hers. Sabella stood beneath the shower, staring up at him. She couldn't stop touching him. His face, his wet hair, his scarred chest, his powerful thighs. His powerful form was captivating. Luscious and wide, dark and delectable. She let him wash her hair. It was something he had always done years ago. Washed it slow and easy, threading his fingers through it as he conditioned it, kissing her brow, holding her to him. Then he washed her body. She almost cried as he kissed the bruises on her cheek, whispered how sorry he was. Didn't he know? It was worth it. It was all worth it to have him with her, to have him alive and touching her. "I dreamed of you," he whispered against her lips, holding her face between his hands as the water fell around them. "Every time I closed my eyes, Bella, I saw you as you were the day I left, teasing me, laughing at me. I saw you tempting me to take you one more time, and I ached until the ache nearly destroyed me. I touched you in my dreams." She touched his lips, caressed his beard. "I kissed you. I held you. You saved me." His head lowered, and the kiss he gave her was more than lust this time. It was more than hunger. It was a homecoming, and her breath caught at the sweet heat of it. Their lips met with deep affection. They stroked and caressed until Sabella felt lost in the wonder of it. This was her husband. He hadn't died. He had been wounded, perhaps hiding, but the man who loved Sabella Malone was still there, and he was still living proud. "Bella, if we don't connect soon, my brain is going to explode." His hands were clenched at her waist, his expression tight, honed with the lust he did nothing to hide now. Well, the dirty talk was new, but she liked that. And she had a feeling that, like the naked lust that slipped out of control, the vocalization of it had just been hidden before as well. Her hand slid down his chest until she could curve her fingers over his powerful form. How are you going to show me?" She looked up at him from beneath lowered lashes. "All those promises you've made over the past weeks? Maybe I should be wary." His gaze flared, blue backlit by a fiery blue flame. "I don't make threats, I make promises," he warned her, watching her now with a sensual intent that had her body humming. He shut off the water before reaching outside the shower and dragging one of the large bath sheets from the towel rack. "I think you're all talk," she breathed out before rasping her teeth over her lower lip and giving him a look that promised she belonged to him, as long as he belonged to her. He didn't say a word. He dried them both off. The look in his eyes warned her, though, warned her that the promises that had slipped past his lips over the past weeks were going to be kept. Her rear clenched at the thought. Her body responded, creating a hot, sensual, sexy feeling that she couldn't escape, didn't want to escape. Her husband had always made her feel this way, like a woman, desirable, earthy, willing to be pleasured, waiting to be pleasured, but so eager to pleasure in return. She watched as he dried her, watched as he knelt in front of her. For just a second, the barest second, his fingers splayed over her lower stomach and his lashes flickered over his eyes. She wished she could see his eyes, wished she could see the same hopes and the wellspring of paternal pride she knew he would be feeling. They had always wanted children, but they had always wanted to wait until he would be home more to see their baby grow. Those thoughts became swamped then. Pleasure whipped through her like lightning gone wild. It sizzled over her nerve endings, attacked her fingertips, her toes, and her burgeoning desire. And he was just kissing her, kissing the rise of her form, feathering his breath over his skin, and sending erratic, ecstatic impulses racing over her flesh. Her fingers dug into his wet hair as his hands pressed against the inside of her thighs, parting them. Calloused hands caressed the flesh there, tested the muscles, came so close to the core of her body that her breath caught, though he didn't actually touch her with his hands.
"You're teasing me to death," she breathed out roughly. His only response was a muttered, as he brought her close to a peek. And oh, she needed her peek. "I love your bare little form." He lifted his head and stared up at her with wicked, dark blue eyes. "It gets so responsive, your flesh so silky." She shivered at the sound of his rough voice. "I could reach my peak real easy, too," she panted, parting her legs further and flushing furiously as he parted her intimately and just looked at her. His gaze was almost a physical caress as he stared at her intimately, then licked his lips hungrily. "I'm gonna pleasure you first," he growled. "Pleasure you like candy, Bella. Savor all that sweet sensation and listen to your cries fill my head." She was going to melt all over him, just like hot sugar, if he wasn't careful. His voice, so rough, so ruined, but that hint of lyrical Irish lurked just beneath the surface. He straightened, his hands running over the curves of her hips, up her back, curled around her until the tips of her breasts rasped against his chest hair. She loved that thin, sexy growth of curls, loved the heat and the caress of it against her skin. She shivered, a moan passing her lips at the need that welled inside her. Tipping her head back, she luxuriated in the stroke of his lips over her neck, against the bruises on her face. "I love you, Bella," he whispered at her ear, and wrung a cry from her throat as she held on to him, tried to pull him beneath her skin or burrow beneath his, which she wasn't certain. "My husband." Her arms wrapped around his neck as his lips took the kiss they both craved. It was intense, driving, primal, and hungry as he lifted her and carried her to the bedroom. It was a kiss that wiped the past away and left only the future, the present. It was a kiss that tore past boundaries. It was a kiss that opened them both to all the emotions that swirled unchecked between them. The darkness, hungers as yet untapped. 18 months of brutal memories and dark fantasies. Years of aching loss and the memory of tender love. It swirled between them, rocked them, feeding the passion surging and gripping until they were consumed by each other, as Noah fell to the bed with her. Lips and tongues, teeth and hands, they were consuming, hungry, desperate. They needed. The stark, vicious pain that had consumed her when she thought he wasn't returning to her still blazed through her soul. The thankfulness, love, the sheer brutal desperation for this one man back in her arms drove her until she was sobbing, until she was holding him, passion edging into such an intensity of emotion that she could let it free. Sob against his chest as she kissed him, loved him, whispered her need. "Ah, Bella," and he held her. His voice was thick with the same emotion as his arms tightened around her. "Never again, my love, I swear it. Never again. I won't let you go again." She hit his chest, his shoulder, struck out first in rage, then in need. "Baby, you gotta stop hitting me." He gripped her wrists and stretched them above her head as he moved closer. "Hitting's against the rules." "So is dying," she cried. "If you can die on me, then I can hit you when you come back." His lips quirked.
"If you won't hit anymore, I won't die anymore." "Don't joke about it," she gasped, fear almost paralyzing her. "Don't you dare joke about it." He kissed her chin. "I'll make you forget about it." His lips moved over her collarbone like rough silk, a caress that shouldn't have stolen her mind. But it did. It moved through her. It sent flames racing across her flesh and had her stretching, arching closer as his lips lowered. His lips covered a nipple. She gasped, arched. She felt his moan vibrate, and her gaze shimmered from the waves of intense sensation rising inside her. "Oh, I like that." She strained against the hold he had on her wrists. "Oh yes, Noah, just like that. It feels so good, so good." He continued to pleasure her, consuming her, devouring her. "I want to savor your sweetness, Sabella," he breathed, moving down her abdomen. "All that sweet sensation building. I could pleasure you for hours, make a really intense experience of you." He released her wrists and continued his intimate ministrations. He touched her intimately, and she writhed beneath him, twisted, hungry, desperate as he moved again. Stay there. She stayed, watching as he went to the leather bag he had brought here days ago and left beneath the side table. He grinned as he picked it up, opened it, and withdrew a small bottle of lubrication. Sabella's breathing picked up. She knew what was coming. She could feel it. Her body clenched in anticipation and in excitement. "Roll over," he ordered her. She turned slowly as she heard the bag thump back to the floor. "Raise your hips for me." She lifted to her knees, her fingers curling into the comforter as he moved behind her, one hand stroking over her curves as a murmur of approval passed his lips. "This is the prettiest form in the world," Sabella moaned as he pressed a kiss at the top of the cleft. His fingers moved between her thighs, eased through the intense moisture that had collected there. When he touched her intimately, she lost her breath. Nathan had never explored that depth of intimacy before, during their marriage. He had playfully threatened, but had never actually gone this far. He was tired of waiting. She was tired of waiting. As he caressed her, prepared her, she felt the wildness of hunger building inside her. As if this act would finish something, complete something. As though the submissive position, the need he was building in her, connected them as she had never imagined possible. He eased her slow and easy, lay beneath her and touched her intimately as his fingers prepared her, sending a blazing heat burrowing through her body. Sabella became lost in the hunger. Pleasure swelled through her as he continued his intimate ministrations. His touch worked inside her, easing, preparing her heavily as his other hand caressed, patted, then began landing on her curves in a series of subtle little slaps that had the flesh heating wickedly, erotically. Sabella never imagined she could enjoy this, never imagined she could let herself be immersed in her sexuality, in Nathan's, to the point that she forgot everything, that she needed nothing but the increasingly lustful caresses that her husband gave her. She was clawing at the blankets when he shifted. Perspiration dripped from her, dampened her body as intense tension sang through her system in a rising clash of impulses. "Gosh, I really love pleasuring you." He moved closer. "I love connecting with you, Sabella, but this is going to be incredibly intense." He positioned himself at her rear, the gentle strokes of his fingers intimately preparing her moments before, easing the muscles there as he built the desire burning within her, had relaxed her. Tension whipped through her body, but she opened to him. Pleasure pain tore through her as he eased back and forth. He moved intimately inside her as one arm curled over her hips and his fingers moved over her, feathery strokes that had her crying out, pushing back. "There, baby, take all of me," he whispered, "completely with you, Sabella. I'm dying for you, baby, dying for this. Give me all of it, all of you." His voice broke. "All of you, Bella, my sweet Bella." She screamed as they connected deeply. The blinding flash of pleasure bordering on pain nearly brought her to her peak. She felt him slide in, completely, filling her, stretching her. It was primal, primitive. Sabella couldn't understand the sensations, the emotions whipping through her, but the acceptance, as well as their deep connection, opened something inside her. She had always trusted her husband, but until now, she hadn't realized that trust hadn't gone soul deep. He hadn't known her as she knew him, until now. Now, he would know her. In life, in death, she would never hide from him. Noah laid his head against Sabella's, fighting to breathe. Just to breathe. He couldn't move yet. If he did, he would lose it. He'd give in to the intensity and lose his soul to her before he ever had a chance to chain hers as well. Gosh, it was really beautiful. He closed his eyes, feeling her muscles flex around him, but he felt something more, intimacy on a scale he had never known with her before. A knowledge, a certainty that this one woman was everything, every part of him. The bond he felt inside his own soul all these years had never been complete.
and he had been too very man-stupid to realize it. Until now. Until this. Until she gave him a connection that was more than physical. This. He shifted, moved, and heard her cry of pleasure. This was total acceptance, total trust, and knowledge. They were both stripped to the bare bones now, deeply connected, and she was open for him and begging for more. "Beautiful Bella," he sighed, lowering his head to kiss her shoulder, her neck. "My Bella." His voice broke again. Really, he was dying for her, broken and being reborn. As she filled his heart, his soul, he could feel the emotions pouring into him, easing the ragged wounds, his fierce pride, his hidden fears. They came together in passion. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Passion peaked. They came together intimately, deeply connected. Afterwards, breathless, he collapsed over her. She was asleep when he came to himself. Lying next to her, wrapped around her, he saw her hand, her left hand, ringless against his chest. His left hand was wrapped around her, and he could feel the missing weight that burned inside him. He slid from her slowly, grinning as she grouched and flopped on her back, her hand on her stomach, almost protective as she continued to sleep. He strode through bedroom and bathroom first, looking for her wedding band. She had been wearing it the day before when she left with Rory. He remembered her wearing it, but she hadn't had it on at the caves. He walked to the kitchen and checked her purse. Organized little Sabella. There it was, tucked into a zippered compartment, the little ring shining bright as a band tightened around his head. He moved back upstairs, picked up his pants, and pulled his wedding band free before fitting it back on his finger. The outside of the bands were plain, just gold bands. Sabella hadn't wanted frills for them. Inside was the Celtic vow, forever, Gosiori. Inside his were the words, forever, my soul. Matching vows, matching hearts. He lifted her hand and slid her ring back in place. His wife. He tangled his fingers with hers, staring at the sight of her pale, creamy flesh against his own. His wife. His gaze drifted to her flat stomach. His wife and his child. His hands were shaking as he touched her stomach, shaking so hard the shudders worked through him, making it hard to breathe, to think. Jesus, they made a baby. He stared in shock at her stomach, then in awe. He spread his hand over her stomach and felt the tightness in his chest fill his throat, lock behind his eyes. Jesus, they made a baby. He strode the upstairs, picked up his pants, and pulled his wedding band free before fitting it back on his finger. The outside of the bands were plain, just gold bands. Sabella hadn't wanted frills for them. Inside was the Celtic vow, forever, Gosiori. Inside his were the words, forever, my soul. Matching vows, matching hearts. He lifted her hand and slid her ring back in place. His wife. He tangled his fingers with hers, staring at the sight of her pale, creamy flesh against his own. His wife. His gaze drifted to her flat stomach. His wife and his child. His hands were shaking as he touched her stomach, shaking so hard the shudders worked through him, making it hard to breathe, to think. Jesus, they made a baby. He stared in shock at her stomach, then in awe. He spread his hand over her stomach and felt the tightness in his chest fill his throat, lock behind his eyes.
Then he watched in disbelief the little bead of moisture that dropped to her stomach shimmered against it. Tears? He blinked and another fell. He felt the slam of emotion, love, regret, pure, blinding, God-thanked reverence filling him as he lifted his eyes to his wife's face to see her watching him, tears sliding down her darkened cheeks. The bruises would fade, but this moment in time would always fill his memories. "Go see Ora," he whispered, the old lilt to his voice almost normal, as he reaffirmed his vow to her. "Forever, Noah," she whispered tearfully, her hand covering his on her stomach, her breath hitching in joy, not in pain. "Forever, my love." 4 months later, on a blazing September day, Noah pulled his pickup into the graveled driveway of his grandpop's cabin and stared at the vehicles gathered there with a sense of throttled fury. Grant Malone was there. "This wasn't our agreement," he said coolly, glancing over at her. The bruises were long gone, but his memory of how close he had come to losing her wasn't. She sat beside him, her hand on the tiny mound of her stomach as she stared out the windshield thoughtfully. She finally turned to him, and he saw the determination in her gray eyes. "It's time, Noah. Grandpop called this meeting, Noah. There's things he wants us to hear, and we're going." Then he watched in disbelief the little bead of moisture that dropped to her stomach, shimmered against it. Tears? He blinked, and another fell. He felt the slam of emotion. Love, regret, pure, blinding, God-thanked reverence filling him as he lifted his eyes to his wife's face, to see her watching him, tears sliding down her darkened cheeks. The bruises would fade, but this moment in time would always fill his memories. "Go, Signore," he whispered, the old lilt to his voice almost normal as he reaffirmed his vow to her. "Forever, Noah," she whispered tearfully, her hand covering his on her stomach, her breath hitching in joy, not in pain. "Forever, my love." 4 months later, on a blazing September day, Noah pulled his pickup into the graveled driveway of his grandpop's cabin and stared at the vehicles gathered there with a sense of throttled fury. Grant Malone was there. "This wasn't our agreement," he said coolly, glancing over at her. The bruises were long gone, but his memory of how close he had come to losing her wasn't. She sat beside him, her hand on the tiny mound of her stomach as she stared out the windshield thoughtfully. She finally turned to him, and he saw the determination in her gray eyes. "It's time, Noah. Grandpop called this meeting, Noah. There's things he wants us to hear, and we're going to hear them." With him there? He stabbed his finger to his father's ranch truck. No, Bella, no way, no how. He hadn't visited his father, hadn't made good on his threat to reach out and enter his nightmares, and he would be very much if he would hold a civilized conversation with him now. He'd asked one thing of him: protect Sabella. His wife had spent 6 years with only Rory standing between her and the world, and her own stubborn strength. He wouldn't forget that. It was all he could do to bite back his curse. He couldn't curse in front of the baby when it came so he might as well start practicing now, right? Something softened inside of him as he looked down at her stomach again. She was barely showing, but their baby was there. His guts shook at the thought again, and everything inside him seemed to explode in a riot of sensation. Even now, 4 months later. He blew out a hard breath and stared back at the vehicles. Rory was there, and Jordan, Grandpop, and Grant. Grant, not father, and sure as very much not dad. This wasn't part of the marriage rules, he gritted out, thinking about the page-long list they had really negotiated before she would marry him. Negotiated like a very lawyer squabbling over pennies. She'd made him so intensely drawn that they had shared intimacy right there on the kitchen table. He felt a surge of desire again just thinking about it. "Yes, it was," she answered calmly. "Where?" He turned on her, his hands clenching on the steering wheel, no longer afraid she would run away crying if he raised his voice a little bit. Where in the world was it? The part that stated Sabella was always right. He snapped his teeth together and turned back. Gosh, he'd forgot about that one, the last one. He was going to negotiate it intensely at the time, but he'd been too busy trying to get closer to her. "You cheat," he turned on her, nose to nose now. "We renegotiate." "Too late. You signed it, and you sealed it with marriage vows. You're stuck, Mr. Noah Blake." Her lips curled in satisfaction, but her eyes were dark, her expression assuring him she was very well aware of how difficult it would be to face his father now. She laid her hand on his arm. "Grandpop is old, Noah.
Whatever's waiting on us in there means a lot to him. Give it a chance. Maybe you'll have some answers instead of the questions I know burn inside you. Why had he deserted Sabella? Not why hadn't he been really a father to him? Why had he cheated on his mother? Why hadn't he claimed Rory and given him a home? God, why had he turned his back on Grandpop and stolen everything the old man tried to work for? So many questions that he had actually put behind him the day he faced Grant Malone in the convenience center 4 months before. Fine, he gave his head a hard shake. It won't change anything. All I ask is that you hear Grandpop out, not Grant, she promised him. I love you, Noah. Some things we need closure on. If not for us, then for our child. Closure. He blew out a hard breath before he got out of the truck and strode around to the other side. He lifted Sabella from the high cab, setting her easily on her feet as she leaned her head against his chest for just a second. You owe me for this, he muttered. That's definitely one of the rules. If I have to give in to Sabella knows best, then Sabella gives me special intimacy, period. I always give you intimacy, she said, laughing. Yeah, but I want special intimacy. There's a special way to do it. Her eyes lit up. He loved that about her. She was always ready to play or explore their connection. We'll discuss it, he grunted. He'd tease her until she begged for their special intimacy. That was special to him. He kept his hand at her back as they moved to the rough boards of the porch. He loved touching her. He touched her every chance he had. Because he could. Because she was his. Jordan had made it easy on him. And whoever in the world backed the elite ops seemingly hadn't even blinked at the situation. Noah was on backup on the few missions they had gone out on in recent months. They were still waiting for information to see where the fallout on the militia had gone. But even then, Noah would pull back. The name Malone might be dead to him, but he was a husband, a father, and he wasn't risking that again, not like he had before. Another of Sabella's rules. His job wasn't low risk, but it was lower than it could have been, and maybe he should have read the whole Elite Ops contract. There was no resignation, there was no opting out, but there was a stated waiver once the operative reached what they considered non-combatant age or was deemed unable to effectively complete or conduct missions. They were then moved to backup or technical ops. Elite Ops would always own whatever job he did, but they didn't own his soul. Sabella owned his soul. Grandpop was waiting. The door opened and they stepped into the small living room. Grant was sitting on the couch, Jordan and Rory in chairs that faced it. There were 2 more chairs to the side that no one knew had been pulled from the bedrooms. Grant sat with his head down, his hands clasped between his knees. Jordan's expression was somber. Rory's eyes gleamed with fury. "What's up, Grandpop?" Sabella asked, kissing the old man's cheek as Noah moved in behind her. Grandpop held Noah's gaze. Noah had gone to him the day after he returned to his wife. They'd held each other as Grandpop cried, slapped his shoulder, and then they had walked to the grave, and Noah had seen the truth there. The gravestone had simply said, Nathan. Nothing more. Grandpop had never believed he was dead. Grant has something to tell his son. Noah's gaze moved to Rory. Grant lifted his head as Noah glanced at him, and a shock of disbelief filled him. Tears filled Grant's eyes, and knowledge. He knew. The same expression Grant had had the day Noah had held him pinned to the cooler in the convenience store. Grant Malone had known who he was. "Who told?" he growled. "I knew," Grant whispered. "I knew the minute I saw you. I knew when Dad didn't have your stone engraved. I knew when I heard Sabella had a lover." He shook his head. "I knew." "Doesn't change anything." He held Sabella to him, trying to harden himself, trying to tell him it didn't matter. Grant shook his head. "It has to matter." He looked at Sabella's small abdomen, and another tear slipped. "It has to matter, Noah." He lifted his eyes back to Noah. 35 years ago, I married a woman I didn't love. She married me for the money I could bring to the ranch. You know that I married her because I wanted to build a legacy for the sons I intended to have.
I got the ranch, but by the time my first son came, I knew the danger we all faced. Nathan knew about the loveless marriage. Before Tammy Malone's death, she hadn't exactly been silent about the fact that she only married an Irish cur, as she called him, to save the ranch her father was losing. "We had you," Grant whispered. "The militia started targeting me then, Noah. I was Irish. They didn't want me here, but they couldn't kill me either. Killing me would break the agreement I had with Tammy's father, and he was one of them. But they could hurt you, Dad." He looked at Rory. "My other son." Noah stilled. "I made sure they knew I didn't have anything that they could destroy me with." He swallowed tightly. "Dad knew." He nodded to Grandpop. "We both made sure you and Rory and Belle were protected. You know he did, Noah." "You took everything he had," Noah snarled. "Don't lie to me now." "No," Grant shook his graying head. "We made it look that way. We let everyone believe that." He swallowed tightly. "Rory's mother died because they thought, rightfully, that she mattered to me. I had to pretend she didn't." He shook his head. "Even your mother didn't know because she was best friends with some of their wives, and I couldn't risk my son. Neither of my sons." He swallowed tightly. "I let them think I didn't care. I let them think there was no way to hurt me, and I skated by. I stayed quiet, I ran my ranch, and looked for ways to hurt them that wouldn't come back on me." He rubbed at his face with his hands. "I sent pictures of the hunts to the FBI, and those agents died. Finally, I went to Jordan." Noah turned to his uncle. Jordan nodded slowly. "This is why we brought together a team no one could tie to an agency. We had more than 4 dead agents. There have been 6 total. Every time we sent someone, they were identified. We couldn't figure out how, until Sienna. Because she had hacked her husband's computer files. Because she knew how to watch, how to listen, and how to deceive. Between her and the federal marshal and judge, no agency could get anyone in close enough for proof. That was 8 years ago. You were engaged to Belle," Grant whispered. "I did my best, Noah, to protect her. Grandpop would make the mortgage payments when we had to do something. He would let his buddies know I was being a bastard that refused to help. It nearly broke him." "You should have sold out when I wanted you to," Grandpop argued. "We would have lost everything, Pop. You know that. Everything I tried to build for my boys, for my grandchildren. Everything we saved all those years would have gone down the drain." "Poor and happy ain't that bad, boy." It was obviously an argument they had had often. Grant could only shake his head as Noah let himself ease into a chair, pulling Sabella to his lap. He couldn't let go of her. A lifetime of what he thought he knew was exploding in front of his face. He hadn't known his wife. He hadn't seen what was evolving in the town and with his father. His vision had been so narrow. His focus on the SEALs, his career, on loving Sabella, and little else. His death had shown him how little he had lived, how little he had known. "You didn't tell me," he whispered. "You were one of the things I was trying to protect," Grant bit out. "For that," he pointed to Sabella's stomach, "your future, your wife and your children. Nothing else mattered to me, Noah. I loved you, and I loved Rory, and I did my best. Not good enough, I admit, but my best. And I prayed Dad could do the rest. And Grandpop had." Noah shook his head. "I'm not asking for forgiveness or for acceptance," Grant whispered. "But I want to know that baby, Noah. I want to be called Grandpop. I haven't been called Dad since you were a boy, and I've lived with that. But I want to be a grandfather, just as bad as I wanted to be your father." Silence filled the room then. Grandpop stood behind him, his hand settling on Noah's shoulder. "The world is never what we think it is, Noah." He repeated the words Noah had heard so many times. "There are layers, son, and layers. This is just another." "But it's always love," Sabella whispered, and pressed her hand against his where it rested over their child. "Nathan Malone doesn't exist anymore," he told his father, thinking of him as a father, despite the practiced determination not to. "But Noah Blake does," Grant stated.
And Sabella Blake is a gentle, compassionate woman. Everyone knows that. If Grant Malone needs to pretend, gosh, he shook his head. Everyone knows he's very strange anyway, and I've been inconsistent enough over the years that it won't be remarked on too much. I'm getting old. Rory is close to Noah Blake and his wife. No one will question it. And that was the truth. Noah's lips kicked up at the corners. Rules, he murmured, and Sabella gave a rude little amused sniff. There's always rules. Grant nodded. Noah frowned as everyone watched him expectantly. Noah, Sabella's voice was warning, knowing. Noah cleared his throat. I'm always right. Grant frowned in confusion. Sabella shook. He had a feeling it was silent laughter. Noah is always right, he stated. That's the rule. Right about what? Grant's frown deepened. Whatever I want to be right about. Gosh, he growled. Gosh, Noah Blake doesn't have a very father. He's an orphan. Grant winced, paled before he could continue. But if Nathan Malone's father needs a surrogate son, he shrugged. I married his wife. I drive his truck. Gosh, I guess I can claim his dad. At that moment, feathery soft, he felt it. His gaze jerked down to where Sabella held his hand to her stomach, then to her eyes. He felt it. She smiled. Her eyes filled with love, with the future, with forever. Their baby had moved, right there, against his hand, as though in agreement. So soft, he hadn't been certain, not really sure until he looked in her eyes. Forever, he whispered, and her eyes shimmered with tears. Forever. When he turned back to his father, he thought maybe, just maybe, there were a few less flecks of green in his eyes, a bit more of the sapphire Irish eyes that were his legacy. He thought maybe he could get to know the father he had never known. He held his hand out to his father, watched the other man blink back his tears, and they shook on the rule and the future. Finally, a future. 6 years late. A lot of stubborn pride and too very much time lost. Noah Blake wasn't a stupid man. He wasn't losing more time. He wasn't losing more love. Noah Blake would snatch back everything Nathan Malone had lost and give it everything he had.